So Trump's new pick to be Fed Chair, Kevin Warsh. Who is this guy, and is he guaranteed to lower interest rates? Well, nothing's guaranteed, but we know a little bit about Kevin Warsh because he was a Fed governor from 2006 to 2011, appointed by Bush. Okay, what was he like as a Fed governor? So this is where it gets interesting. He initially supported all of the Fed's actions during the financial crisis, from dropping interest rates to zero to the bank stabilization to the quantitative easing. Wait, what the heck is quantitative easing? It's essentially the Fed printing money to buy up mortgage-backed securities and U.S. debt. So during the crisis with the economy struggling, the Fed pumped about $1 trillion into the economy, expanding their balance sheet to $2 trillion. And again, Kevin supported it, but then the Fed, even after the crisis, kept doing more quantitative easing and injecting more money into the economy, and Kevin was actually against that, which led to his resignation in 2011. But doesn't quantitative easing drop interest rates? So is he against dropping interest rates? So the Fed has two main tools to drop interest rates. First off, dropping the federal funds rate, which is that almost monthly meeting everyone pays attention to. So the federal funds rate is the interest rates that the Fed controls. Yes, and this is pretty much banks are required to keep reserves at the Federal Reserve, and the federal funds rate is the overnight interest rate that banks can charge each other to lend reserves held at the Federal Reserve. What the heck? And how does this affect the economy? It pretty much sets how expensive money is to lend. So if the federal funds rate is lower, banks are more incentivized to lend because they can fund loans more cheaply and vice versa. But this really only affects the short end of the yield curve. Meanwhile, things like mortgage rates, government borrowing costs, business investment, these things are affected by the long end of the curve. And the way the Fed affects the long end of the curve is quantitative easing. And Warsh has been against that? Well, he has said the Fed printing money to buy up our debt has created a silent pass for Congress to keep spending like crazy, and he intends to mitigate that. He thinks the Fed should reserve its tools to stimulate the economy for when real crises happen. Well, then why did Trump nominate him? I thought he wanted lower interest rates. Well, Warsh has criticized the Fed recently for keeping the federal funds rate too high, and that he believes growth does not necessarily mean inflation, and therefore seems open to lower rates even with high growth. But again, he is seen as quite hawkish when it comes to quantitative easing. Gotcha.
And all right, guys, we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it because we're going to go ahead and get into Trump's gaggle with the press and a complete media analysis. So let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, and let's get right into it.
Hello, everybody. So, great financial numbers you saw. Low inflation, very low inflation. Prices are down, way down. Gasoline is less than $2 in many places, a gallon, which nobody expected to see, but I did, because we're going by the initial expression of drill, baby, drill, and prices are coming down very strongly. And as goes gasoline and oil and gas, so goes the rest of other products that were high because of Biden. So we inherited a mess, and we've brought our country back very, very powerfully. Crime numbers are way down, despite the fact that they let in 25 million people, many of whom should not have been allowed into our country with their open border policy. But it's the country is doing very well. Any questions?
What are you expecting from these Iran talks in Geneva tomorrow?
So I'll be involved in those talks indirectly, and they'll be very important. We'll see what can happen. It's been typically Iran's a very tough negotiator. They're good negotiators, or bad negotiators. I would say they're bad negotiators because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope.
I mean, let's be real. If this was just about Iran's enriched uranium, then we'd have had a deal with them. But the problem is that, yes, the American negotiators moved the goalposts because, like I said, when Iran was ready to give up their uranium, American negotiators moved the goalposts to their weapons, to their missile defense system, and their missiles, and they wanted to scale down the amount of missiles that they had, and that was a no-go for Iran. And this was called the negotiations to stall, thus making Trump strike Iran's nuclear facility.
I hope they're going to be more reasonable. They want to make a deal.
Have you been told that a deal is next to impossible?
No, I think they want to make a deal. I don't think they want the consequences of not making a deal. They want to make a deal.
Are you going to sit down with Democrats this week on DHS funding, sir?
I will, but we have to protect our law enforcement. They've done a great job. I just got finished saying that we have the best crime numbers we've had in many years, and on murders, 125 years. And that's despite a lot of people that shouldn't have been let into our country coming into our country, criminals, many, many criminals. But we've taken out tens of thousands of people, brought them back to their countries. Many of the criminals that were brought in, allowed to come in, have been removed. So, we're okay. But to have the best crime numbers, which aren't made by me, these are made by people that do that, many left-leaning. We have the best murder numbers. Horrible thing to say, but we have the best murder numbers since 1900. That's before my father was born. 125 years, think of it. The best crime numbers since 1900 having to do with murder, and really good crime numbers, the best in years.
Are there any demands that Democrats are making that you're okay with?
Well, I don't like some of the things they're asking for. We're going to protect law enforcement. We're going to protect ICE. You know, they're part of the whole system that is working. In Washington, D.C. now is considered a very safe city.
And remember, what the Dems want is they want the end to roving patrols. They want the ICE officers to start wearing body cams, and they want them to take off their masks. Now, I'm okay with them wearing body cams, but the ending of roving patrols, I'm like, what? So they can't do their job? And then to take off the mask is like, so what? You guys can harass them and start messing with, like I said, I'm gonna keep saying this. Don Lemon was the best example of why they wear masks, because these Dems find out who they are, and then you'll go harass their, well, either family members, church members, etc. And I mean, the Dems, you guys proved why these guys should wear masks, so you shouldn't be surprised.
When I took over, it was a city that we were losing 2-3 people a week. Over 100 people a year were being murdered in Washington. Now it's considered a very safe city. And we did that. I did it over a fairly short period of time, too.
On DHS, recent news reports have discussed the widespread belief that Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski are in a personal relationship. Is that a bad look? Recent news reports have discussed the possibility that Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski are in a close personal relationship. Is that a bad look? And do you think she'll be in the job much longer?
I don't know about that. I mean, I haven't heard that. I'll find out about it, but I have not heard it.
Do you think that
will you give your State of the Union speech if we're still in a shutdown next week?
Well, I think I would. Yeah. Wouldn't bother me. I would give it. Yeah.
How are the negotiations going?
With what? Which one? We have a lot of negotiations.
No, with the government shutdown.
This is a Democrat shutdown.
All right, now, if you don't know who Corey Lewandowski is, like, you know, the person that allegedly is in a relationship with Kristi Noem, he is an American politician, American political operative, lobbyist, political commentator, and an author who is politically associated with Donald Trump. And let's see, he was the first campaign manager. Well, really? Let me see here. I think they're about to say he's the first campaign manager of Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. So I guess there is a bit of a conflict of interest.
This has nothing to do with Republicans. This is a Democrat shutdown.
He's not working.
They're upset that the crime numbers are so good. They're very unhappy that the crime numbers are so good. They're very unhappy that there's a movement for getting voter ID. They want voter ID. The population, 98%, want voter ID. They don't want voter ID because they want to cheat in elections.
I mean, yeah, and telling black people that they're too poor to go out there and get an ID, telling black people that they're too stupid or they're too much of felons to go out there and get an ID is not working, Dems. And it's highly condescending, but I guess that's just your nature at this point. Oh, and the whole, oh, well, what if a woman gets married and she got to change all this stuff? Yeah, she's supposed to do that, I don't know, maybe before or within days of her getting married or after getting married, like usually the next day. So that's even a terrible excuse.
They also want other things. They don't want mail-in ballots. They want to end mail-in ballots, which is corrupt. And one other thing that they're insisting on is proof of citizenship. And the Democrats don't want to give proof of citizenship. They don't want to give voter ID. Think of it. Who would want proof of citizenship? I ask you, Steve. Who wouldn't want voter ID? And why would you want mail-in ballots if you know it's corrupt? It's a corrupt system. We're the only country in the world that has this system of mail-in ballots. Think of it. The only country in the world that has this system of mail-in ballots, because they cheat. And the fact is, they could never get elected if they ever changed. They know it. If you had voter ID, if you had proof of citizenship, they could never win an election. And they know that, and they're fighting to the hill. And I put this down with men playing in women's sports. I put it down with transgender for everybody. I put it down with their horrible open border policy as being ridiculous. They don't want voter ID. No voter ID. And I put that.
And I'm sorry, Dems, but it does kind of make it look like, well, your politicians are trying to cheat. Like, why not? Why is, first off, why is voter ID such a big deal? Why is having to verify your citizenship such a big deal? And why is not allowing ICE around these, what was it? The voting centers. Why is that? Why are you guys fighting against that as well? What are you trying to say? Like that what? There will be illegals showing up, so you don't want ICE there? That's kind of weird, man. That's kind of weird.
Down in the same category with men playing in women's sports. I'm going to add a fourth category. They don't want voter ID. Go ahead.
So Hillary Clinton said in an interview today that she and her husband are getting pulled into the Epstein matter to divert attention from you, and that your administration has something to hide. What's your response?
I have nothing to hide. I've been exonerated. I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. They went in hoping that they'd find it and found just the opposite. I've been totally exonerated. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein was fighting that I don't get elected with some author, a sleazebag, by the way. And I've been totally exonerated. No, they're getting pulled in, and that's their problem. I don't know.
I'll be real with you. The real thing that the Epstein files exposed were like three things about Trump. One, that there were uncorroborated witness testimonies about Trump. Two, that Trump was an FBI informant, pretty much giving information on Epstein. And three, that his name's mentioned 38,000 times. That's really it. That's all they really gave us. It did not pretty much give no damning information that Trump was engaged with Epstein's sex trafficking or buying of little girls. I mean, there's other people, like, trust me, there's way more people. There's other people who don't really have too much to say. But Trump, I mean, it kind of exonerated him unless we want to go into those uncorroborated witness testimonies.
I got to see what happens, but I watched her in Munich, and she seriously has Trump derangement syndrome.
Do you think that she should publicly testify?
I've been totally exonerated on Epstein, and it's really interesting because they've been pulled in. Think of it. They've been pulled in. Clinton and many other Democrats have been pulled in, yeah.
The USS Gerald Ford, which is sprinting from the Caribbean to the Middle East.
I mean, yeah, the hedge fund managers and all those guys on there, those are Democrats. Not Democrat politicians, but they're Democrat voters. So to say, when he says there's Democrats on there, he's not talking about politicians, but mainly voters. And of course, Bill Clinton was also involved. They said that they were going to sit down and, testify in front of the Congress. Well, guess what, guys? That never happened. They once again skipped out on it, and mainstream media is not talking about it. So that's pretty funny.
It's about to hit its 8-month deployment mark. Usually they're deployed for about 6 months or so. Is there any concern that U.S. carriers are being stretched too thin?
I'll answer the question, Liz.
You're warning Cuba to make a deal. What does that deal look like? What do you want them to do?
Cuba is right now a failed nation. They don't even have jet fuel to get for airplanes to take off. They're clogging up their runway.
Well, because we're pretty much draining Cuba of their oil and they're having a fuel inefficiency problem. Yeah, they're now turning to electric cars. So yes, they're starting to buy more electric cars from people like China. Yeah, I mean, they can't get oil and they got to get around somehow. So they went towards electric cars. We'll see how that works out for them, though.
We're talking to Cuba right now. I have Marco Rubio talking to Cuba right now. And they should absolutely make a deal because it's really a humanitarian threat. And we have a lot of great Cuban Americans, and they're going to be very...
Yeah, because regardless of the fact that they're trying to move towards electric cars and all that, I mean, they still need oil for other things that, keep their infrastructure flowing. And the fact that they got cut off from Venezuelan oil, they got cut off from Mexican oil. I mean, bro, Russia just got done sneaking them some oil, and who knows how long that's going to last them. So they do need to make a deal with the U.S., some type of concession in order to get their oil back, or, to get the oil flow back into, not Venezuela, but Cuba.
Happy when they're going to be able to go back and say hello to their relatives and do things that they should have been allowed to do for a long time. I'm very interested in the people that are...
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Here that were treated so badly by Castro and the Cuban authorities. They have been treated horribly. So we'll see how it all turns out. But Cuba and us, we are talking. In the meantime, there's an embargo. There's no oil. There's no money. There's no anything.
If a deal isn't made, would you consider an operation like the one in Venezuela?
I don't want to answer that. Why would I answer that? If I was, it wouldn't be a very tough operation, as you can figure. but I don't think that'll be necessary.
Mr. President, Marco Rubio received really positive reviews in Munich. Is there
very good reviews?
Is there a scenario in which you would support him at the top of the ticket in 28?
Something I don't have to worry about now. I've got 3 years to go, so it's something I don't have to worry. JD's fantastic, and Marco's, they're both fantastic. I think Marco did a great job in Munich.
President Xi, in your talk with him recently, it warned about sending more weapons to Taiwan. What was your response to him? Are you going to send more weapons to Taiwan?
I have a response. I'm talking to him about it. We had a good conversation, and we'll make a determination pretty soon.
Tell us about your trip
We have a very good relationship with President Xi. In fact, I'll be going, I guess, in April.
I'm sorry. Tell us about your trip to Rome, Georgia on Thursday, your trip to Marjorie Taylor Greene's old district.
Well, we have a lot of people that want to take Marjorie Taylor Greene's place, and many, many candidates, and I have to choose one. And they say whoever I endorse is going to win, but we have a lot of good candidates who want to take her place.
So your Board of Peace meets for the first time this week. You said it could be the most consequential international.
And as it comes to Marjorie Taylor Greene, she did do a interview with Oren Schroeder, and she has some, pretty harsh things to say about the Republican Party. She's saying, good luck getting women to vote for you because of the Epstein files and because of Trump's personal treatment of, Marjorie Taylor Greene. And also because, of course, we're selling out to Israel. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene's words, not mine, but she kind of is cooking. And then once again, she's also pointing out the fact that Trump is focusing more on what's going on outside of America than what's going on inside of America, which once again, I somewhat agree with.
Organization. Everett, that's a high bar. What do you want for this first meeting?
Well, I think it can be. We're going to have all world leaders. They're putting up tremendous amounts of money, and I think it's going to go far beyond Gaza. I think it'll be peace all over the world. And we're working in conjunction with the United Nations. Look, the United Nations is there. They haven't lived up to potential. The United Nations has great potential. They haven't lived up to the potential, but I think they might aid us a little bit. But we have the greatest leaders in the world joining the Board of Peace, and we'll be doing it in conjunction with, in some cases, the United Nations, and see if we can get the United Nations to get on the ball.
You've been a kingmaker in a lot of Republican primaries. A lot of people,
including foreign nations. I was very honored to see that a very wonderful prime minister in Japan won by a landslide. I think she was going to win, but she won by just about the biggest vote ever in Japan. And she attributed my endorsement for that. And that's very good because we have a great relationship with her and Japan.
a lot of Republicans in D.C. are asking you to endorse John Cornyn, but you haven't yet. Is there a chance you wouldn't endorse Pat?
Now, I'm not going to lie. The new president of Japan, which is a lady, by the way, or prime minister, yeah, she's taking a very aggressive tone towards China. I mean, bro, Japan seized 2 Chinese fishing ships for fishing in their water. And China been violating Japan like that forever. So the fact that she stepped up and actually seized 2 of their fishing ships just for fishing on, their water, respect. She's announced that she will be aggressive with China if they go after Taiwan. I mean, respect. And she is cracking down, not really cracking down, but she pretty much says that, look, man, our immigration is at 3% and we want to keep it that way. I was like, damn. I know people kind of judge her for coming out saying that, oh, well, immigration's a problem. It's a problem. But Japan only got 3% immigration. Really what she's saying is that, look, we want it at 3%, and that's where it's going to stay at, and any more is going to be a problem. And I respect that.
Paxton, and why haven't you endorsed Cornyn?
I just haven't made a decision on that race yet. It's got a ways to go, and I haven't. He's a good man. John is I like all 3 of them, actually. I like all 3. Those are the toughest races.
Hey, man, the lady got
They've all supported me. They're all good, and you're supposed to pick one. So we'll see what happens. But I support all 3.
Are you involved in the rift between UAE and Saudi Arabia?
No, I'm not. I would be. Well, I can settle it very easily. But they do indeed have a rift, and we can get it settled very easily. I settle wars. I settle a lot of rifts between countries. You've been noticing, right? That's an easy one to settle.
On Venezuela, Nancy Rodriguez last week said that Nicolás Maduro is still a legitimate president and is innocent. I know you said the relationship is a 10, but I'm curious what's your thoughts on that?
I think we have a great relationship. I think she probably has to say that. I think politically maybe she has to say that. But the relationship with Venezuela, she's doing a very good job. And I fully understand that statement.
You're going to have Ukraine talks tomorrow as well in Geneva with Witkoff and Jared Kushner.
Yeah.
What are you expecting there? Is there
Well, the big talks, it's going to be very easy. I mean, look, so far, Ukraine better come to the table fast.
Bruh. Oh, God. They better come to the table because they are getting decimated. Kiev is getting struck repeatedly, and they're still losing more land. Like, and then they want to sit here with this propaganda bullshit. Like, oh, well, you know, Russia lost 30,000 soldiers last month. Yeah, you're right. They did. And y'all continue to lose more soldiers and land. That's the problem. Like, yes, we can sit there and talk about Russia's losses, but God forbid we talk about Ukraine. Because then you sit there and you realize that they were never winning. And Zelensky's actually came out and said that, oh, every time I come to the table, that they keep saying that Ukraine got to give concessions, complaining to the world about it. Because what? He don't want to sit there and say the reality on the battlefield is that they're losing. And this is the only reason why he's complaining. And if they were winning, trust me, nobody would be sitting here complaining about these negotiations or what's going on over there.
That's all I'm telling you.
Well, they'd have been going our way.
We are in a position, we want them to come. And by the way, I watched AOC answering questions in Munich. This was not a good look for the United States. I watched Gavin Newsom answering questions in Munich, and this was a bad look for our country. These two people are incompetent. And at least Hillary's competent. She's just Trump deranged. She was so deranged. She is an angry woman. But I watched the other two speaking and answering basic questions. Look, Gavin has destroyed California. And AOC, I never heard her speak very much. And they started answering questions. She had no idea what was happening. She had no idea how to answer, very important questions concerning the world. But she can't answer questions concerning New York City either. Because New York City got some problems.
Now that Gaza's entering phase.
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. Or $1 if you're on Rumble.
Should Israel lift its ban on foreign journalists being allowed into Gaza?
We'll be lifting a lot of bans pretty soon. I think you're going to see everything opening up. Gaza, look, we have peace in the Middle East. Now, you have some flames here and there, but we essentially have peace in the Middle East. And that happened primarily when we did the B-2 attack on the potential nuclear power. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month. If that happened, it would have been a whole different deal. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
So the $5 billion that you announced yesterday for the Board of Peace, is that a down payment, or are you expecting more?
We want to help people. That's peanuts compared to the kind of money that has been spent in the Middle East by Bush, by Obama, by all of these people, by Biden. I mean, the money he spent. But the money he spent, that's such a small amount of money by comparison. But we want to make it successful. I think it has the chance to be the most consequential board ever assembled of any kind.
What was called for Ron DeSantis?
Great. We had a great time. We had Ron and a couple of other people, two great coaches, as you know. The two greatest coaches, I would say, certainly in college football. And we had a good time playing golf. Thank you very much. I didn't get to play today because I'm working on other things, very important things, much more important than golf. Thank you very much.
Melania for Valentine's, Mr. President?
She's on the plane. Melania's on the plane. We have a movie star on the plane.
Did you have any Valentine's Day plans with her?
Did I have what?
Oh yeah, hopefully you guys had a good Valentine's Day and all that. Hopefully everything worked out for you. You went on your nice little date with your wife. You feel me? All that good stuff, or your girlfriend or significant other, or the little situationship that you like to link up with maybe once or twice a week. I feel you. I see you out there. All right, let's get back to it.
Anything for Valentine's with her? Did you give her flowers?
I better not tell you that. Goodbye, everybody. That's the toughest question. No, she's very, I'm proud of the fact, her movie's so successful. It's a tremendous hit. And she does a good job. She does some very consequential work. I think you're going to see in the end that she's going to go down as one of the truly great first ladies. When you see what she's doing with Russia, Ukraine, and so many of the other things she's doing. She's done.
I mean, I'll be real with you. She is. I mean, look, I haven't heard too much about what she did, but one thing that's truly impressive is how she was working with the Russian government to pretty much get the Ukrainian kids that were, well, either that was in the war zone and that the Russians took in, or the ones that they actually picked up out of human trafficking cells. Yes, picking up kids out of human trafficking cells and bringing them back to Russia. And Melania was actually able to get them kids out and into a safe place, or, well, really safe orphanages. And we'll see. Hopefully that works out for them, because, you know, the orphanages, they usually sometimes lead right into child trafficking, sadly. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully.
Yeah, she works very hard.
Is Westmore invited to the White House this week, Mr. President?
Just so you understand, the governors were all, other than two. One was from Colorado, where he's got a 73-year-old woman who's probably got serious cancer, confined, and for some time in solitary confinement, because she pointed out the voter theft that was taking place. In other words, she pointed it out. They arrested her and they gave her a 9-year sentence. And he better let her go, because it's a disgrace. And the other guy's just a bad governor. He's not doing a good job. Westmore, he's doing a terrible job. And you can see that. Well, I didn't invite those two. If the rest of them don't want to show up, that's okay. I hear they're coming, a lot of them. The White House is a great place to be. But no, I don't like the job that Westmore's doing. I don't like the job he's doing at the bridge. I don't like the fact that he did that horrible, with the pipes and the Potomac. And he's not doing the job. They got to do it, and I'm gonna have to get the federal government involved in getting it fixed, because he can't fix anything. Thank you very much.
All righty. Oh yeah, and if you don't know where those, because I did. So look, the children displaced from the Ukraine to Russian address in the letters from Melania Trump to Vladimir Putin in 2025 through 2026 has been returned. Well, children has been returned to their families in Ukraine. And 7 reparation efforts have occurred, with at least 15 children returned as of February 2026, primarily through facilities and safe returns to Ukrainian territory. And, kids whose parents are not yet found are being, Child Protective Services. Well, their version of Child Protective Service. So, pray for them. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to our guy, Chuck Schumer. Okay. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it by double tapping that screen and making sure to like the video. And any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, just super chat it in. Let's get right into it.
Leader Schumer, thanks for joining us. So let's talk about where negotiations stand right now. President Trump told reporters that he's talking with Democrats and that, quote, "I know what they want. I know what they can live with," unquote. Are you willing to accept anything less than the White House agreeing to all 10 of your demands to rein in ICE and fire Secretary Noem, or is it all or nothing?
Look, the bottom line is we have 3 basic objectives to rein in ICE and end the violence. First, no more of these roving patrols. You can't just go to someone's house, bash in their door without a warrant. You can't indiscriminately grab someone off the streets. And
now, hold on now. That's not what's happening. They're coming in with an administrative warrant. The problem is that the Dems said, no, where's the judicial warrant? Where's the warrant coming from a judge? The problem with but here's the thing about these administrative warrants. They can only be enacted upon if it's attached to a final order of removal. So it's not like they're not going off an order of a judge, because a final order of removal came from a judge, which is attached to the administrative warrant. And that's the real paperwork with the administrative warrant. And that's the real argument. Is that a legit warrant to go in and start kicking in doors over?
Arrest them. What we're proposing is that stop. We're also proposing that ICE agents can't go to certain special places, churches, schools, polling places. We're saying that they should end racial discrimination and not just pick someone up on the basis of what they look like. And we are proposing that the ICE be monitored carefully as well. The second area is accountability. They have to coordinate with local governments. They don't do that now. They just
no. The local governments don't coordinate with ICE. And here's the thing. Remember when Chicago police or the Chicago Marital Police not to help out ICE? Don't get involved in their operations. Minneapolis, you guys said, oh, we only got like 600 officers in such a big ass city, so we can't help ICE. And instead of just going out there and trying anyway, or asking for surrounding cities to bring in their local police to try, you just left it all on ICE. So no, it's not that ICE is not working with the local officials. It's the local officials or local police. Anybody who's local ain't working with ICE, and they're leaving it all up to them. I mean, if the local police was helping ICE, well, then those 1,000 custom border patrol police would have never been in there, would have never been in Minneapolis, and maybe Alex Preddy never would have gotten killed. So that's what they're not willing to tell you. The lack of leadership on their side that led to this.
Show up in an area that may be perfectly safe and fine. We need a code of use of force. Every police department across the country has one, but you look at the videos here and you see them just beating the daylights out of people. It's not America. And finally, and maybe most important, no secret police. No police department in America doesn't identify themselves, but these guys wear masks. They don't have cameras. We need masks off. We need cameras on. And we need
no cameras on is great, but no mask off, because I guarantee you there's going to be more harassment of these ICE officers and their families. And sadly, wherever they attend, if they're Christian, their church is going to get harassed. If they're Muslim, the mosque, Jew, like synagogue. It's like, this is what it's turning out to be. We cannot trust the Democratic base with the mask off policy. Can't do it. And then here's the thing. You know what? How about this? Bring out local police. Bring out the National Guardmen and prove me wrong. Because remember, these protesters are radicalized. Once they see the local police working with ICE, there's no differentiation between them. They're going to see them as ICE. They're going to see them with their mask off, and they will harass their families. And these are local police. There's nowhere for them to go. So please, and this is why they don't bring out the local police, because they know the local police will get harassed just like the ICE officers. So there you go. That's the real reason why.
Every ICE officer to be identified. Jake, these are common sense proposals. They're supported by the American people. Why won't Republicans go for them? They don't give any good answers. Well, it's something that every police department does across the country, but ICE is rogue out of.
But the police departments are supposed to be the ones helping ICE. And if they don't want to help ICE with their operations, great. Provide crowd control. Because that's all they're supposed to be doing. That's all they're supposed to be there for. But they got ICE out there in Minneapolis, not only doing ICE operations, immigration operations, but they also got them doing crowd control to the point where they had to bring in custom border patrol. That's because there is no help from the mayor, no help from the governor. But, we just going to blame it all on ICE? And that's fair. No. And anyone to come up here and lie and tell you that, they're not willing to work with local law enforcement. Nigga, they begging for local law enforcement.
Control.
Republicans say that there is a standard of force when it comes to ICE and CBP. And they also say, in terms of unmasking, that will expose the ICE agents and CBP agents and their families to doxing and threats to their safety.
Yeah, just look at every police department across the country. They don't walk around in masks. They don't walk around.
Because they don't got to worry about doxing. Because you're not calling them the Gestapo. Because you're not calling them a bunch of fascists. You're not calling them KKK members. You're not calling them niggas. None of that. Excuse my language. Sorry. I am a bit upset by this guy. But you're not calling them none of that. It's the rhetoric. If you were calling our local police the same thing, they would have to wear masks. So shut the fuck up about that. Because they know they dead wrong for the rhetoric about ICE. And that's why ICE is being treated like that. And if you go put the local police out there to help ICE, they'll get treated the same way. And that's why they're not doing it.
Unidentified. Every police department is identified. In New York City, you see the name right on the breastplate, and the police are fine with that. So that makes no sense what they're saying. And all we're asking is that they follow what police departments do across the country. ICE is rogue. The American people, when they have seen these videos, recoil. They say, this is not America.
Now, when you see those videos, you know who's supposed to be there in those videos? Local police. Local police was supposed to tell Renee Good to get the F out of the middle of the street and stop interfering with ICE. And if you stay here, we're going to arrest you. That was supposed to be local police's job. But, Jacob Fry didn't want to bring them in, and neither did Tim Walz. Local police was supposed to stop Alex Preddy and that woman from getting close to ICE. But nope. Y'all left that to Custom Border Patrol and left that guy to push them out the way. So please spare me with the bullshit.
And why aren't Republicans agreeing with that? It makes no sense.
Well,
why won't you let local law enforcement help ICE? Why won't you hold the Democrats accountable for that?
If they are going after the cartels, I understand with the roving patrols and such that you're talking about, but if in specific targeted instances, if ICE agents are going after criminals, violent criminals, members of the cartels or whatever, and you'll acknowledge that some, maybe a minority, but some of the people being picked up are that, there certainly is an understandable concern about an ICE agent's safety in that instance,
every other police department in America is unmasked. ICE can do the same.
Because every other police department in America is not being called Gestapo. They're not being called terrorists. I mean, you're not telling people that they're going to be taken away to a foreign torture dungeon. So you don't think that has anything to do with how ICE is being perceived and treated? That has nothing to do with it. That, Democratic minority leader Chuck Schumer and Governor Tim Walz is out here calling these people Gestapo. Like, you sure that ain't got nothing to do with it at all? Not one bit. Interesting.
This is a rogue force. They're almost trained, it looks like, to be nasty and mean and cruel and go way beyond what ordinary police departments do. So they need to be reined in. They need to stop the violence. And the question that Americans are asking is, why?
Schumer, y'all need to rein in these protesters because they're turning into obstructionists. Bro, we got protesters throwing fireworks at ICE, throwing rocks at ICE, ice water bottles at ICE. I mean, they bit off a guy's finger. Oh, so we don't want to tell them to rein it in a little bit too?
Why aren't Republicans going along with these common sense proposals? They're not crazy. They're not way out. They're what every police department in America does.
So your fellow Democratic Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, who voted against shutting down the government, he pointed out that, quote, this shutdown literally has zero impact on ICE functionality. Democracy demands a way forward to reform ICE without damaging our critical national security agencies, unquote. And it is true that CBP and ICE are fully funded.
Yeah, let me tell you how retarded these people are. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just saying F the asshootability today, because this is how retarded these guys are. They're retarded enough to sit there and complain about ICE and say, well, we want changes to ICE. We're just going to go ahead and defund all of DHS, which does include FEMA, Coast Guard, and local law enforcement. So they found a way to defund the police, but they say they're going after ICE. I mean, are you serious? Like, this is really what y'all doing?
Without damaging our critical national security agencies, unquote. And it is true that CBP and ICE are fully funded this year, and you're using the funding of other parts of DHS, such as the Coast Guard or TSA, as leverage. And in the meantime, ICE can keep doing whatever it wants to do. So the question would be, how does the shutdown do anything to accomplish the goal of reining in Trump's immigration crackdown if ICE and CBP are not necessarily directly affected?
Well, 2 points. First, we have proposed that the guardrails that will be applied to ICE are applied not just to the present funding, but to the previous funding that was in the big bad bill. That's very important to us. So that will rein in all of the ICE agents, no matter where they're funded. But second, there's a simple answer to this.
No, it won't, because ICE is funded all the way up until, well, I believe 2027, 2028. So no, there's nothing you could do to them. And everybody knows this, Chuck Schumer. So you can sit there and lie to the public, but we all know the truth. What you guys are doing right now won't affect ICE.
Republicans, go along with these common sense proposals, and we'll fund the whole DHS bill, the whole Department of Homeland Security bill. Just go along. Again, I cannot repeat enough. These are common sense. Police departments across America use them. We have a rogue agency. Why don't we rein them in? That's what the American people are asking Republicans, and that's why they're going to have to go along with us. And I believe they'll have no choice but to go along with us, because it's so common sense and so much supported by the American people.
You know, it's also common sense letting local law enforcement help out ICE to provide crowd control. That's also common sense as well. You could actually enforce all governors and mayors to put a bill in to demand them to help ICE with crowd control. Y'all could have did that, and that would have protected a lot of American people and a lot of ICE officers instead of this BS right here.
They're losing support every day by not supporting these common sense proposals. That's a lot of bull. They show no evidence of voter fraud. They show there's so little in the country. And to have ICE agents, these thugs, be by the polling places, that just flies in the face of how democracy works, of how we've had elections for.
You see the dehumanization of, well, fellow Americans, by the way. These are American citizens that are working for us, and you just called them thugs. You called ICE officers, federal agents, thugs, and you think that has nothing to do with how the people are reacting to them, how they're throwing stuff at them? That has nothing to do with it. All right.
Hundreds of years, very successfully. It makes no sense at all. And we will, in our legislation, we say that ICE agents should not be anywhere near polling places. Again, I think most Americans agree. You talk to people at polling places who operate the polling places, they don't want these ICE agents near them and intimidate.
Why don't you want ICE officers around voting places? Is that because you allow illegals to vote? Like, could that be the reason? Why would you care if there's no illegals pulling up? Why you care that ICE is there?
Dating them.
About 83% of the American people, including majority Democrats, support voter ID laws.
Well, yeah, the voter ID laws that first, each state can have its own voter ID laws, and some do and some don't. But secondly, what they are proposing in this so-called SAVE Act is like Jim Crow 2.0. They make it so hard to get any kind of voter ID that more than 20 million legitimate people, mainly poorer people and people of color, will not be able to vote under this law.
Wow. Mainly poor people and people of color. I mean, like, bro, most people in the hood, right? Children in the hood, ghettos, projects, wherever like low income area you want to pick out, by middle school, they'll have an ID. I hope you know this. They'll have an ID, a form of identification, and they're taught to update that form of identification, especially, when they turn 16 or 18 or going out to get their license as well. Like, we're taught this. You're talking about somebody who came from the projects himself, who also had an ID by the time I was in 5th grade. So what are you talking about? It's only $15, bro. Like, are you serious? So you think we're that poor? You think black people are that poor and that dumb? And black people continuously vote for this party? Hilarious.
Will not let it pass in the Senate. We are fighting it tooth and nail. It's an outrageous proposal that is, that shows the sort of political bias of the MAGA right. They don't want poor people to vote. They don't want people of color to vote because they often don't vote for them.
Earlier this week,
bro, that has nothing to do with it. You're pretty much saying that because we're requiring people to prove their citizenship, we don't want them to vote, as if black people cannot provide citizenship. Like, you go out to the hood right now and ask them, hey, how much do you have their IDs? Most of them are going to have it unless they're homeless. So, I mean, if you're talking about it's going to disenfranchise the homeless to vote, you might have a point there. But your everyday black American in a low income area will be able to vote. Most of them, majority of them, have their ID. So please don't insult my community like that.
You introduced Virginia's law in honor of prominent Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre, who died by suicide last year. The law would eliminate the statute of limitations for survivors of sexual abuse so they can sue their abusers. Is there bipartisan support for this legislation? Do you have 60 votes?
The survivors are working very, very hard, and they've been so successful, as you know, because of their good work. Congress voted virtually unanimously. There was only one dissenting vote in the House, none in the Senate, to make the Epstein files public. Now, I have to say that Kristi Noem and all of them, Bondi, are not making them public, and they're derelict in disobeying this law. But the fact that we got Republican support to actually make the files public, and because the survivors were so instrumental in doing that, they're going to work hard to see if we can get some Republican.
I mean, let's be real. Getting Republican support on the Epstein files and getting it for your ICE demands is way two different things, bro. Trust me. And that was more of a Massey Rouhana combination. Chuck Schumer, you were nowhere to be found for that. You actually, I believe you're one of the Dems that went to keep your hands off it. I mean, all under Biden, you didn't bring it up. And Rouhana is the one who brought it up with other Democrats, and you weren't part of that group, buddy. Let's be real. But shout out to Democrats that did stand up to release the Epstein files. Shout out and to Republicans as well. But let's be real, not all Republicans and not all Democrats put their hand in there.
We turn now to House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who joins us this morning from New York City. Leader Jeffries, thank you for being here.
Good morning. Great to be with you.
So as this shutdown continues, I want to remind our viewers what it is exactly congressional Democrats are seeking to reopen the Department of Homeland Security. You want immigration agents to show IDs, to wear body cameras, take off their masks, stop racial profiling, and seek judicial warrants to enter private property. Talks between the White House and congressional Democrats are continuing. Are you willing to compromise, to let any of these go to get the government reopened?
Well, our value proposition is simple. Taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not brutalize or kill them, as we horrifically saw in Minneapolis with the cold-blooded killings of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy.
Cold-blooded killings. Like, really, that's the language you want to use. Cold-blooded, as if they just took them out the car and executed them. As this Alex Preddy having a gun on him didn't have anything to do with him getting shot. If he didn't have that gun on him, he wouldn't have got shot. Oh, actually, you know what? It's not even about the gun, because you got Second Amendment rights. It's about the fact that he didn't let a law enforcement officer know that he had a gun on this person, and he walked up to a law enforcement officer, putting his hands on him, trying to get him to stop to going towards that lady. If he wanted to go help the lady, he'd have went over there to go pick her up out of the snow. No, instead he went right in front of the law enforcement officer, putting his hands on him, which is basically, I mean, not only obstruction, but can be seen as insulting an officer. And if you don't believe that, remember, there was a January 6th guy that bumped into an officer, and you guys called that assault, and you were okay, and you cheered for that man to be in jail. So let's keep that consistency with Alex Preddy. And that's what got him unalive. Renee Good, being in the middle of the street, obstructing ICE officers. They warned her, if you don't get out, you will be arrested. I mean, they told her to get out the car. She said no. They put their hand in the car. She decided to move her car, put an ICE officer right in the line, right in front of the car, and decided to drive. Even though she was turning away from the perception of the ICE officer, he thought that car was coming to him, and he pulled out and shot her. I'll be real with you, that is a lawful shot.
We know, and the American people clearly know, that ICE is totally out of control, and they need to be reined in.
So cold-blooded murder? No, that's bro. I'm be real with you. That's such a dishonest way of putting it.
Because the American people deserve immigration enforcement that is fair, that is just, and that is humane. And so we need dramatic change at ICE, including but not limited to the types of things that you laid out before any DHS funding bill moves forward.
With the exception of some flexibility on body cameras, because they're starting to spend some money to get those out there, some Republicans have rejected this list of policy reform proposals. You guys still seem miles apart. So when conceivably will we see this resolved? And again, I ask you, are there any of these points that you're willing to let go in order to get the government reopened?
Well, we're willing to have a good faith conversation about everything, but fundamentally, we need change that is dramatic, that is bold, that is meaningful, and that is transformational. And these are common sense things. For instance, judicial warrants should be required before ICE agents can store.
I mean, yeah, and that'll be an argument most likely left to the Supreme Court, because like I said, he's not telling you the real about these administrative warrants and how they're attached to a judge order for a final removal. He's not telling you that. Now, like I said, we can sit there and have the debate if that's a qualifying warrant to go ahead and kick in people's doors over. But let's not sit there. But when they sit there and say, oh, they're going on there with no warrant, that's a lie. And then when they want to admit that it's an administrative warrant only, they don't want to sit there and be like, yeah, but it is attached to a final order of removal. So it's either going to straight up lie to you or just not give you all the details when it comes to this situation right here.
On private property or rip everyday Americans out of their homes. We need to make sure that there are actual independent investigations so that if state and local laws are violated, in many cases violently violated, that state and local authorities have the ability to criminally investigate and criminally prosecute anyone who has violated the law, because we cannot trust Kristi Noem or Pam Bondi to conduct an independent investigation. We believe that sensitive locations.
Yeah, then who do we trust? That's the problem, because since this was a federal agent, it's going to be left to be investigated by the feds, and that's just how it's done. It's been that way forever. So you're pretty much mad about, well, the order of how this goes when it comes to police shootings? You're upset about that? Because that's always how it's been, guys, like it or not. When a police shooting happens, what happens? It's usually what? An internal investigation done by who? The police department. They got their own little thing for that. So when this happens and it's being investigated by the feds, it's the same thing. Now, if you guys want to sit there and get mad at that, sure. But it's not really a valid reason to sit there and not trust the results of the investigation, be honest with you, because it's always been done like this. And if you feel like this is a corrupt way of doing things, well, I somewhat agree with you, actually.
Should be off limits. Sensitive locations like houses of worship, schools, hospitals, or polling sites, and that fundamentally ICE should be targeting violent felons who are here unlawfully, as opposed to—
No, Akeem, ICE is going to be targeting people who are here unlawfully, undocumented immigrants, and those who commit violent crime. Like, I don't know why these Democrats think that they can just pick and choose. Like, oh, we only want to get rid of the criminals. Bro, we want to get rid of all of them. All of them needs to go because they are a strain on our resources. They are a strain on the American economy. Like it or not, that's just a fact of the matter. And I love how Liz will sit there and say, well, immigrants put into the economy. Legal ones do, you dumbass, not the undocumented.
To violently targeting law-abiding immigrant families, which is completely inconsistent with what Donald Trump promised the American people he would do.
Right. And we, of course, this past week reported that about 14% of those detained had violent criminal records. About 60% of them were wanted on criminal records overall, but it was that 14% violent criminals. It sounds like this is going to go on a while because Tom Homan wasn't terribly flexible on anything, especially on the issue of warrants and masks. You're not ceding any ground. So there's a few things coming up here. For example, State of the Union is scheduled for a week from Tuesday. Should it be held if the Department of Homeland Security is shut down?
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. It's certainly my hope
Sounds
that we
like
get some
you're gonna get to it,
resolution
though. I mean,
in advance of it. Well, here's the thing. The administration and Republicans have made a clear decision that they would rather shut down.
No. Whoa. Bro, you made a clear decision that you guys, because you can't touch ICE, you'd rather shut down the entire DHS department. Just like you guys during the last shutdown said that, yo, we will let Americans go without food stamps because we want the ASA subsidies that y'all didn't get anyway. And you still ain't got. So please don't, y'all, bro, Dems, how do y'all believe this? No, actually, guys, I went ahead and posted the call-in link for all naysayers. So go to my page and go to my homepage, go to the post tab, and you'll see the StreamYard link. You know what? I'll even post it in the chat for anybody who disagrees with pretty much what I'm about to say right now. No, and let's get back to, and let me make sure I got it right from King Jeffrey.
We get some resolution in advance of it. Well, here's the thing. The administration and Republicans have made a clear decision.
So how could the administration and Republicans make a clear decision when they're the ones that want DHS to stay open? They already got their funding. They're good. It's the Democrats who are upset with ICE, who wants to shut down DHS because of ICE. One, how is that fair? And two, how can you blame the Republicans when they're the ones voting no for the funding? Please come up there and explain this to me, because I bet you won't.
That they would rather shut down FEMA, shut down the Coast Guard, and shut down TSA than enact the type of dramatic reforms necessary so that ICE and other DHS law enforcement agencies are conducting themselves like every other law enforcement professional in the country. For instance, police officers don't use masks. County sheriffs don't use masks.
Yeah, because you're not calling them Gestapo, you're not calling them terrorists, and you're not telling your constituents that, oh, they're just gonna take you away to a torture dungeon. If you were saying that about local law enforcement and sheriffs, then yeah, you probably getting the same reaction that Renee Good had to those police officers running away because she probably thought that she was going to be taken away to a foreign torture dungeon. So yeah, that's on you.
Troopers don't use masks. Why is it that ICE agents who are untrained are being unleashed on American communities?
And then, bro, they can't even prove that they're untrained. They are trained. They do have a training that they go through. Most of these guys are ex-law enforcement and veterans, and maybe the other ones are ex-security, which if you want to call them untrained, I guess. But most of these guys, ex-law enforcement. So no, you guys can kill the untrained part.
With this type of lawlessness, violence, and brutality, unacceptable unconscionable, and it's un-American.
Yeah, and we went over this with Tom Homan a little earlier. Of course, they point out that assaults against ICE officers have gone up over 13.
And like I said, guys, I'll go ahead and I'll be nice enough to walk you through it. You can go to my page, this post tab right here, and you'll go ahead and you'll see the StreamYard link that was posted 5 minutes ago. And like I said, if you disagree with what I'm saying, please come up here and make it make sense, because I promise you can't.
100% this past year, from about 275 compared to 19 the year before. So there are some legitimate concerns about those agents being targeted. But your broader point about whether or not law enforcement should behave the same as other law enforcement is heard.
Yes, and we're going to continue, of course, to encourage the American people to exercise their constitutional rights, their freedom of assembly, and their freedom of speech, and their freedom of expression peacefully, as we saw overwhelmingly done in Minneapolis.
All right, well, we'll stay tuned on the shutdown and the negotiations. And let me ask you a few other things while we have you. First of all, you're a member of the Gang of Eight who gets briefed on national security matters. The Pentagon is reportedly planning for the possibility of sustained weeks-long operations against Iran if diplomacy fails and the president opts to attack. What do you know about those plans, or what would you want to learn as a member of the Gang of Eight?
Well, the administration, as has been the case since the very beginning of this presidency, has been slow to provide information both to the Gang of Eight members of Congress, the legislative leadership, and the top Democrats and Republicans on the Intel Committee, and certainly hasn't provided a significant amount of information to Congress in general. These people within the administration, the extremists, they don't seem to believe that Congress is a separate and co-equal branch of government. We are. In fact,
no, bro, I'm gonna be real with you. There's been a lot of congressmen that's been talking about the plans for Iran, especially the Republicans and even the Democrats. So no, you just didn't read it. You just don't care, Akeem. You just don't care. You don't care what's going on in Iran. Just like you didn't care what was going on with the Palestinians in Gaza. It's like, let's be real, you don't care. And that's fine. But don't act like you do.
Power to declare war is exclusively given,
like, dog, if Lindsey Graham got the plans, then you should have got it too.
To Congress in Article 1 of the United States Constitution. Now, the American people want Donald Trump and Republicans to actually keep their promise and focus on driving down the high cost of living and fixing our broken healthcare system. There was Donald Trump who promised, in fact, that costs would go down on day one. Costs haven't gone down. We're in the midst of an affordability crisis that hasn't been resolved. Perhaps the president should focus on making life better for the American people.
And maybe you should tell the Democratic politicians that when they get in office, could you not make things more expensive? Like, can you not raise taxes? Can you not add unnecessary costs to the American people? That'd be nice.
Period. Full stop.
I hear you on that. I want to remind our viewers of the current TikTok tight margins in the House. You've got to net at least 3 seats to take the majority at this point. I want to play for you part of what you had to say about the 2026 elections when you were asked this point. I want to play for you part of what you had to say about the 2026 elections when you were asked this past Thursday. Take a listen.
We only need to net 3. It's happening. Democrats are going to take back control of the House. And the only question is, what's the margin?
Right now, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee considers 44 of the 435 seats in the House in play, including, you just added 5 new ones this past week: South Central Virginia, District in South Carolina, Southern Minnesota, Central Colorado, and the at-large seat in Montana. Parts of the country where Democrats don't normally win elections, we should point out. So if the election were held today, at minimum, how many seats do you see Democrats winning?
Well, if the election were held today, we're taking back control of the House of Representatives, and I'm not convinced that it would necessarily be close. But these are battles that are going to be...
I mean, y'all said the same thing about Kamala, but y'all see how that worked out for y'all.
Waged district by district by district. We know we're winning seats now in deep red territory. We saw that in Miami in December, where we won the mayor's race for the first time in 30 years by 20 points. And then in January, of course, we flipped a seat in the Texas State Senate that Donald Trump had just...
Well, hold on now. That's because they split the ballot with the Republicans. There's actually more Republicans who voted than Democrats. And if they didn't split the ballot between the 2 Republicans, the Republicans would have won that. And guess what? That guy, well, and we'll see come November, because when comes November, that guy who won Texas got to go for re-election. And guess what? He'll only be going against one Republican candidate. So we'll see if the same thing plays out like last time. That Republican candidate will be taking back that seat.
Just won by 17 points. The Democratic candidate won it by 14. That was a 31-point overperformance. And then just last weekend in Louisiana, we flipped the House seat that Trump had won by 14. We won that, or 13. So we won that by 24 points. That was a 37-point overperformance. My point is, we're winning across the country in blue states and purple states and red states, because the American people know we're the only ones focused on driving down the high cost of living, fixing our
No. If anything, they probably just don't like the whole no new war thing. And I'm be honest with you, like maybe the ICE thing is what got them going. I'm be real with you. Actually, I think that the Democratic base is now, honestly, they're doubling down. More people are coming out to vote Democrat because of the rhetoric of the Democrat Party. And that's smart. That's actually a brilliant strategy, because it kind of showed in Virginia that more Democrats came out to vote for Abigail Spanberger than Kamala Harris. So it actually shows the doubling down of the Democrat Party. It's not like they're getting Republicans to go Democrat. No, they're just doubling it down. And let me also give some credit to the Democrats. For the independents who promises weren't fulfilled by Trump, they're also probably swinging in that direction as well.
Broken healthcare system and making sure that immigration enforcement is fair and just.
You've got to get at least
AKA no immigration enforcement.
20 to 25 seats, all 44 seats. What do you think right now?
Don't get too cocky now.
Give me a number.
Well, I'm not in the prediction business. I'm in the let's win on behalf of the American people so we can end this national nightmare business.
All right. Leader Jeffries, to be continued on the shutdown and on the midterms. We appreciate you spending some time with us.
And all right. Shout out to that guy, Jeffries. All right, let's get over to the right side of media with Fox News. Because again, like I said, Fetterman seems to be the only Dem that has, well, no TD. Well, not the only Dem, but one of the few Dems that have no TDS.
Democrats will keep pushing the administration and our Republican colleagues to rein in ICE and stop the violence.
Democrats. Hey guys, you know what's funny? No Republican is in my backyard talk about let's debate, because they can't defend their position. They can make fun of you. They can call you stupid and all that good stuff. But when you make them defend their position, they back down every time.
Are never going to get their full.
Well, unless they're my Dems. Like, I guess Sid will always come up, Parabolic, Chad, depending on how reckless I'm being. So yeah, it's ever those guys. So shout out to you guys.
Wish list. That's not the way this works.
All right, Democrats and Republicans at odds over DHS funding as the government enters another partial shutdown, with essential services such as FEMA and TSA being impacted. For more on what it'll take to reach a compromise, let's bring in Republican Congressman Tim Burchett. Congressman, it is great to see you again. Thanks so much for joining the show.
Thank you for having me, ma'am. It's a pleasure.
Pleasure's all mine. All right, so the hopes of ending this partial government shutdown are looking pretty bleak. You had Senator John Fetterman, the only Democrat who voted to advance the full-year funding bill, saying his Democratic colleagues have boxed themselves in. He says, quote, "What the F is the Democratic off-ramp on this? Once you set this in motion, ICE already has all the BBB money that it needs. Where's our leverage?"
That's what I'm wondering too. It's like, bro, here's the thing. I know their leverage is the American people. That's the leverage, buddy. He's like, I thought you figured that out, Fetterman. I think you just don't want to come to the grips with it that, yeah, we have no leverage, no political leverage. Our political leverage is the suffering that we're going to impose upon the people that work under DHS. That's our leverage, the American people, just like they did with the last shutdown. They had no effing leverage, but, oh, you're going to let Americans starve? What the fuck? That means your leverage was starving Americans? Just like now. Where's your leverage? Well, I'll tell you, it's us.
At the same time, you do see House Democrats floating a proposal that would take care of basically every agency under DHS except for ICE. Mm-hmm. Do you think that's evidence that Democrats realize they're on shaky ground justifying all of this?
Well, I guess no pun intended, but they are on thin ice. And I'm complimentary of President Trump, of course, because he put the funding in the big, beautiful bill for Border Patrol and Customs. I think he foresaw it as oftentimes Trump's playing chess and the rest of us are playing checkers. So, yeah, I think the Democrats' objective here is to cause as much pain as they can. And they've clearly shown that in the past. They have no real agenda other than to disrupt President Trump's agenda, and that's America's agenda. Who in the world would want to defund ICE?
Oh, guys, let's make sure to support the stream with any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements. Appreciate the support, by the way, by those who are just watching. So make sure to double tap that screen, like the video. But let's make sure to get that support up to keep the stream going longer.
Defund FEMA, defund the TSA. Why would you do that? All you want to do is cause pain in this country. And that's clearly what the Democrats are going to
defund FEMA, defund the TSA. I mean, like I said, they're going to cause those air travel troubles again. I mean, I don't think everybody's still going through that crazy snowstorm still, because most of the snow is melted in my area. So I'm not, but let's be real. If anything happens and you guys defunded FEMA, that's on y'all, Dems. But what would they say? Oh, it's the Republicans the reason why FEMA can't go out there. It's the Republicans the reason why your flight's delayed, even though they're the ones shutting it down.
try to do. They did this the last time and their numbers went down. I mean, I know they're all good little soldiers, but that guy, when Senator Fetterman's the only one out there making any sense, I think you need to readjust your polling data.
Yeah, I mean, his point is that both ICE and CBP already have funding because of the Big Beautiful Bill. They're not impacted by this shutdown at all, but you do have, you know, FEMA, the Coast Guard, Secret Service, and TSA all, you know, without any funding. TSA's acting administrator this week raised some national security concerns about that. Listen to this.
The FIFA World Cup is only 121 days away, kicking off on June 11th, when America will welcome millions of visitors from the world over to our country. TSA will be front and center, welcoming travelers and fans safely and securely through our airports as they travel to see the games. We need to ensure we are adequately prepared, both from a staffing and technology perspective, and we do not have the luxury of time.
So why do you think Democrats are trying to make sure this goes through the State of the Union? Is that, do you think, preconceived to try to score political points?
Sure, they're all about symbols, ma'am. They disrupt the president. You have one member shaking his cane. They dress up different. They walk out. They walk out during his, to create all this fake outrage. I find it very ironic. I'm surprised nobody's pointed it out that the Coast Guard's budget's around $14.5 billion, and that's about the amount of money they stole out of Minnesota through their fraudulent activity. And that the Democrats are protesting.
And like I said, bro, they haven't gotten anything that they ever wanted out of a shutdown. And like Fetterman said, where's the off ramp? Where's your leverage? And the leverage is us. And like I said, even with the ACA subsidies, I mean, what was it? It was Akeem Jeffries who lied to the American people, talk about, oh, well, we got the ACA subsidies passed through the House, not to the Senate. And I'll read it off right here for you. Boom. As of early 2026, the U.S. House of Representatives passed a 3-year extension of the Enhanced Affordability Care Act subsidies, but it has not yet passed the Senate. Therefore, it ain't here yet. They never got it extended and is being held up by the Senate. Who has majority rule in the Senate? Republicans. So if you want to blame Republicans for it not passing the Senate, I'll give you that. But it hasn't passed. Therefore, what did y'all do this for? Y'all still ain't got the subsidies. Still. But, I mean, you let Schumer lie to you. You let Akeem lie to you and tell you that they've been passed like they've made any real progress.
Allow them to continue doing this. I think their objectives and their direction is clearly wrong with what's happening in America today. The far left, the Marxist element has really taken over. I mean, they're not even denying it anymore. They have taken over the Democrat Party, and it's not your granddad's. Heck, it's not even Bill Clinton's Democrat Party anymore. They have clearly gone so far to the left. I don't think there's any coming back. But the problem we have on our side is our messaging. And President Trump, once again, is correct about that. We are terrible at messaging. President Trump has teed up a lot of great issues, and we continue to fumble it. So I'd hope some of my fellow members would start messaging what's going on in this country and what needs to happen.
All right. I want to turn to the economy. There was a lot of positive economic data this week. You had a good jobs report, better than expected CPI report, also some blockbuster highs for the stock market. But prices are still high. And the Washington Post editorial.
Like, sis, you can't be this delusional, though. Like, sis, She hit me with he didn't lie, it passed the House. No, he said the ASA subsidies went through, they passed. That means they were signed into law when they weren't, because it got to get past the Senate. So no, he did lie. They didn't get the ASA subsidies for the American people. They didn't.
The board writes this: what do bad breath, wilted flowers, and protectionism have in common? They might spoil Valentine's Day. Boxes of chocolates from outside the U.S. cost an extra 8% thanks to 2025 tariff increases, according to the Cato Institute's Scott Linicombe. Imported Valentine's Day classics are up across the board. Flowers cost 9% more. Jewelry is up 23%. Lingerie costs an extra 25%. So my question to you is, did it cost you a lot more to say I love you this year to Mrs. Burchett?
Well, it did. I save up every year. Took our good friends Troy and Jackie Whiteside. We all went out to eat, and I noticed it was a little bit higher than it was the year before. But and I haven't bought myself any lingerie in a long time, so I can't make any comparisons there. But the reality is, inflation is real. I mean, look at the Biden administration.
I wouldn't
4
say
years
too much about that
unchecked
one.
spending, just billions, and throwing money overseas to, drag shows and all that nonsense they sponsored all over the world. And they drove us into oblivion, and we're just trying to maintain right now.
I mean, that is a good point, though. All that USA that they were sending for these trans shows and, I don't know, child programs around the world, while letting our childs go stupid, by the way, that's what the Dems are doing. But then they want to complain about education, affordability. When they sat there for 4 years, they ignored all that. That's the problem when it comes to the Dems. Y'all want to talk about affordability, but under Biden, things became the most unaffordable. So, I mean, where were y'all then about affordability?
And that's what you see. You can't have that kind of spending over 4 years unchecked and you not have to pay the price. And that's exactly what inflation's about. It's like you have a glass of sweet tea and you just keep pouring clear water into it. Eventually it's going to weaken out. And that's what they do. They just print more money and hopefully they can get through the next election. And that's their goal. It's the goal of power. It's the goal of control.
And here's the thing, look, Biden's bills, look, guys, I'm not going to sit here and say that Biden's bills did nothing good whatsoever, but it did cause inflation. There are some good things that the bill did, but on the backs of the American people, because we have to print more money and the inflation transferred over to the American people. That's the problem. We can sit here and name all the good that Biden's bills have done, and then there was some bullshit as well, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that we have to print money for it and it caused inflation. It is what it is.
Okay, it is day 3 of the partial.
Honestly, if he didn't do all that spending and he just left Trump spending whatever inflation that would have happened, he could have blamed on Trump. But due to the fact that he was spending willy-nilly, well, you can't really put it off on Trump.
Government shutdown and talks to fund the Department of Homeland Security. Well, they're not going anywhere because no one is in town. Democrats are also dug in over their demands for immigration and customs enforcement. White House border czar Tom Homan says federal agents, they're still out there and they're still doing their jobs.
ICE has continued to enforce law across the country. They're already funded. Now, the ICE officers won't be getting paid, but they're getting used to that, it seems like. So, no, the immigration mission, the reason why President Trump was elected to be president, continues. As far as the mask, look, I don't like the masks either, but because threats against ICE officers, are up over 1,500%. Actual assaults and threats are up over 8,000%.
Yeah, I mean, these people are, when they find out who these ICE officers are, they threaten them. They send personal messages to them saying how they're going to take their life and their family members' lives. And you Dems don't even address that. That's the problem. You guys got to address the fact that there are people on y'all side that are going out there and are harassing these ICE officers and their family members. You got to address the fact that one of the reasons why there's mass is because Don Lemon found out the identity of one of these, well, not Don Lemon, but the group that he was working with found out the identity of one of these ICE officers and went to their church and disrupted their church. That's not okay. And that kind of proves why the masks are needed, because we can't trust y'all to look at their face and not do something crazy.
We have to protect them.
And y'all should be ashamed of yourselves about that, or at least condemn the base for that.
So
a ban on masks is just one of those 10 Democratic demands. Others include
Hilarious. Hold on. Targeting enforcement and judicial warrants before entry. Well, they got the administrative warrants attached to a final order of removal. Like I said, we can have that debate if you want to, but That might just be left up to the Supreme Court. No masks, no face coverings, hell no.
Masks is just one of those.
Require visible ID. I mean, what do you mean? Like their badge or the fact that they got ICE right in front of their chests? I mean, already done. See, protect sensitive locations like schools and hospitals. First off, if an illegal immigrant get hurt, they're going to go to the hospital, so we can come fit them there. And I mean, illegal children go to school and college. We can get them there as well. So I know that sounds pretty cut, but I mean, it is what it is. Got to catch them all.
10 Democratic demands. Others include
stop racial profiling. The Supreme Court said that they can racial profile. So you might want to take that up with them, not us. Take it up with the Supreme Court. Uphold use of force standard, which is, well, I'm gonna be real with you. That could use some work. The fact that one of those ICE officers was hitting bro with a can, that is outrageous. That's unacceptable.
Requiring visible IDs, like
ensure state and local court. I mean, you know what? If y'all was to do this in the first goddamn place, here's the thing: they're saying ICE to do that, but no, the state, they got to make the state and local officials coordinate with ICE. Local, state, and law enforcement coordinate with ICE. It got to be on them because ICE is asking for the help and they're not getting it. If 7 was already being done, which is ensuring state and local coordination, we wouldn't even be here.
ICE officers having to show
build safeguards into detention systems. I mean, I don't really know what they mean by that, but I'd have to look into that a little bit more. Body cams and for accountability, not tracking. Okay, I'm down with that.
Improve who they are. No enforcement happening.
No paramilitary police. I mean, it's not like they're doing that anyway, but okay.
At hospitals or schools and requiring body cameras. Republicans say this is all just performative.
Let me just say this to every single Democrat standing in the way of funding DHS. Shame on you. You're making our homeland, the United States of America, less secure because you're trying to make a political point.
They have no real agenda other than to disrupt President Trump's agenda.
This isn't about actually opening DHS back. This is about waiting until the president is done giving the State of the Union, which is a week from Tuesday, which is why I said this is nothing but political theater.
And here's top House Democrat Hakeem Jeffries not offering much when asked about the State of the Union.
If DHS is shut down on February 24th, do you think that Trump should postpone his State of the Union?
That's an open question. We'll have more to say about that next week.
We don't know what that means. Ari Fleischer, White House press secretary under George W. Bush, also a Fox News contributor, joining me now. You know, Ari, the Republicans are saying Democrats are going to keep this shut down at least through the State of the Union because the base wants them to fight. This is their chance to take on President Trump. You know politics. Is that what's going on here?
That's exactly what's going on here. This is the phoniest of phony shutdowns there's ever been.
Man,
ICE is already funded. More than 90% of those who work for the Department of Homeland Security are essential. It is the most essential department when it comes to a shutdown.
So yeah, you're pretty much shutting down the essential systems, the essential departments in our government because of ICE. And you have no off-ramp, you have no leverage but the American people, which is wild, by the way. To use the American people as leverage is wild. And all the suffering the American people that you guys are going to impose by shutting down the DHS, you're just going to blame on the Dems. And sadly, most people in y'all base is dumb enough to believe it. That's just a sad reality.
Everybody's going to have to continue what they're doing. The only difference is they won't pay them. So they're going to take out their anger on President Trump against all the families of people who work for the Department of Homeland Security, be it the Coast Guard, be it FEMA, be it TSA. Next time you go through our airport, just say thank you to those people who are now working without a salary so the Democrats can engage in a phony shutdown targeted at ICE, but ICE's mission will go on. It's a phony shutdown.
Here's the thing. I mean, bro, the fact that they're doing this to these people again, these motherfuckers might not even show up. It's like, who want to go through this again? Like, y'all just was taking away their paychecks in November. Now they got to go through it again. At a certain point, these people are just going to be like, bro, I'm not working for free again. Like, y'all can't keep doing this.
Back down.
Well, you're right. ICE's mission will go on because they are still funded through the big, beautiful bill, which is something that Democrats don't want to talk about.
Yep. The Democrats don't want to talk about ICE, how ICE is still being funded. Then FEMA not going to be funded. Wait, hold on. Cybersecurity and infrastructure. Nope, that's not going to be funded. Transportation, yep. TSA not going to be funded. I mean, shoot, I guess y'all Dems don't care about any of this stuff. I mean, the one thing you guys want to be defunded is actually going to keep going.
Out in this fight as they hold hostage FEMA and some other really important programs. You know, some of the demands we went over just now, including judicial warrants to be able to target a home, go inside of a home, unmasking ICE agents. These are things that Republicans are not willing to negotiate on. That's the stuff that we're seeing on paper. But there is still a whole flank of the Democratic Party that is calling to defund ICE. They want ICE gone altogether. They don't want reforms. They just want the agency completely disbanded. It's hard to tell what this party, how it feels about immigration enforcement anymore. We don't know where they're at.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's easy.
I mean, shoot, they wasn't doing it themselves. Actually, they was letting more, I'm be real with you, they was letting more people in than ever. So it is kind of funny how they'll sit there in front of our face and then be like, oh, you can't do no ICE enforcement, immigration enforcement. I mean, we got to, because y'all wasn't. Actually, if anything, you were letting people in. More people, you let more people in than y'all kicked out. And y'all kicked a lot of people out because of how many y'all let in. So I'm sorry, but y'all can't complain about a mess that you guys caused. You can't complain about the cleanup.
To know where they are. They're against immigration enforcement. That's exactly why in the Biden years they looked the other way as millions of people entered America illegally, and they were content with it. They called them all asylum seekers and said they should be in America. Look, if
yeah, I mean, even the ones that crossed the border illegally, they were trying to call asylum seekers.
ICE were run by bunnies and Bambi, the Democrats would still say ICE is cruel. Because they don't oppose the people who run ICE per se, they oppose ICE's mission. They oppose those who would enforce America's laws and make sure that if you come to America, you have to come here legally. You have to come here with a sponsor. You have to have the financial means to support yourself. You can't go on welfare. That's what everybody who waits online to come to America. But then there's this whole other cadre of millions of people that the Democrats want to come in illegally because it bumps up their numbers in the census, it bumps up the number of dollars that the federal government spends largely in urban districts, and it bumps up the number of representatives they have in Congress because the census counts those who are here illegally. That is the end game for the politicians in Washington who are Democrats. So it has nothing to do with ICE being cruel or any of that. They oppose ICE's mission.
Yeah.
No, guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
It's just, what I'm saying is it's just hard to tell what the Democratic Party is today, because this is the same party. Not too long ago, Barack Obama was also deporting illegal immigrants, but now that
yeah, I know. And people also mistakenly got detained under Obama. People got mistakenly deported under Obama, but nothing was said. Why? Because it was Obama. And now for some reason Trump is doing it and you guys are losing your minds. I mean, it honestly does not make sense. This is why you guys are a bunch of hypocrites, or you just don't know the history of your party.
it's not okay. We've been hearing it from Democrats for months now, Ari. Yesterday, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer with more heated rhetoric for those federal agents. Listen to this.
This is a rogue force. They're almost trained.
You know what? This probably best describes the Democrats of today.
Abolish slavery? Well, then who's going to pick our crops? Deport the illegals? Then who's gonna pick our crops? This Lincoln guy is destroying our country. Ending slavery? I think he needs to go. This Donald Trump guy is destroying our country. Sending all our voters back to Mexico? I think he needs to go. Civil rights? Why, I couldn't agree more. Germans should be able to own slaves as well. If you're an Afro-Asian goldfish with bipolar depression, you should be able to vote. For us, a public education system? Why, that's a terrible idea. What a stupid waste of money that would be. We need to be create a tsunami of funding for our public education system. It's one of our best ways to the minds of children. These American Indians were here first. Big whoop, they're taking up too much land. We need more room for white settlement. Get them out of here! We stole your land, dear natives. Forgive us, for we know not what we've done. Oh, here, you can have casinos. You're not buying this, are you? Damn it. You know, I'm Native American. Don't call me Pocahontas. That's offensive.
Man, that's quite the history y'all got there.
it looks like, to be nasty and mean and cruel and go way beyond what ordinary police departments do. So they need to be reined in. The question that Americans are asking is, why aren't Republicans going along with these common sense proposals?
Critics are now calling out Minnesota Governor Tim Walz for the demand that he's making as the federal drawdown in Minneapolis continues. Listen to this.
The federal government needs to pay for what they broke here.
Bro, what? And that's what made it so funny when they said that. I was just like, bro, protesters are the ones setting cars on fire, bro. They're the ones flipping cars. They're the ones vandalizing businesses. They're the ones that were throwing rocks through that hotel building. Not ICE. ICE ain't doing nothing. Okay, maybe they might kick in some doors, but you guys are the ones causing damage to public property, the protesters. So, yeah, no, you pay for it.
There are going to be accountability on the things that happen. The federal government needs to be responsible. You don't get to break things and then just leave without doing something about it.
I mean, look, bro, it's y'all protesters that are the one breaking stuff. So, I mean, look, I guess if you live there, you can break it, but why they got to pay for it? Y'all are the ones breaking shit.
Border czar Tom Homan, on the other hand, offered some praise for Minnesota leaders who are working with him now, including the governor and the mayor. Homan says the state is actually safer because they're all working together.
They were a sanctuary state. Their county jails weren't working with us across the state. So you know what? We fixed it. They ought to be saying thank you.
But Ari, it's not politically expedient by November if this is all fixed in Minneapolis and everybody's working together.
Well, first of all, for this notion that the federal government needs to pay for what's happened in Minneapolis, says the man who called the people into the streets to obstruct ICE's mission. He called Minnesota citizens into the streets. So did the mayor of Minneapolis. So this is like the arsonist calling on the fire department to pay for the fire that the arsonist set. None of this would have happened had it not been for the desire of the leadership of Minnesota to confront ICE. So they're stuck with the bill, and that's the way it should be. The federal government won't pay it. But again, it gets to the core issue. Democrats want people to come here illegally. They need it politically. They need it structurally. They need it to build their base. Without it, the demographics of America are going to show people continue to leave blue states, go to red states, and the Democrats know that. The antidote is illegal immigration. Legal immigration is wonderful. It makes us a better nation, a stronger people, a richer country, a deeper country. Come here legally. You'll be welcome to America. Don't come here illegally, especially on Donald Trump's watch.
Okay, well, the fight's not over yet. I feel like we're going to get many more chapters to come all the way to November. Ari, great to have you.
Hey, everyone, I'm Emily.
And like our guy said, hey, I did post the StreamYard link for anybody, who said they disagree with me. It's still there, guys. It's still open. I'll let you come up here for a good 10 minutes. I mean, you can have a nice little back and forth, or I'll just let you monologue the whole way through to explain why you hate ICE so much. I mean, I'm a pretty nice guy. I'm gonna be real with you. I'll let you talk. But I mean, if you're just gonna sit there in the comments and cry, I mean, come on, especially when somebody's allowing you up, it's kind of pathetic. Which is okay. I mean, you can sit there and debate with the mods if you want to. But all right, man, let's go on to our guy, Thomas Massey, on ABC News, saying, I don't think Pam Bondi has confidence in Pam Bondi, which is, well, it's pretty funny. And it's true. All right, let's get into it.
I'm joined now by Republican Congressman Thomas Massey of Kentucky, who helped lead the efforts to release the Epstein files. Good morning to you, Congressman. I would like your overall reaction to the hearing this week and Pam Bondi's performance, combativeness.
I don't think she did very well. She came with a book full of insults, one for each congressperson. She obviously had one for me. And, I've been there when Merrick Garland is there. Obviously, politically, I don't agree with him, but he performed much better in terms of at least not looking bad. And unfortunately, we didn't get the answers we wanted about the Epstein Files Transparency Act from her.
Did you get any of the answers you wanted?
No, but she did come off her script and engage with me about this production of documents, where she admitted that 40 minutes after I pointed out to the DOJ that they had over-redacted some of the documents, they did unredact those documents. So it's clear they've made mistakes in the document production. At least she acknowledges that tacitly. And it's clear that their work is not done here yet.
And I want to go to those some of those unredacted files. You and Congressman Ro Khanna said names of some of the men who were redacted shouldn't have been redacted. They then sent that back to you, and 2 of them were not redacted. But on Friday, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche accused you and Congressman Khanna of unmasking those people, saying they had nothing to do with Epstein or Maxwell. They were from an FBI lineup years ago. What's your response to that?
Well, 3 hours before Todd Blanche himself unredacted those names, I told him in an X post, which I know he read because he reposted it, that those may be men in.
I'm sorry, hold on, bro. I gotta grill somebody. Like, bro, you right here, dog. You are like the most disingenuous person ever. I've literally watched you text nothing but lies the entire time. You said 70% of ICE detainments have been wrongful. 70%? You know, 70,000 people have been detained by ICE in 2025 and only 170 were wrongfully detained. But you said 70% though, when that's like, bro, maybe less than 1%. So you've just been wrong this whole time. Like, you know what, bro? Just sit on your hands. You just sit on your hands.
A lineup. And then I went on TV and said those may be men in a lineup. And it was actually the DOJ who released those names, which is fine, but they omitted the context that I provided, which is these may be men in a lineup. Now, there were 2 men who needed to be named, one of whom has already resigned. The emirate, who's a sultan, resigned as a CEO of a very large company because we released his name. And there's another man, Leslie Wexner. I'll add him to the list with Jess Staley and Leon Black, who need to be investigated right now. They've appeared in.
No, really. I'm glad he said that. Lex Wexner and Leon Black both need to be investigated. Both of them gave very large amounts of money to Epstein. I mean, Lex Wexner is the one who gave this man a house. Leon Black is the one who gave them, I think, like $100 million payment for financial advice. So, yeah, those 2 definitely need to be brought in.
Files. Leslie Wexner is the one who, you know, Pam Bondi said, oh, he's appeared thousands of times in these documents. We're not covering up anything. But I pointed out to her, they redacted his name from the one document that says child sex trafficking co-conspirator.
Yep.
And my question is, who is the person at DOJ who redacted Leslie Wexner's name from a document titled child sex trafficking with co-conspirator next to his name?
And I want to say right now that Wexner denies, and they say he was not a co-conspirator. Wexner has a statement. The assistant U.S. attorney told Mr. Wexner's legal counsel in 2019 that Mr. Wexner was neither co-conspirator nor target in any respect. Mr. Wexner cooperated fully by providing background information on Epstein and was never contacted again. But I'd like to move on if we can. Yesterday, the DOJ sent Congress a letter explaining the reason for all these reactions. So you are not satisfied with that?
No, they're citing deliberative process privilege in order not to release some of the documents. The problem with that is the bill that Ro Khanna and I wrote says that they must release internal memos and notes and emails about their decisions on whether to prosecute or not prosecute, whether to investigate or not investigate. It's important they follow that, because then we could find why they didn't prosecute Leslie Wexner. What was the decision tree there? And also why in 2008 they gave Jeffrey Epstein such a light sentence. And finally, I know the DOJ wants to say they're done with this document production. The problem is they've taken down documents before we were able to go over to the DOJ and look at the unredacted versions. They took down some of the most significant documents, 2 of them involving Virginia Giuffre's case and other things. The picture of Epstein in a room where it's got CIA written on the boxes, that's been taken down. We want to be able to look at all these files. They can't keep those documents down after they've already produced them.
I want to talk to you about one of the moments in the hearing, and that is the attorney.
No, that's the problem. It seems like people that Jeffrey Epstein was directly working with, names get covered up. I mean, the torture video email, they covered that guy's name up. Guy, person, female, who knows? But all we know is that those who are helping Jeffrey Epstein traffic children or who are buying children from Epstein, their names got redacted for some reason. Or those who are working closely with Epstein, like, his assistants who will go out there and groom women as well. Their names got redacted. Actually, they had a whole little, not really a pie chart, but what was it? They had a web. They had a little web that pointed to everybody that Epstein was in contact with when it came to child trafficking. And they redacted their faces. So, yeah, what's going on with that?
General would not look at the Epstein survivors behind her. Did that surprise you?
I think that was kind of cold on her part. I think she was afraid to. And look, these survivors would love to have a meeting. It's not about Bill Clinton and it's not about Donald Trump. This Epstein Files Transparency Act was about getting these survivors justice. We've got some degree of transparency, but it's called the Department of Justice, not the Department of Transparency. And so what these survivors need, they need to see some of their own 302 forms, which haven't been released. And they also need to see some of the men that they've implicated prosecuted.
Do you still have confidence in Pam Bondi as Attorney General?
I don't think Pam Bondi has confidence in Pam Bondi. She wasn't confident enough to engage in anything but name calling in a hearing. And so, no, I don't have confidence in her. She hasn't got any sort of accountability there at the DOJ. When I asked her specifically who redacted Leslie Wexner's name from the one document that mattered, she couldn't give me an answer. She wouldn't give me an answer. But ultimately, it's her who is responsible for the document production, according to our law. The Attorney General, it's not Todd Blanche. It's not the people below them. You can assign tasks to people, but you can't assign your responsibility.
And just very quickly, if you will, you've supported most of what Donald Trump has done during his presidency, but because of your actions with these files, he is supporting your primary opponent and has waged very personal attacks on you. I know we just have a few seconds here, but just your reaction to that.
Look, this is about the Epstein class, the people who are funding the attacks against me. They may or may not be implicated in these files, but they were certainly rubbing shoulders with the people who are in these files. They're billionaires who are friends with these people. And that's what I'm up against in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump told us that even though, he had dinner with these kinds of
I'll be real with you. Despite the fact that, Trump don't like Thomas Massey, he's sponsoring the person that's going against Thomas Massey. AIPAC is going against Thomas Massey, and yet he still holds popularity in his state district. Bro, respect. And I hope he stays there.
People in New York City and West Palm Beach that he would be transparent, but he's not. He's still in with the Epstein class. This is the Epstein administration, and they're attacking me for trying to get these files released.
And again, I'm going to say President Trump has not been accused of anything criminal here.
Yep.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Yeah, there's no proof that Trump did any wrongs in the Epstein files, just uncorroborated witness testimony. That's all we got. There's no real proof, but there is proof of other people who are heavily involved that for some reason the Dems ignore because it's not Donald Trump. But I mean, they say they care about child trafficking, but they really don't. They only care about Donald Trump. It's kind of sad.
Now to discuss is White House border czar Tom Homan. Mr. Homan, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. So Democrats say that this shutdown with Department of Homeland Security funds is because they need to rein in ICE and CBP. Both of these agencies were fully funded in last year's One Big Beautiful Bill Act, we should note. So I guess the first question I have is, does this funding freeze in any way impact or limit your ability to carry out immigration operations across the country?
No, it doesn't. And ICE has continued to enforce law across the country. They're already funded. Now, the ICE officers won't be getting paid, but they're getting used to that, it seems like. So, no, the immigration mission, the reason why President Trump was elected to be president, continues. We have the most secure border in history of the nation. We got record numbers of arrests and deportations that will continue.
Are there any of the Senate Democrats' demands that you could live with? For example, Bavino's crew, it seems, could possibly benefit from some use of force guidelines.
Agreed.
Well, look, CBP, the Border Patrol, and ICE both have use of force guidelines. They both have operational instructions on, use.
I'll say this: the guy hitting Alex Preddy with the paint can, that wasn't a good use of force conduct right there. I gotta come on now. Let's be real.
The minimum of force necessary to effectuate an arrest, and I've seen videos, and there's been pieces of videos and pieces of that videos. In any instance where there has been allegations of misconduct or working outside the policy, has been referred to internal affairs. My first press conference in Minnesota, I said I was bringing in more internal affairs officers to review the allegations, and those allegations are now being investigated.
The shooting of Renee Good, there were prosecutors in Minnesota that were going to investigate that shooting, and then the word came down from Justice Department in Washington to stop that investigation.
Yeah, because being taken over by the Fed or the FBI. I mean, that's how it usually goes down when we're involving, well, federal agents. That's how it goes down. Sorry, guys. And let's be real, though. The only reason the Dems wanted the prosecutors in Minnesota to do it because they were going to George Floyd that man. They're going to be like, you're guilty no matter what the evidence, no matter what Renee Good did, you're guilty. And that's just how they were going to play it out.
That's a question for the DOJ. That happened before I had my.
So like it or not, Dems, the independent investigation you want is going to come out the feds, not the state of Minnesota. Sorry.
Feet on the ground in Minnesota. So I'll leave that. That's a question for Pam Bondi or Todd Blanche. I'm not involved in those decisions. I'm not involved in the investigation. I said from day one, from the very first shooting, that I would not comment on the shootings. We'll let the investigations play out, and we'll see where it follows.
You should have told that to Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller, because they went off the wall with that whole, they're domestic terrorists, or Alex Preddy was embellishing a weapon, when none of that was true or none of that could be proven. I mean, yeah, I wish Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller would have showed the same restraint.
Let the investigation continue and see what's decided based on the evidence.
So what does she mean when she says electing the right leaders? That's not really immigration enforcement or DHS responsibility.
I don't know. That'd be a question for the secretary. If I had to guess, probably that, only those legally eligible to vote would vote. But I have not talked to the secretary about those statements. That'd be something she'd have to answer.
This week, after 74 days, you declared the immigration enforcement operation in Minnesota officially over. I talked to a local Minnesota official who told me the following, quote, Homan has been a straight shooter with us. He's easier for us to work with because he's a career cop and he knows how to talk with our law enforcement. Noem and Bavino were actually insane and not here to do anything other than put on a show, unquote. Why do you think Noem and Bavino struggled so much to work with local officials that way you have successfully and carry out the kind of targeted operations that you've always advocated for?
Well, I'm being real with you, because it's kind of hard to sit there and not work with Tom Homan, because, well, Obama worked with Tom Homan. Actually, the reason why Trump brought in Tom Homan is because of his impressive numbers that he did under Obama. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to sit there and not work with them when Obama was able to work with them. So y'all telling me y'all can't even work with somebody that Obama was able to work with and have success with? That's why them kind of going against Tom Homan is not a good look.
Look, the president called me and asked me to go to Minnesota and asked me to get up there that same day, and I went up there. I just did things the way I've done for 40 years, and I know a lot of people questioned, why are you meeting with the governor? Why are you meeting with the attorney general and Mayor Frey? I've always been, you can't fix problems talking in an echo chamber. You got to talk to the people that you may disagree with. People have a different opinion on how you're doing it. I want to hear. I want to see what you see as the issue. Why do you not agree with certain aspects of the operation? That's how you, in my experience, that's how you fix problems. You don't fix it in an echo chamber. So I met with them, and look, we came out. I think it's safer Minnesota, safer Minneapolis, because now we have coordination with the jails that we didn't have before, and the criminal aliens that everybody agrees. I think even most of the Democrats that we agree too. Criminal aliens should be something ICE focus on. You can't say that and not let us in the jails. You can't square that. But I've gotten agreements in Minnesota I never thought we'd be able to get. So the operation ended. We arrested, a lot of people there, and over 4,000 arrests. And I looked at the numbers just this morning, Jake. There's over 14 committed, arrested that were charged with homicide. There's 180 sexual offenses. So we took a lot of bad people off the street. So I think Minneapolis is safer because of it. And I got to give credit to the governor. We had good conversations. Just the state prisons are helping us. And Mayor Fry will never.
But here's the problem, though. Yeah, the state prisons are helping, but the jails, those were the guys that weren't giving up the detainees that ICE put in there. They weren't giving them up, but the prisons were, though. So shout out to them.
Agree on much, but you know what? His officers did respond to take down illegal roadblocks that made it unsafe for not only citizens of Minnesota, but our officers. I think we're in a lot better spot than we ever have been.
I mean, you sound like an adult. You sound like an official who should be in charge of things because you work with local officials and seek to de-escalate and have targeted operations. But there's this credibility issue now that DHS has had, not because of you, sir, but over and over. Your colleagues who work on this issue, Noam, Bavino, DHS on social media, have said things to the American people that are simply not true. The most recent example, perhaps, 2 immigration agents last month said that they shot a Venezuelan man in Minnesota after they were attacked with shovels and broom handles. Noam went on social media. She attacked Governor Walz and Mayor Fry over what she called an attempted murder of federal law enforcement. But then testimony and video shown in court didn't back up the claim. And now ICE and the Justice Department are investigating whether those immigration officers lies. And we've seen countless examples.
Yeah, and we got to wait for that investigation, because I'll be real with you, you really can't trust anything these federal judges say these days, or the positions that they take. So we got to wait for, the actual video, testimony, and all that to come out before even I make a quick decision and say, oh, they were lying. No, we don't know if they're lying. All we know is that leftist judge sided with them. I'm not going to assume leftist, actually. We're just going to say that a federal judge sided with them.
Examples. Again, this is not you, but do you agree that there are people in the Trump administration that are causing DHS to have a credibility problem?
Well, like I said in my first press conference in Minnesota, in those comments, the first thing I said I was going to do, and I did, is bring more internal affairs officers to Minnesota to investigate the allegations. Allegations were made, they need to be investigated. And again, I won't discuss the investigations. We'll let the internal affairs and the Bureau investigate these allegations, and that's the right thing to do. But I'm not going to let the media divide this administration. Look, it's one team, one fight. Do me and Secretary Noam agree on everything? No, we have discussions and we have different opinions. That's what makes it a strong team. We bring different ideas to the table, then agree on the mission. But based on, again, you can't work in an echo chamber. You want to hear different opinions, different, how you think this should happen or that should happen. But in the end, we clear a mission. We had great success on it. But it's one team, one fight. I'm not going to divide this administration. I'm going to just keep doing what the president wants me to do as the borders are. And we'll just keep going and doing what the president promised the American people. We've got the most secure border in the history of this nation. And we're arresting record numbers of criminal aliens in this country and deporting them. And we're going to keep doing it.
So I'm not talking about differences of opinion. I'm just talking about facts and things that are not facts. But I hear what you're saying. I'm not going to get you to criticize anybody. I appreciate your time today, Mr. Homan. Thanks so much.
All righty. All right, now let's go ahead and get into the next video here. Whoops, wrong one. And here we go, because I do want to get more into Epstein, guys. So we're going to go ahead and get into Epstein's CIA connections, why the CIA needed Jeffrey Epstein. Because it's a pretty interesting story. Well, honestly, line up. Because I love how they line up all the facts. Shout out to my man, Cappy Army. I actually seen this guy on Tucker Carlson. So shout out to this guy.
It's 1983, the Cold War is still raging, and a little-known 30-year-old financier named Jeffrey Epstein has somehow managed to embed himself inside the largest arms deal in British history.
The biggest arms contract that Britain ever signed.
The intermediaries were demanding payments to be made into Swiss bank accounts, they were demanding flats, they were demanding girls.
Today, I'm going to show you the evidence that Epstein ran illegal arms deals and became an intelligence asset while committing some of history's most horrific sex crimes. Because in the early 1980s, Epstein is working for a man named Douglas Leese, who's a wealthy, well-connected British defense contractor and arms dealer. At the time, the British government is in the middle of negotiating with Saudi Arabia the sale of nearly 100 of their advanced Tornado fighter jets, along with thousands of laser-guided missiles and precision bombs. A lot is at stake with the Al Yamama arms deal because it's set to create 100,000 jobs in the UK, totally reshape the Middle East balance of power, and earn the British defense company BAE Systems $80 billion in revenue. But there's a giant problem. In Saudi Arabia, deals were decided by royal family members and princes. So if you wanted a deal done, you paid these guys enormous bribes. One man's corruption was another man's way of doing business. And that is where Jeffrey Epstein came into the picture. This language and cultural barrier required a new type of global fixer. He allegedly worked with Douglas Leese as one of the key people who helped design the financial structures that hid the bribe money. Douglas Leese was one of the men who allegedly bribed the Saudi family and British officials. He was widely believed to be an intelligence asset for MI6. According to accounts from Leese's son Julian and from Epstein's former business partner Stephen Hoffenberg, Leese mentored Epstein. This is where Epstein learned first how to create shell companies and smuggle weapons and move huge sums of money into offshore accounts. Later investigations by the United States and British government would reveal over $1 billion worth of off-the-books hidden commissions, bribes, and kickbacks because Saudi Arabia had paid in a mix of oil shipments and cash. It all flowed through offshore accounts, intermediaries, and hidden financial structures that were designed to keep the real money trail invisible. Through Douglas Leese, Epstein was introduced to the highly profitable Cold War world of illegal arms deals and financial networks that concealed them. Supporting evidence for Epstein's alleged involvement in this arms deal comes from the FBI's 2019 raid of his New York City apartment. In it, they confiscated a fake Austrian passport from the 1980s that showed a younger Epstein under a totally different name. The entrance and exit stamps on the fake passport showed evidence that it was used in the early 1980s to travel between France, Spain, the United Kingdom, and Saudi Arabia. The most damning piece of evidence is that the times the passport was used to travel match with those that were used to facilitate the Al Yamama arms deal. Austria, especially Vienna, has been one of the world's biggest intelligence hubs since the Cold War. But where did Epstein get a fake Austrian passport from in the 1980s? Intelligence analyst Thomas Hampson said, quote, "I can't imagine Epstein getting a fake passport or using one without official government backing and cover. Intelligence services made counterfeit passports. In those days, some organized crime groups could have managed that as well, but it's unlikely that they were involved." Evidence that his close associate Douglas Leese was connected to intelligence agencies comes from a filing in U.S. courts years later that states, quote, "The nature and extent of Leese's activities and his various contacts around the world involve highly sensitive and confidential information."
If you didn't know already, yes, Jeffrey Epstein was involved in money laundering, arms trafficking, and the trafficking of children and women as well, all while working as an asset for the CIA, Mossad, and MI6.
Which are believed to be classified by the Department of Defense. Why would intelligence agencies create a passport for Epstein to help him with this arms deal? MI6 and CIA wanted the arms deal to go through because it would help contain Soviet influence. It would give Saudi Arabia air dominance against Iran, and it would help stabilize global oil markets, keeping Saudi Arabia tightly tied to Western bloc of influence, which was critical. The arms deal would lock Saudi Arabia into the Western security ecosystem for many decades to come. Epstein appeared to be one of Douglas Leese's fixers on the ground inside Saudi Arabia, helping facilitate this arms deal. Diplomatic cables leaked years later would show that Epstein's close associate, Prince Andrew, criticized the corruption investigation into the Al Yamama arms deal. Prince Andrew tried to get any audit of the deal shut down while he was the UK's special representative for international trade and investments. Epstein functioned like he was a useful tool through which Douglas Leese could add one more layer of plausible deniability to his allegedly illegal dealings. But that doesn't even scratch the surface because Epstein's about to get involved in Iran-Contra and become an intelligence asset. We'll analyze this with today's sponsor, Ground News. Here we see there's new evidence that shows Epstein sent £10,000 to Ambassador Peter Mandelson's partner. The email suggests Lord Mandelson gave Epstein advance notice of an impending EU bailout, sent him internal government information about the state of the UK economy, and lobbied the Treasury on banking policy.
And that's why that man had to step down. Yeah. So yeah, this Mandelson guy, yeah, he ended up stepping down. So shout out. No, and that's the craziest thing because you know, we got top CEOs, top government officials who are stepping down in other countries, but I don't think we had anybody who stepped down in ours. Well, no, wait. We had that one lady from Goldman Sachs. She stepped down.
Plan that I use here, just click the link in the description.
You know, after being exposed as one of Jeffrey Epstein's, sugar babies, pretty much.
To go to ground.news/Cappy or scan the QR code to get a better understanding of how our shadowy world works. Douglas Lease became Epstein's first major client at his consulting firm called International Assets Group. It was Lease who introduced Epstein to Adnan Khashoggi, the billionaire Turkish-born Saudi arms dealer who stood at the center of the Al Yamama deal. By 1987, Epstein had become Khashoggi's personal money manager, giving him direct access to one of the most powerful weapons brokers on the planet. A source who spoke with journalist Vicky Ward confirmed that Khashoggi was one of Epstein's clients, and this connection opened the door to a much darker world. Khashoggi was the prototype of the modern black market arms broker, a man who knew how to move weapons, money, and influence across borders without leaving any fingerprints. And by the 1980s, that underground system had grown into a parallel global economy. United Nations investigations and data from the Small Arms Survey show that illicit arms trafficking was generating up to $10 billion a year during the late Cold War. Proxy wars in Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East and Asia were fueled by this shadow network of dealers, financiers, and fixers operating beyond the reach of any single government.
Yeah, back in the day when you seen rifles, kids getting rifles and all that, yeah, that was their doing. I mean, not only were they trafficking kids, but they were putting rifles in their hands. I mean, effed up, but it's real.
Weapons passed through shell companies in Panama and airlines that were fronts for intelligence agencies, all to hide and obfuscate their true origin. This complicated network required global power brokers and middlemen to handle and manage it. There was nothing new about profiting from war, but for the first time in history, it had to be done in a way that gave global governments complete plausible deniability. This meant using middlemen with loose morals and allegiances like Khashoggi, Lease, and Epstein. At the same time, Khashoggi was one of the main brokers behind the Iran-Contra arms deal. Arranged through back channels inside the US government, the operation shipped more than 2,000 TOW anti-tank missiles, around 500 Hawk surface-to-air missiles, and roughly 200 Sidewinder air-to-air missiles to Iran, all in violation of US law. The deal was worth about $140 million in today's money, and that cash was routed through foreign accounts and offshore networks, then redirected to fund the Contra rebels fighting in Nicaragua. And according to Stephen Hoffenberg, he alleged that Jeffrey Epstein was part of the financial side of this weapons dealing system. He allegedly helped Khashoggi move, structure, and hide his commissions from these arms deals using shell companies and overseas accounts. This claim of Epstein's involvement in arms deals is also made by Ari Ben Menashe, who is a former Israeli intelligence officer who stated that Epstein was selling US weapon systems from Israel directly to Iran as part of another covert arms deal that was separate from Iran-Contra. But global black market arms sales rose to over $20 billion annually by the 1990s. During the peak Cold War years, covert arms pipelines supplied conflicts in Afghanistan, Angola, Lebanon, Cambodia, and Iran simultaneously, and that's just scratching the surface. And the world's governments looked the other way because it was useful to them. Epstein's business partner, Khashoggi, was a principal foreign agent of the United States. He established the intelligence partnership between multiple nations known as the Safari Club. The Safari Club was a covert alliance of intelligence services from Iran, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, France, the United States, and Israel. It ran clandestine operations around Africa and the world during the 70s and early 80s. The Safari Club was one of the ways that the CIA supported arms deals and its proxy networks. Cartels, criminals, terrorists, and intelligence services used the same bank to launder their illicit funds for their operations called the Bank Credit Commerce International. It was in this shadowy world of arms deals, fraud, and offshore accounts that Epstein allegedly became an expert and made himself indispensable.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and let's not forget to support the stream, guys. I do want to do a long stream, but I can only do that with your support. So let's not forget to send any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreement as a super chat, or you can always hit the Venmo, guys. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
According to the New York Times, Jeffrey Epstein rented a penthouse office at the Hotel St. Martin's on Central Park South with John Stanley Pottenberg. Pottenberg was a lawyer who had recently left a senior post in the Justice Department in the United States. Under the CIA's direction, Pottenberg then advised a banker from Iran on how to ship embargoed arms to Iran using fraudulent paperwork. They used overseas dummy companies, basically. But this was at the same time when he was working with Jeffrey Epstein on these so-called tax avoidance strategies. We know from later disclosures that British intelligence MI6 and the American CIA were deeply involved in these arms deals. Israeli intelligence helped the Iran-Contra deal go through, according to U.S. government internal investigation documents. What all this means is that during this time...
and then complain about the weapons they have today.
Epstein showed himself to be a reliable asset who had no morals, which is what these ruthless intelligence agencies look for. According to testimony given...
Hey, yo, and shout out to my man Chase for starting us off, for upgrading to the insider package. Appreciate the support, brother. And that's five towards the live.
By Stephen Hoffenberg, a former close associate and business partner. Jeffrey Epstein was also helping Douglas Lease with the sale of Chinese weapons to Iran through the Chinese communist state-owned defense company Norinco. We know that during the 1980s, China supplied HY-2 Silkworm anti-ship cruise missiles to Iran and signed weapons agreements worth over $4.8 billion with Iran. If Epstein was making millions of dollars in commissions from these arms deals and hiding this money, it would go a long way in explaining where his fortune came from. It didn't seem like he had any value system, really. He didn't operate in the interest of any one country during this time. He facilitated these deals to enrich himself and to gain further power and to make himself untouchable. It was Jeffrey Epstein who created the financial network to enable these illicit arms deals to go through. This meant Epstein saw himself as outside the law, not accountable to anyone. And it was around this time in the mid-1980s that Epstein started bragging to people close to him that he worked for intelligence agencies and that he was untouchable. Intelligence officers are someone who are directly trained.
I'm weak, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I was kind of hoping that you would. Like, no, I actually do love your support. It's just that I actually got to read your @ name. So shout out to I Survived Obama's BBC. Like, for joining the membership, bro. I appreciate it. It's just you're probably the first time I didn't want to read somebody's @ like, because I Survived Obama's BBC is fucking hilarious. But it's wild as hell to say out loud.
Employed and work for a country's interests. An intelligence agent, on the other hand, is the definition of someone who secretly works for an intelligence service by providing information or carrying out tasks under a handler's direction. Epstein was an asset, who's someone who provides value to an intelligence service with information, access, or services. That would have afforded Epstein incredible protection with authorities looking the other way at some of his horrific crimes that he's about to commit. Access agents are often people in high-end society, or people who have links to top scientific researchers, bankers, politicians, and cultural talents. Jeffrey surrounded himself by all of these. Thomas Hampson, an intelligence analyst, said, quote, "Consider this, Christopher Steele's network of influential contacts, including high-level intelligence contacts, paled in comparison to Epstein's. If our FBI was willing to pay Steele $1 million, imagine what they would be willing to pay Epstein to use his unique skills and extensive contacts on behalf of the United States." According to Ari Ben-Menashe, a former Israeli intelligence officer, he made the shocking claim that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were running a honey trap operation to blackmail global elites for Mossad. Now, how would they have become involved in such an operation? Epstein met the Lease family right after he left Bear Stearns in New York City in 1981. According to a New York Times investigation, the two hit it off, and Douglas took an immediate liking to Epstein. These were the kind of people who sipped 20-year-old scotch while casually debating whether Aspen or Gstaad had the better snow that season. The two would later have a falling out, and Epstein would go on to publicly downplay and deny how close his relationship really was with him. But the 2026 Epstein file release tells a different story now. It reveals multiple emails in which Epstein discussed Lease, contacted his son Julian Lease directly, and stayed in touch with people in Lease's circle for years. Through Epstein's connections with Douglas Lease, he was introduced to Ghislaine Maxwell and met her father, Robert Maxwell. Maxwell is widely believed to have had contacts in the Mossad, MI6, and Soviet KGB intelligence agencies. Another one of these,
and served on the British Parliament.
High-level fixers for the very elite. After Robert Maxwell's mysterious death, his daughter became Epstein's second in command, essentially. The earliest known instance of them recruiting an underage girl was in 1994. At the same time, hidden surveillance cameras were installed throughout his properties. Sexual entrapment has been a standard intelligence tool for over a century. The Soviet system perfected this and called it compromat, or compromising material. The CIA conducted similar operations, drugging men with prostitutes to see what kind of drug and blackmail tactics would work best to extract confidential information in Operation Midnight Climax. Multiple victims testified that Epstein recruited underage girls and instructed them to bring friends, creating a recruitment pipeline. Victims, including Virginia Guthrie, stated under oath that they were trafficked to wealthy and powerful men, including politicians, royalty, and businessmen. Several victims said Epstein kept records, photos, and personal details which they believed were used for control and intimidation. Then, in 2007, it appeared like Epstein was about to actually face accountability for his crimes for the first time. He's arrested in Florida and charged with soliciting prostitution with a minor. However, something shocking happens. He receives an insanely light slap on the wrist for his crimes. The trial resulted in the most lenient sentence that a serial sex criminal has ever received, just 18 months of work release. The prosecution entered into a secret...
I'm telling you, 18 months of work release for pretty much like getting young ladies to pretty much massage older guys. And then some of them ladies reported actually being SA'd. But you get 18 months and you're allowed to leave the jail, go work and all this wild stuff. I mean, bro, talk about a sweetheart deal. I mean, sweetheart, but that's like a loving deal. It's almost like your mom was the one who sentenced your ass.
Non-prosecution agreement with Epstein. According to a Daily Beast article, Alex Acosta, who was the former U.S. attorney who prosecuted the case, Acosta was later asked why this light plea deal happened. And he said, "I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and was above his pay grade and to back off." This statement was not on the record officially, and he would later deny in 2025 ever making it. Acosta lost his job as U.S. Secretary of Labor mainly because of the widespread criticism of how he handled Epstein's prosecution. If this sounds like a crazy conspiracy, it shouldn't, because it actually fits a long pattern in U.S. history where people tied to intelligence operations are shielded from prosecution. Whitey Bulger was an FBI asset protected for decades despite committing murders and extortion. Barry Seal moved tons of cocaine for cartels while working with U.S. agencies and repeatedly avoided...
I mean, let's be real though. Back in the day, the government used to work hand in hand with the mob. It'd be the Jewish mob, I mean, Italian mob, it don't matter. As long as it had a mob at the end, we were working with them.
Serious prison time. Mark Rich evaded prosecution for massive financial crimes and was ultimately pardoned by the president at the time because of his geopolitical connections. But another pattern, as we'll see, is that no one is able to outlive their usefulness. And when they become liabilities, they often end up dead or missing. Epstein's ties to intelligence communities continued after his prosecution even. Since 2003, Epstein had become close friends with Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel and former head of Israel's military intelligence directorate. The 2026 Epstein file dump revealed a confidential human source to the FBI, claiming they had become convinced that Epstein was spying for the Mossad. However, tips to the FBI do not require any official proof, and notes on the file claim that the FBI did not independently verify the information. What we are left with then is evidence of Jeffrey Epstein donating money to various organizations in Israel. He also helped negotiate security agreements from Israel to West African nations. His connection with intelligence agencies around the world reveal a shocking look at how he operated outside the law. The ties also extend to Russian intelligence services. In a 2014 email exchange between Epstein and Sergei Belikov, Russia's deputy minister of economic development, Belikov was a trained FSB spy. Epstein emailed Belikov asking advice on how to deal with a Russian escort who was attempting to blackmail one of his business friends. Belikov said he'd look into the woman, and he writes back with a full dossier report on who she is, determining that she, quote, has no one behind her, meaning that she's not connected to anyone powerful in Russia. Epstein then writes himself a draft email on how he's going to respond to the woman, and he says he consulted some friends in the FSB who said that she would be considered an enemy of the people and dealt with extremely harshly if she continued to threaten U.S. businessmen and jeopardize potential investments in Russia's economy. Belikov helped Epstein secure visas to visit Russia and told him about his work in the Russian government. After essentially getting away with horrific sex crimes, Epstein became emboldened and started doing interviews with the press, claiming that he was influencing foreign affairs in multiple countries and that he'd made a fortune off arms deals and diamonds. In his last known interview with the New York Times,
I would say this: he kind of exposed his connection to the financial elites, like the Rothschilds, and then, of course, him getting in at Bear Stearns and then them requiring it once they caused the fall out of Bear Stearns. It's actually pretty crazy. And how he might have had a hand in the 2008 collapse of the housing market. That as well.
Reporter in 2018. He even said flat out that he had dirt on very powerful people. A year later, authorities claim that they found him dead in his prison cell in New York City. Out of the new 2026 Epstein files, we learned that Jeffrey Epstein's lawyers filed Freedom of Information Act requests to the National Security Agency and the CIA, asking for any proof that they might have that Epstein was an intelligence asset. They were searching for anything that they could use as proof to help them in their defense. And this is what the CIA sent in return to Epstein's attorneys. It says, we search for CIA-originated responsive records that might reflect any open or otherwise acknowledged agency affiliation. With respect to responsive records that would reveal a classified connection to the CIA can neither confirm nor deny the existence or non-existence of records responsive to your request. Another attempt in 2014 reached a similar outcome. What the Epstein files ultimately showed us is that there is an entire hidden system that services the demand for illicit weapons and intelligence. It confirmed our worst suspicions that this system protects the powerful, no matter how destructive they might become.
Yep. As long as they ain't getting in the way of the profits of the corporate elite, I mean, you're good. But if you get in the way, you're done for. If you help enhance, you can do whatever and we'll hide it. And that's pretty much the way the world's ran. I mean, surprise, surprise. Our crazy uncles and granddads try to tell us, but we ain't listen. Now here we are. Shout out to the crazy granddads and uncles. And some crazy aunties, because there were some crazy aunties that was saying the same thing.
Moving messaging toward the middle, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton seeming to take a stronger stance on border security. She said this at the Munich Security Conference.
There is a legitimate reason to have a debate about things like migration. It went too far. It's been disruptive and destabilizing, and it needs to be fixed in a humane way with secure borders that don't torture and kill people, and how we're going to have a strong family structure, because it is at the base of civilization.
Let's bring in Guy Benson, host of The Guy Benson Show on Fox Radio. Wanted to get your take on that. She's sometimes been more in the middle in her party when it comes on to immigration. To me, it's not so much that she's changed, but the rest of the party has shifted much to the left, especially the younger folks.
Yeah, you look at the Clinton era Democrats, and they sound like right-wing conservatives on the issue of illegal immigration. Even Barack Obama, when he was running for office and was president, he sounds like someone who'd be totally rejected by the left wing of the party today. I'm not sure, Dana, that these are true believers, right? That they actually think that we need to really toughen up the borders and throw in a few adjectives like humane.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like your old Democrats, like Bill Clinton. I mean, shoot, Barack Obama was probably the last of the old Dems who actually believed in immigration policies and they weren't radical leftists. It's like these modern day Dems that we have that are radical leftists. The younger ones that have all the popularity in the world. I'll be honest with you. Like, if you ask me, well, who'd you want, Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris? I'd have chose Clinton. Like, I mean, hey, if you chose me to choose between the two greater evils, I'm choosing Clinton.
I think they recognize.
I mean, at least she believes in a closed border. At least she's not a socialist. She's corrupt as hell, but she ain't those two. Kamala Harris, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, bro. We'd have been screwed with Kamala Harris. Taxes would have went up. Things would have got more expensive while jobs left overseas. And she'd have been telling us this is the best economy of our life.
That they need to,
and if you don't say so, you're a sexist and a misogynist.
To say these things and deliver less chaotic results for the electorate for the purpose of winning elections and gaining power. Now, that's a question of motives. It's impossible to know what's happening in her heart. I just didn't see her making comments like this publicly when her party was in charge, when this was spinning out of control.
Right.
Then Trump ran on this, won on this. Suddenly, she's got a message for the world.
President Obama also made a lot of news this week, and let's just pick this one, and that was on dealing with homelessness.
Morally, ethically speaking, it is an atrocity that in a country this wealthy, we have people just on the streets. But we should also recognize that the average person.
I mean, let's be real, Obama, though. If you're going to talk about people being on the streets, maybe you should sit there and criticize your own, like Gavin Newsom, who put millions to $1 billion towards homelessness and end up making money off homelessness instead of helping homeless people. So, yeah. If you want to complain about homelessness, please talk to that man, Gavin Newsom. Or F it, run for governor. I'm pretty sure you'd win.
Doesn't want to have to navigate around a tent city in the middle of downtown. We're not going to be able to generate support for it if we simply say, you know what, it's not their fault, and so they should be able to do whatever they want, because that's a losing political strategy.
Do you think that Gavin Newsom would pick up on that?
I think Gavin Newsom will pick up on anything that he wants to in order to win, right? And he will reshape himself. He is this shape-shifting character, even week to week, based on what he thinks people want to hear. And notice the last few words of that little mini lecture from Barack Obama. And I don't totally disagree with what he said, but he said this is a losing electoral proposition. It's about campaigns, winning or losing. I think what the Hillarys, Obamas, and others of the world, they want their party to win elections by doing what, for example, Democrats in Virginia, like Abigail Spanberger did. Talk a good game from sort of the center left, emphasize affordability, sound very sensible and somewhat moderate, and then win all the power and then go hard left and implement whatever they want to do.
Yeah,
that's
she's
the
been
model.
a mystery.
But I think nationally they feel like that's what I'm saying. Yes, step one is winning the election. Step two is all the left-wing stuff that they want to do. So if they've got to fool people, bamboozle people in the process to get their votes, so be it.
It reminds me of the Jonah Goldberg book, Liberal Fascism, from maybe like, what was that, 15, 16, 18 years ago, in which he said something like that they're very patient. President Obama also said this about needing to have younger candidates.
There is an element of, at some point, you age out. You're not connected directly to the immediate struggles that folks are going through. Democrats do well when we have candidates who are plugged into the moment, to the zeitgeist, to the times, and the particular struggles that folks are thinking about as they look towards the future rather than look backward toward the past.
Guy, one of the things that you're looking at on both sides of the aisle, there are some lawmakers who are quite up there. If you look at both in the House and the Senate, well into their 80s and their 90s, and President Obama warning the Democrats, like, you got to look a little bit younger, folks.
Damn. Got a good point. Bro, got 92, 84, 83, 81, 85, 85. Okay, Nancy Pelosi's up out of here. She's about to retire. Maxine Waters still going strong at 87. I mean, and then Jesus. I mean, all right. So I guess both sides kind of have a bit of a problem with the letting the older generation take charge. And here's the thing, though. I'll still stick to the argument of that the Dems actually do promote the younger generation more. They do. And they let them try to have a shot. The Republicans, not so much, because they see the young Republicans don't really share the same ideals, especially when it comes to, war that they do. So they kind of want to hold power for as long as they can, because they would know once the young Republicans come in, this whole warmongering agenda is done. This whole support of Israel, no matter what, is done.
Yeah, I wonder if he's talking about Zohran Mamdani, who he reportedly called during the campaign, said, I'm very impressed with your campaign. Let me help you. Let me be a sounding board. He was just talking about the homelessness issue. How many people froze to death in the last month in Mamdani's New York City? Is that the type of youth Obama's looking for?
Right. Guy Benson, full of answers. I'm sure we'll be listening to you later today on the radio and everywhere else where we can find you. Guy Benson, thank you. Have a good week.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Become a Fox News Patriot today.
All right.
Click join to find out how.
But all right, now let's go ahead and move on to the next video here. Now, I do want to get into this interview a little bit between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Odin Schroeder. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Well, happy Friday, guys. It is, oh boy, Friday the 13th. Well, it's actually my lucky day because I've got Marjorie Taylor Greene on the show to start with. And so we're going to kind of forego our normal procedures to start the show. We'll reset the show when Marjorie leaves, but we want to take as much time with Marjorie as we can. Let's start it off a little light, Marjorie, and I'll just ask you, how's life outside of Congress?
Oh, it's pretty good. And for most people, I don't know how much they know about my career. I was never involved in politics until the previous 6 years of my life. And so I'll be 52 years old this year. Most of my adult life had nothing to do with politics. So I am very happily back into what I consider the normal world.
Well, despite what your detractors say, you look great for 52. and I won't name names.
Thank you.
I won't name names, but you look better than some of your detractors that are in their 30s. I'll just leave it at that. Okay. I think.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I think we can all probably guess who I'm talking about, but we don't need to name names. I find it funny. I'm curious. What do you think about the fact that you have left the swamp?
Hey, and shout out to my man Gaming for sending 5 on Venmo, and anything you send on Venmo is double. So that's basically 10 put towards the stream. Appreciate the support, my man. And he pretty much said to help with the live, what y'all covered last live. I believe what we covered was, let's see here. I think it was, of course, we covered Epstein because I've been covering Epstein since the file has been completely dropped. And then, of course, we're covering the Dems want to shut down the government over ICE, even though ICE won't be affected, but all of DHS will be. And then, of course, dealing with the Dems. Not really covering it, but hey, it is part of the show.
You're out of the swamp. You're not dealing with it. And yet your husband is still in there every day dealing with the swamp monsters. Do you guys laugh about that?
Yes, we do actually. And, he's got a tough job. He's, of course, covering as much of the administration and all the news as possible. And it's definitely a lot to keep up. But I'm always so proud of Brian. He does an incredible job and truly appreciate him. He's my number one supporter.
Well, we definitely appreciate him. I know it gets tough in those press gaggles, especially with all the pressure the administration is kind of applying to the media, which has always kind of been Trump's technique. But I think more of it is now applied to the right, where if you don't get in line, the pressure starts to get exerted on you. So I'm really glad that there are some people that are on the right, politically on the right side. And I think on the right side of some other stories too, not even the political lines being drawn, but just the right.
Yeah, we do have our hardliners on the right who think that they control the right, like you can't be on this side or MAGA if what? You don't support a war with Iran for some reason. If you're not pro-Israel, oh yeah, and if you don't hate Muslims, and trust me, I ain't signed up for none of that. I signed up for America first. And I'm pretty sure that's what MAGA is, but we have our bad actors in here who want to add these, I'm gonna be real with you, these nonsense positions that don't help us create a better country whatsoever.
Out of history, and I know that there's a lot of pressure to kind of try to fall in line. So it's good for Brian that he's not letting that pressure crack him. And I think that this is what you dealt with. Quite frankly, I think this is what you dealt with. This is what we've seen Massey deal with. Yeah. Do you want to kind of talk about that pressure and the difference between the first administration and the second administration as far as that pressure exerted against the media is concerned?
Yeah, and I think this is a great topic. It's something that needs to be talked about on our side. The Democrats don't do this to each other. They support one another. I mean, in every single way. It's actually incredible.
I don't know about that.
I'm envious of that. I wish on the right.
I mean, I don't know about that. It's like, let's be real. Look at Fetterman. As soon as he supported ICE, they pushed him out. I mean, look at AOC. As soon as he wanted to start allowing money to be sent to Israel, she started getting heavy criticism. So let's not sit there and pretend like they're all in unison over everything. Now, when it comes to the F Trump agenda, of course, but they have their topics that they're kind of split up about as well.
That we were more supportive and actually had everyone standing for what we campaigned on, not just campaigning and making promises like you heard in 2024 and in 2020 and even back in 2016. But when Republicans get in full power, actually following through in action and legislation and votes, as well as decisions made in the admin and the White House, literally delivering exactly what we promised. That's my frustration. But what we're seeing right now on our side, and it happened in the first admin, is there's a lot of knives out. And if you are not 100% loyal, I mean, literally like a mind hive, then you are attacked. You are called ridiculous names like panikins. You're, and you're pushed all the way out, like you saw what happened to me, what you're seeing happen to Thomas Massey, what you see social media influencers get attacked if they are not towing the line and speaking the absolute MAGA talking points. And then you also see it in the press.
Yeah, that's why I kind of now in the center right. Trust me. I got pushed to the center right after my commentary on what was going on in Palestine, Iran. Apparently, if you're not gun-ho into war, I mean, I guess you're no longer MAGA. If you don't hate Muslims, you're no longer MAGA. I mean, if you're not pro-Israel, you're no longer MAGA. And it's kind of crazy how that it devolved into that, because that is what's causing the civil war in MAGA. Is that there's this one side that I don't know, they're just running on complete hate. And then there's the other side that just wants to make this country work for the American people. And there's a division inside of MAGA. One side that's all for the killing and destruction, and one side that's for the betterment of the country.
And I don't really give them total credit because I don't think they've ever been fair to the president or even fair to all of us. They have not been fair to us in our views. But you see this high stakes demand to be literally 100% like a drone. And that's ridiculous. We're Americans. We can have our own opinions. We can say whatever we think and feel. And that is exactly how it should be. But there is a problem on the right, and you're seeing it in Congress, you're seeing it in the admin, and I think it's going to continue to get worse.
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of people now are sick of the left-right paradigm. And
yeah.
I'm kind of the same way. I don't like being put in any of these boxes. I mean, there's no doubt if we're talking about raw politics, most of my policy beliefs or arguments are going to fall into what would be considered the right wing. But it seems that really we are up against a uniparty. It seems like no matter whether it's the left or the right, the uniparty always moves in lockstep and always gets what the uniparty wants, which I guess we're starting to understand more. It's the special interest, it's the donor class, it's the foreign interest, and it's all this kind of hive of this body of really money and influence in Washington, D.C. that we saw turn against you. We saw it turn against you so rapidly. I don't want to make you talk about that this entire time. I know you've been talking about it and thinking about it probably too much for the last couple of months. But I do think, outside of just what you had to deal with, from people watching for the outside, it's like, okay, this is the perfect example right here. And like you said, it really only happens on the right. The left will always kind of protect their own. I'm sure when AOC and kind of the new left was having their coming of age moment, Nancy Pelosi was kind of like, not so fast. She kind of tampered that down. She got them to fall back in line. And, AOC kind of played the role. And she said, all right, fine. We'll wait. We'll let you run things, even though we're sick of you. We're sick of you too. We'll let you have it out. We'll let you finish it out. And then we'll kind of have our takeover. And I think that that's coming now. I think that we're starting to see that now with the AOCs, the Ross, and kind of the coming of age radical left. But they kind of said, fine, we'll let the current power structure of the Democrats run out their time, and then we'll take ours.
That is true, because whenever these old Dems F up, bro, it be Schumer, Jasmine Crockett, bro, it be the youngest of the Dems that are out there ready to have them resign, step down, they need to go. And I respect it, because I'll be real with you, they do need to get out of this old leadership, because the old leadership is kind of, well, I'll be real with you, it's kind of a failed Democratic Party. And I'm be real with you. That and them bending the knee to the new leadership and trying to have all these anti-immigration policies, socialist policies, and of course the whole transgender stuff that they was low-key pushing. They were pushing it, especially to try to make laws for these people. And that kind of turned off America and even people in their own party. And the fact that the older generation kind of bent the knee, I mean, the younger generation are going like, look, if you're just going to bend the knee to us, then let us be in power.
I feel like it's inevitably going to happen on the right, but there's definitely more pushback. And when you don't fall in line and you don't cower, like quite frankly AOC did, and I don't know if you saw her recent speech. It's like now she might even be selling out to the foreign interests, but that's a different story. It does seem like when the right wing, the anti-establishment right wing, stands strong and has a spine, they do everything they can to destroy you. Another example is Thomas Massie.
Yeah, no, two issues there. I'll address AOC. She's absolutely sold out to foreign interest.
Yep.
Last year, I brought multiple amendments to the floor for votes to remove funding of foreign governments. Egypt was one of them. Israel was another one. And so I only had 6 members of Congress vote for my amendment to strip funding of Israel. And I had many more members of Congress vote to strip funding for other foreign countries, but only 6 voted to strip funding from Israel. And AOC was not one of the 6. It was some hardcore squad members, myself, and Thomas Massie. So there were only...
But she's Jewish. I know. You didn't know? AOC is Jewish. Yep.
Only 6 total members of Congress that were willing to actually go on record and vote no. I'm sorry, to vote yes for my amendment.
Here's the thing, though. You know what? I'm gonna be fair. Not because she's Jewish, the reason why, she didn't, stop funding for Israel. It could have just been because, she's actually a believer in the pro-Israel movement or the Zionist movement and all that good stuff. And I mean, that's fine. That's fine. But she did run on no foreign influence. She did make fun of the Trump administration for selling out to Israel and supporting the genocide and all this good stuff, just for her to turn around and, support the same thing that, she criticized the Trump administration for supporting. It is a bit hypocritical, but I guess those people got to her. I guess she couldn't ignore the AIPAC money, man. They probably threw some bans on the young lady.
To remove funding for Israel. And I think that's extremely important. So, AOC, she's also showed it in other votes that she stands fully in line, just like most members of Congress and senators do. They're completely controlled by AIPAC. They're completely, totally in line to do whatever needs to be done for Israel, whatever Israel demands and whatever Israel requires in order for them to hold power or to run for higher office. And so that needs to be said, and people need to understand it. The second thing there is, yes, if you, as a Republican, and I'll speak to the Republican side because the Democrats they're very similar, but a little bit different. But as a Republican, like Thomas Massie and myself, Thomas Massie is attacked every single day, and it's going to intensify until his primary in March. But they were going to do the same thing to me that we see happening to Thomas Massie. And, Thomas Massie and I are a little bit different. Our voting records are very similar, but we're a little bit different. I went to the mat for President Trump. After January 6th, I was one of the few, it was Matt Gaetz, myself, and a few others that didn't turn our backs on the president. And I was out there still saying, no, he is our president. He's the leader of our party. This was a stolen election. And I traveled the country campaigning for him for 4 straight years. I fought with all of my Republican colleagues in Washington. They hated him. They were trying to do everything they could to stop him from regaining power. And they frankly hated people like you, Owen. I know you served time in prison, which should have never happened to you. It was absolutely wrong. And all of that was so wrong that happened to so many people regarding January 6th and the weaponization of the government through the Biden administration. It was horrific.
I'll be real though. And I'm gonna be real with you guys. You might want to look this up if you don't believe me, but the people who rode the hardest for Trump are the people who got sidelined. And the guys who are actually the anti-Trumpers, who was the anti-Trumpers in 2016, are the front runners. I mean, Ben Shapiro, Lindsey Graham. I mean, a lot of people who hated Trump is now like the head of MAGA and is absolutely disturbing. But those who are low-key going the hardest for Trump are now on the outside. And I don't like that.
Most Republicans did not care. Most Republicans in Congress today didn't care what happened to you. They didn't care what was happening to anyone. And they were doing literally nothing to stop it. But I went on the forefronts and fought those fights because I truly believed in MAGA and America first, specifically America first. And I thought that is what MAGA is or was, and fought for the president. And so for in 1 year's time to go from being his literally most loyal, most ardent, loudest supporter in Congress, to only, I voted with him 98% of the time. That's another thing. 98% of the time. I have never voted with the Democrats except on the discharge petition to release the Epstein files, and voting with a few Democrats, only 4 of them, to defund Israel. And so that was shocking.
I'm gonna be real with you guys. I know a lot of people ain't gonna want to hear this, but we do have some losing positions here. 1, the war with Iran. 2, our overwhelming support of Israel, so being pro-Israel. And then I think 3, you know what? I think is it ICE? Nah, it's not really ICE because I mean people in MAGA support that. Like we support that. But okay, I would just say there's 2. The war in Iran, which got us torn, and being also pro-Israel also got us torn as well. Because for some reason it's not politically popular to actually sit here and support Israel during what they were doing in Gaza. It just it politically it just isn't a good look. Especially continue to support them even after they're breaking ceasefires. Still isn't a good look, but we do it. And it's also not a good look when we're out here pushing for anti-Semitism laws to stop anybody from criticizing Israel. I mean, it's one thing to support them, but to stop people from criticizing them, that's also turning people against us. And we're continuously doing this, by the way. We're continuously pushing for war with Iran, by the way. So these are things that are low-key hurting the party that we continually do.
To me, to have the president call me a traitor, and it wasn't a traitor to the country. He meant a traitor to him. And then say that he was going to primary me the same way they are primarying Thomas Massie. And for me, it was so shocking on such an important issue, the Epstein files, which I still do believe that was one of the core tenet principles of our movement, was releasing the Epstein files, because that stood for everything else: transparency of every type of government crime against the country and against individuals, and the cover-ups and the corruption. And the Epstein files is like literally the perfect example of that. But it was the death threats also that came in from his threats and his name calling that was absolutely unbelievable. I'm used to a lot of death threats on myself, but the ones that came in on my son were particularly hurtful and shocking to me. And this was only 2 months after Charlie Kirk had been assassinated. And you have to be very, in today's political environment, after seeing Charlie Kirk assassinated, especially after we saw President Trump shot on the stage in Butler, I'm too aware of what can happen, what can and possibly would have happened. But it was also a matter of my own integrity and saying, my goodness, after all I've done for this man, after all I've done for Republicans as a whole, paying all of my dues.
Well, but here's the thing, Marjorie. Like this is where you effed up. One, you went on CNN and you went to all the adversarial news stations to make your argument, which you knew you wasn't going to get no pushback on. You didn't go to Fox News where they were going to give you pushback and give you facts. No, you went on CNN. They gave you no pushback. And then you turned around and said, well, I'm in construction and we kind of need illegals too. But you out here fighting. But, you're out here going like, oh, yeah, we need to deport all the illegals. Now that Trump pissed you off, you're kind of like, oh, well, I need illegals for my construction company. That turned a lot of people off towards you. And then you want to stick to H-1B visas and just like, okay, yeah, cool. But let's talk about the construction job that Americans can have as well if you weren't hiring illegal immigrants. That she kind of just admitted to on CNN, which was crazy.
To the NRCC. I mean, I went in and was doing my best to be a team player, support the party. And that's something that most Republicans never pay all of their dues to the NRCC. They just don't. They either pay partial dues, a few do finish paying them out, and some never pay them all together. But I did. I paid them all. And but to be cast aside like that over the Epstein files, it was too much of a demand.
No, that's not really true. You weren't cast aside because of the Epstein files. You were cast aside because a lot more than just that. It was more than just the Epstein files. You went kind of like antithetical to a lot of Trump's positions, like last second, and now you're acting like you didn't. Like, trust me, we all agree on the Epstein files. We all agree that, yeah, he should focus more on domestic policies, but the way you went about it was pretty underhanded.
Especially after sending the death threats on my own son to the president. I sent those death threats to President Trump, J.D. Vance, Kash Patel, James Blair, Deputy Chief of Staff, and Susie Wiles. And J.D. Vance was incredibly compassionate and kind, and said we do everything he can to help. Kash Patel said he was on it, so I assumed, okay, hopefully the FBI will look into this. James Blair never replied to my message, and Susie Wiles never replied to my message. This is a woman, a mother, and a grandmother herself. But it was President Trump's replies that were shocking, extremely hurtful, and he basically blamed me blamed me so that if my own son is assassinated, he said it was your fault. And basically that my son and that we would deserve this.
Damn.
And this is for releasing the Epstein files, standing with women who were raped as teenage girls, releasing the Epstein files that now everybody.
Hold on. Trump really said that he didn't care about your son being assassinated or anything like that. Man, please release that, because that'd be some pretty damning things that, I mean, hey, if you hate Trump so bad, that would sink him. I mean, shoot, we have to be consistent. We didn't like when Jay Jones was okay with wishing death on children, so of course we wouldn't be okay with Trump doing it.
As teenage girls, releasing the Epstein files that now everybody sees what's in them, and there's still like several million more files to be released. And from my understanding, they're worse. So I think everyone today can see that this was, I did the right thing, and I should never be treated this way, the way I've been treated. I certainly did not quit on my district, but the bar was set too high for my own integrity to stay in a system that I find to be literally completely broken, to be a complete failure.
This is going to sound so effed up, but this is why we can't trust. It's going to sound so effed up when I say this, but this is why we really can't trust women to fight for freedom in a way. I'm be real with you because, I mean, sis, you were right there in the thick of it. And you quit. I mean, you were talking to the victims. You had all the power to keep on fighting for these women, and you quit. I mean, the corruption that's going down. Did Thomas Massey quit? No. Did Rohanna quit? No. They kept pushing, but you quit. This is why we can't trust women to be the front runners when it comes to fighting for freedom or equality or justice. Why? Because you quit. And you were there. And you quit. Like, come on, man. How can we trust female leadership when we got y'all doing stuff like this? But vote for a woman. Y'all be quitting. When shit get real. When you find out women are actually getting trafficked, when you find out that there's some like corporate elite like corruption going on, you quit. That's when you fight harder. God damn it, man.
Failure and betrayal of the American people. That's what our government is a betrayal and a failure to the American people, and to serve under a president that would treat me so incredibly wrong after I had been so good and loyal to him. And it was just too much, absolutely too much. I haven't changed. Nothing about me has changed, but somehow over a course of a year, the definition of MAGA and the issues that it supposedly stood for changed. And so that's where I'm at. But I know I made the right decision. It was the right decision for me and my family, and it's been a good move.
A lot to unpack there. To put a lid on the AOC thing, just this week she was arguing to an audience, some liberal conference she was at, that we need to restore all the foreign aid that Trump has cut off. She was arguing that. I was like, oh my gosh, she really completely sold out to the foreign interests. But
well, she's definitely running for either Senate or president. Then you can count on that.
I wouldn't be surprised if we are seeing a Newsom Cortez ticket in 2028. That's kind of my expectations.
Yep.
You know, you bring up a couple of the issues right here with MAGA and Epstein, and it does all seem to be connected. You know, live by the Epstein files, die by the Epstein files. There was kind of this, it seems like there was this concept that we could insert releasing the Epstein files as part of the campaign culture. Obviously, Patel talked about it at length. Dan Bongino talked about it at length. And then they get in there and it's like, okay, we do get some of the files, but it's like they don't want to do it. It's like it's a very like.
Nah, Dan Bongino, bro, he cooked himself. I ain't gonna lie. Went on Fox News, tell us, oh, I seen it. I seen where the proof that Epstein killed himself, the files come out, and I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to that man, Dave Smith. He asked a pretty good question. All right, can you tell us where in the fuck does it show that Epstein killed himself? Because it did not show that in the Epstein files. And if you're telling us that you seen them, you seen the files, then where does it show it at? Because even the video that they have inside of his cell, it doesn't even show him hanging himself or completely hanging himself. It didn't even show that. So please tell us where in the files does it show that this man killed himself? Because that's what you told us. You said it was in there, and now they all been released. I'm looking and I can't find nothing.
We're begging and pleading, like, hey, you said they would. They don't really seem interested in doing it. It feels like it's a struggle session, and quite frankly, I don't even think it's up to them. To me, it looks like the DOJ is not even in Trump's control. I think the Epstein files are all about attacking Iran. I think this is a public blackmail campaign on Trump or his administration to get them to strike Iran. Now we see there's more military personnel surrounding Iran, so it could be inevitable any day now.
Maybe I ain't gonna lie though, the propaganda to go to war with Iran, bro, that is a chef kiss elite propaganda they got going on right there. Like, mwah, chef's kiss, because like, bro, I remember the Iranian people started burning that Bali statue. Bro, there was literally people on there saying that they were worshiping the statue, and Muslims are the complete monotheists. They're so monotheist they don't even recognize Jesus. That's how monotheist they are. So to sit there and say that they were worshiping Bali was crazy. Burning the statue, by the way, not bowing to it, but burning it. And people try to sit there and say that they were worshiping it. People would sit there and say that, oh, the people of Iran aren't Islam, they're Persian, they don't want this. You know what? There are people in Iran who don't want the Ayatollah to be in power, but it ain't 90%. I'm gonna be real with you, it's not. And I had to sit there and think about that. If it was really 90%, it don't matter if that 10% got guns. I mean, shoot, the Mossad and the CIA was funding these protesters with guns, and it still didn't work out in their favor. What does that tell you? That 90% is not true. It might be like, what, 60-40? Shoot, maybe 55-50, maybe 55-45, but it is not 90-10. And if it was, they'd have been overthrown. And you could say S.E.T, but that 10% got guns. Yeah, but there was intelligence agencies feeding guns to the protesters, and they got rocks. I mean, if they sit there and rush an entire police station, they're going to take it over if it's 90% 10. So there is something being told to us that is not true, and it's evident in our faces that is not true, but yet we still believe it. Crazy.
We can get back to that because I want to go to something that you just said. It seems like Trump's loyalty only goes one way. It's like Trump's loyalty only goes one way, and that's you have to be loyal to him all the time, and he doesn't really necessarily have to be loyal to you. Now, you had a much more personal relationship with Trump. My relationship with Trump was more activism, more in the media. And I don't have any regrets. I don't take anything personally with that.
And before y'all go and say, well, S.E.T, would you like the Ayatollah or something? No, I don't. But when we sit there and pretend like, oh, well, if we go against the Ayatollah, maybe just 10% of the Iranians are going to get killed. No, that's a goddamn lie. If there was only 10% support for the Ayatollah, they'd have been gone. Been gone. By sticks and stones, they could have been gone. By just giving them the proper military support, they would have been gone. But we did that with the protests, and it kind of proved that 90% was wrong. So that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying there isn't enough support in Iran to have a revolution to overthrow the Ayatollah. Can we do it with military force, with the like complete extent of our military force? Of course we can, but it ain't going to be without lives lost. But, you know, people like Lindsey Graham and people on the right will sell it like we can just do them like Maduro. That ain't true. You know what? I don't know. F it. It could be. It could be. We might just have to F around and find out.
But I do find it strange, and here's why. And this is also what you're alluding to, which is so strange. How is it that all of these never Trumpers, specifically the loudest being a Ben Shapiro, a Mark Levin, or you can even go and look at the National Review. They did a whole profile story on their cover story, Republicans against Trump, conservatives against Trump.
Yep.
Dana Lesh was on there, a bunch of people. And now this is like the new MAGA that's gatekeeping people. This is the new MAGA that's judging people, who gets in, who gets out, finger pointing, finger wagging, again, trying to reject us, even though it was our movement that they've now co-opted. Fine, you can have it. It's not what we wanted. So, okay, I guess this is what it is. But it is really strange. It's almost like Twilight Zone now. Every time you look up, it was all the most ardent never Trumpers. We're not just never Trumpers. And
guys, let's make sure to keep the stream going, to keep it going longer. So shoot, I'll give it like 12 minutes. Let's get the support up, or I'll be forced to shut down the stream, which I don't want to do. I actually want to keep going, but I'll be right back.
In politics, I mean, they were like hardcore anti-Trump. They would insult him. They would demean him. They would be they were nasty. And now these are the people that are all running around MAGA and celebrating how great it is. And the people that fought and suffered for the movement and for Trump are on the outside, got thrown overboard. And it's just like, okay, and now you're mad at us because you're going to lose the midterms? Like, you're the ones that told us you don't want us. You literally said you don't want our vote. You literally tossed us overboard. And now you're going to lose the midterms, and you're going to be pointing at us and blaming us? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, no, you're 1,000% right. That is the right way to think. And, you know, those of us that fought the hardest to get him elected, well, we are right to say, no. When things are not moving in the direction that they're supposed to, that we all worked hard to achieve, that we all fought to regain power and control of our government, it's okay, and it's the right thing for people like us to say, no, this is what we promised. We said no more foreign wars, no more regime change. Okay, we have to stick with that. That's what we promised. But as soon as it changed and went in that direction, that's when all the never Trumpers and the biggest Trump haters came on board. And here's why, Owen. Washington, D.C., no matter who is in charge, Republicans or Democrats, it is going to get its way. That's because this government is controlled by major industries. It's controlled by some of the richest people in the world. Those are the highest and most powerful donors. And they donate to Democrat presidents and Republicans.
And shout out to my man Chase. He says, "Come on, guys, keep the stream going. Too early to quit." I know, I got a lot more to go, so let's keep the sport going, guys. Let's not forget to double tap that screen if you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. And yes, the StreamYard link is still posted for the naysayers only, because you know I'll have a good 10-minute conversation just to make sure the show doesn't get derailed. And I do want to hear why you hate Trump or disagree with him so much.
Presidents. I mean, it's very simple. You can look at the big tech meeting in the White House, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, all those guys. They become the biggest donors no matter who the president is. And this city is run by those people and those powerful industries and the lobbyists that represent them. And so every member of Congress and pretty much every member of Congress almost, and pretty much the entire Senate is controlled by those same big, powerful donors and those big, powerful industries. And that's why you see what we call the uniparty. That is the uniparty.
I mean, let's be real, bro. Some of these politicians don't need their salary that the government gives them, bro. They can just take straight donor money and they'll be good. I mean, the APAC tracker or what pharmaceutical companies pay these people, oil companies pay these people. It literally replaces their entire salary like 5 times over. Sometimes, well, and then on the more common side, 2 times over. Basically, if that senator is getting paid like $200K to do their job, well, guess what? They got a nice check coming from APAC or the lobbyists for the pharmaceutical companies or oil company, a nice fat check for like $400,000, $500,000. I mean, that's just the way it is right now. And this is why I agree with Bernie Sanders and a lot of them when they say we need to take money out of politics.
A party. And that's why you see the same result no matter which party is in power. There's always foreign wars. There's always funding of foreign countries. There's always funding for these military industrial complex, big pharma, the big ag. You always see all the same industries receiving exactly what they want in legislation, receiving all the funding that they need, big tech, et cetera, because those are the ones that donate the most money and those are the biggest industries. And those are the people that are in their pockets. And then you've got the media companies that also fall right in line. Fox News is one of the worst. They are literally straight up neocons.
No facts though. Nah, Fox News straight up neocons. Like, bro, they're pro-war every hour of the day except when it comes to Ukraine and Russia. That's the only time they'll be like, you know what, maybe Ukraine should chill the F out. But when it comes to Iran, oh man, I mean, no, we can't trust them. We can't trust them to do anything. We have to strike them now. That's how serious they are. So yeah, when it comes to Iran, Fox News, bro, egregious coverage. But everything else, I mean, pretty solid on.
Major rhinos, if they're even, and I'm not talking about all of the ones that we see on television. Some of them are some really great people. But as far as the executives and the producers are concerned, they're going to make sure that they are preaching the talking points that they want to spoon fed to their mainly boomer audience every single day, 24/7. And they won't cover certain stories. They won't have certain people. They never had me on. I was the type of Thomas Massey. They'll never have him on. We're the type of Republicans they don't want to have on. They'd rather have on Fetterman every single day.
So, all right, if you're telling me that they never wanted to have you on and that's the reason why you never made your arguments to Fox News, okay. Well, I mean, that's on them then. I can't blame that on you. But, I mean, come on now. You didn't try? Because, I don't know. It sounds like she tried and they just told her to F off. Maybe that's why she went to CNN, ABC, and MSNBC. Maybe that's why.
And make sure Fetterman never loses an election in Pennsylvania, no matter how hard Scott Pressler tries to flip that Senate seat. They're going to make sure Fetterman stays in power because Fetterman's going to demand that funding goes to Israel. And that's how this. I'm just giving a few examples of how this place works. The people do not control the government because you can't donate enough money. You can't, you don't have a big enough company. You're just a small fish.
No, I will give you that one. Like, as soon as a politician is known not to support Israel, they are shunned out of the political party on both sides. On both sides. Democrat and Republican both do the same thing when it comes to Israel. If you do not support them, your ass is gone. Or you will not be supported in your next election, and the person who does support Israel will be. And they're going to put them against you. So it is what it is.
In the pond. And
now, should any type of country have that type of control over our congressmen and senators? No, but there are actually some people in this country who think that's perfectly fine. As long as it's Israel, though, of course.
So they want to continue, and it's a two-party political industrial complex. And so the Democrats and the Republicans feed each other hate and tell you to be afraid of the other side. So they move Americans to get out and vote in these elections. And that's how the system is built. And it's incredibly corrupt. And I think many Americans today got to see a deep look into the nastiness of it and who the players are in these Epstein files. And it revealed exactly what the president told me on the phone when he was very angry at me back in September, yelling at me because I refused to take my name off the discharge petition. And he said, Marjorie, my friends are going to get hurt. Well, lo and behold, look at the Epstein files. My goodness. And it's, I think it's hard for a lot of people because they're so good-hearted, and they have been a believer in Donald Trump for like over 10 years now. I certainly have always been one of those people too. And they have a hard time believing that he would turn his back on them. What?
It's hard to believe the betrayal. I mean, it's
hard to believe. Yes.
The level of betrayal is so high that it's hard to believe. And if you didn't have this mindset, I said this right after the election, I said, take note of this. I said, remember what you stand for, not who you stand for. You got to remember the what, not the who, because if you lean into the who,
and I mean, hey, that's a great message, because to me, it was never really about Trump. It was about what I stood for as an individual and how I feel that where our country should go. And Trump was championing a lot of that. And the Democrats, well, not so much. They were championing some things I stood for, but most of it they were against, and they would call me crazy just for like saying it. But on the right, I mean, y'all were more accepting even of some of my left-wing, beliefs. I'll give y'all that one. But I mean, let's be real though. Now it's kind of like the right is kind of taking on some characteristics of the left when it comes to taking on ideology or an opinion that they don't like. It didn't start out like that, but that's how it's finishing. We need to change course. We do need to change course. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to Delcy Rodriguez. Used ex-VP of Venezuela, but now president of Venezuela because we kidnapped Maduro. Yeah, that lady. Here she is. Let's go ahead and get right into it. I do want to know what she's thinking. Or what's her experience been since we kidnapped Maduro and all this good stuff? Because right here it says that Delcy Rodriguez says Maduro is innocent and a legitimate leader. I mean, look, lady, we still ain't gonna give him back. Well, I don't know, we might, but I doubt it. I think that's dead.
Madam President, thank you. Gracias por su tiempo. Welcome to Venezuela, Kristen. Thank you. It's very beautiful here. We appreciate it. Thank you for having us. You met with the Energy Secretary today. What was your biggest takeaway from that conversation?
Bueno, primero, es un momento muy especial. Es la primera vez que un secretario de Energía de los Estados Unidos viene a Venezuela.
So first of all, we're very happy to have here the Secretary of Energy. It is the first time that we had a Secretary of Energy from the United States come visit Venezuela.
Yeah, so the Secretary of Energy is out there in Venezuela right now, pretty much with other oil execs, pretty much trying to break ground with the refinery tasks of Venezuelan oil. So things are popping off as we speak, especially when it comes to taking advantage of their oil.
En el caso concreto, yo he planteado que sea una asociación productiva a largo plazo, hemos dicho.
We have been discussing the future of the relationship and working together in building a productive relationship for both countries.
Okay.
And I'll ask you a question I asked the Secretary. Who is in charge here in Venezuela? Are you in charge or is President Trump in charge?
Bueno, yo estoy encargada de la
Well, I can tell you I am in charge of the presidency of Venezuela, as it's stated clearly in the Constitution of Venezuela. And from the amount of work that I have, from how busy I am, I can tell you it's very, very hard work, and we're doing it completely day by day.
And let me ask.
Yeah, the Supreme Court pretty much voted her in to be Supreme Court voted her in to be president because that's just the way their constitution works.
Ask you a little,
just like ours in a way. Except, I don't think we need a Supreme Court to verify the vice president. I think he just steps into the role.
A little bit about the relationship. President Trump has said that he told your administration, quote, "We'll do whatever you need." That you told the administration that we'll do whatever you need. Are you taking direction from President Trump?
Mira, he conversado en 2 oportunidades por teléfono con el presidente Trump. He tenido contacto.
So I can tell you I have had 2 phone calls with President Trump and many more with Secretary Rubio. We have, in every single phone call, have had very respectful conversations, and we have kept a high level of cooperation and respect so that we can develop a joint work. And I must really be grateful for this level of cooperation and what we're going to build together.
Has he invited you to the United States? Do you anticipate you'll be visiting the United States soon?
Mira, considerando estos contactos.
Well, yes, I can say that I have been invited to the States and that we're contemplating coming there once we establish this cooperation and we can, move forward with everything we're doing together.
And obviously, President Nicolas Maduro is in the United States.
This
He's
is tough.
being detained there.
It is kind of tough to listen to her because she's trying to skate around the fact that we do run their country now. They're doing everything we said. I mean, if you want to fight back, then I mean, what is our energy secretary doing there with all of our oil executives? I mean, that don't look like fighting back to me. That looks like utter like bending of the knee, complete cooperation, which I'm happy about personally. But I don't know about your, constituents. I don't think they're going to be too happy about that bending of the knee.
Do you see Nicolas Maduro as the legitimate leader of Venezuela?
Sí, sin duda alguna. Es el presidente legítimo de Venezuela. So yes, I can tell you that President Nicolás Maduro is the legitimate president. I will tell you this as a lawyer that I am. They are both, President Maduro and Cilia Flores, the First Lady, are both innocent. We have, and I will refer right now to the DEA reports that have repeatedly stated that Venezuela is not a relevant in the drug traffic towards the United States. En materia de droga establece de igual manera que Venezuela no es relevante. We have also 27 reports from the United
Now, look, lady, I don't think you didn't figure this out by now, but it was never really about your drug trafficking potential to the United States or this drug trafficking in general. It was about the fact that you were getting closer to China and Russia, buying weapons, energy, and all that good stuff from them in our hemisphere. That was the main problem, but we did hide it under the shroud of narco trafficking. I ain't gonna lie. But yes, our main objective of taking out Maduro was because he was getting too cozy with the Chinese and the Russians. That's it. And that's all. I mean, yes, you could sit there, but you guys said it was about the boats and the drug trafficking. I mean, yeah, but not the main reason. Not the main reason at all. But I mean, hey, it got a lot of people to go along. Did it not? Did it not? All right, then.
Nations stating that Venezuela is not a relevant country when it comes to drug trafficking towards the United States. We know that less than 5% of drugs go through the north of the Caribbean and that 70% come from the equator.
Que la situación se haya desarrollado de esta manera y creo profundamente en el diálogo diplomático. We regret immensely this situation, and I must say that I believe completely in the peace, in diplomacy of peace, and the dialogue of, diplomacy and political dialogue. I do not believe that the diplomacy of the microphones should be used as a communicating channel.
Secretary Wright was very clear. You talked about areas of agreement and areas of disagreement. The United States does not see President Maduro as the legitimate leader of Venezuela. You say he is the legitimate leader of Venezuela. Does that in any way make it more difficult for you to work with the Trump administration, that difference in perspective?
No es para nada difícil hacer el trabajo. Por eso he dicho.
Not at all. I don't find this a hard work to do. I truly, as I said.
Yeah, because you're kind of working for your life here. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, if you don't listen to what Trump says, well, it kind of seems like he would just bomb the shit out of you. I mean, he was able to take Maduro with most likely your help. So yeah, I would definitely want to work with Trump as well too, seeing that he just took the top of our government, just whisked him away, and then made us look completely defenseless doing so. I would want to work with that man as well.
Before, I truly believe that diplomatic dialogue is the way forward.
Diplomático, político, en este momento energético, permitirá.
We believe that political, diplomatical, and also the dialogue of energy is a channel that will crush all fake news. We know, and I know personally, that President Trump has also suffered about, with regards to fake news.
Muchas veces vemos poca claridad y veracidad en lo que se dice sobre Venezuela.
Oh, and shout out to O for sending a bronze medal for 50 jewels. Appreciate the support, sis.
Muchos extranjeros que llegan a Venezuela.
We salute actually the fact that NBC is right here with us, seeing and experiencing Venezuela and seeing what the reality of the country is. It has happened to us, and we know foreigners who come to Venezuela, who travel, move around the city, and are surprised about the state of the city, of the country, the development. And this for us is very important.
Okay.
Do you support the way the United States is carrying out sales of Venezuelan oil and dispersing its proceeds? Do you support the plan that seems to be in place?
Mira, lo primero que te tengo que decir es que la venta de petróleo que hizo Venezuela a los Estados Unidos a través de empresas ha sido de justicia comercial en el marco de the sale of oil from Venezuela to the U.S. has been done exclusively and through commercially through PDVSA. A través de canales de venta como cualquier comprador que viene y compra el petróleo en Venezuela, y de allí en adelante lo que se haga con ese petróleo ya no es propiedad de Venezuela. All the prices have been established correctly through mechanisms and normal channels as it's done internationally. And I can tell you that regarding the trade relationship in international terms and mechanisms is, guaranteeing that the income is used in Venezuela correctly.
You can guarantee that the
Did that in the first
income
place.
will go to rebuilding Venezuela and helping the people of Venezuela?
Absolutamente, absolutamente. Lo primero es que te tengo que reafirmar que a pocos días de haber jurado como presidenta encargada de Venezuela. So, absolutely, yes. I can tell you that a few days after I was sworn in as president, I set up 2 sovereign funds. The first fund is to guarantee the social protections for the people of Venezuela regarding health, education, and such. And the second fund, the second sovereign fund.
If you'd have did that in the well, actually, no, I'm not seeing that they're a socialist government. They may have already did that in the first place, but it was failed because, I mean, they can never really get enough money into it to support all the people. Let's see, though, how this plays out for them now that there's going to be more money coming into the Venezuelan government. Let's see if that works out for them.
It will
Because I was about to say, well, y'all should have been doing that or y'all wouldn't be here, helping out y'all people. But they might have been doing it, but they never really had enough money to, fulfill the promise. Just like I don't think that we have enough money to fulfill that promise of universal health care.
Infrastructure, viality, electricity, and also we have started a new app where people can log in and see exactly where the funds are going to and how they're being used.
Nuevos acuerdos en materia de hidrocarburos empiecen a llegar al país.
How do you respond to President Trump's accusations that Venezuela stole U.S. oil decades ago and what he's doing is taking it back?
No, yo había dicho que hay desinformación al respecto. Venezuela está en un proceso de revisión. So, no, I believe there's been a lot of misinformation. We are currently in a process of reviewing contracts and clarifying exactly who owes money to who owes money to PDVSA, who PDVSA owes money to, and we are currently doing that and going to do everything to clarify exactly this situation.
Let me ask.
Yeah, I mean, we pretty much took all your money that you were supposed to pay your, financiers with, like China. Yeah, and we took all that money and put it in Qatar. That's pretty tough. They are in a pretty tough situation because they have, debtors, debt collectors that are coming to collect their debt, and they ain't got nothing in their accounts. It was taken out by us and put into Qatar.
Because you have a new petroleum law that basically tries to reverse the damage that was done by nationalizing the oil industry. Is that effectively an acknowledgement that nationalizing oil assets was a mistake?
Es que hay conceptos erróneos sobre la ley. Fíjate, durante todo este tiempo de economía bloqueada, nosotros establecimos. So, yeah, the thing is, there's a lot of misconception about the law. We used to have, and we established, during the blockade, we established what we call the anti-blockade law, which establishes a very specific business model where the firms, the companies can ayudar a la traducción. Can produce and can take the management and can trading also. This is the difference. And now we take this model to the new law.
But it's a step away from nationalizing.
No, porque...
Hey, and shout out to my man, Mr. Paramedic. I appreciate the support and the baller alert. Well, Well, Monty, he got me going into overtime. All right, guys. Well, the call-in line is open for all. We're doing conspiracy hour. We're going in for the long run. Shout out to Monty, though. He says, thought I'd stop by and say hi. I'm doing clinicals tonight, so I can't come on, but love to see you, man. Also, if it comes out that, Rodriguez snitched on Maduro, you better run my credit. I said it here first as soon as I woke up that night. Yeah, no, that's true. I remember, bro, I think you were the one who kind of brought me to that conclusion, too. We were both just sitting there like, bro, did she just snitch on this man? Because what? She's intact. Everything just happened to fail at the right time. And we just happen to know where Maduro's at. I mean, who else would have that information? But like, well, I don't know. Right-hand lady who was right here giving us an interview as now the current president. Oh, so suspicious, but hey.
No, it is not a step away from nationalizing because all hydrocarbons are the property of the Venezuelan state. So what Venezuela is doing is establishing new models of management where Venezuela can handle and manage ways of production and commercialization.
Y si me permite, un aspecto técnico. La ley anterior de hidrocarburos que fue reformada.
So let me clarify. What we have done is reform the law. We didn't put it out. It's just been reformed, and it's reformed so that the dividends from the investments can have a better return.
Tú no puedes medir el retorno de los dividendos para los campos.
We know that green fields require a bigger investment, and their return is different. And these fields cannot be treated in the same way as brown fields.
Ahí, Catherine, yo he dicho.
So I have said before, what we want to do is to go from being the country with the largest oil reserves and go to being a great producer of oil, just like the United States, which produces close to 13 million barrels a day, and even as Saudi Arabia. So we want to produce great amount of oil.
Let me ask you about another big topic. To invest in the Venezuelan people.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and see what our energy secretary is talking about. Because now we hear what she's saying. Let's hear the energy secretary, who's appeared on the same interview, on the same channel with the same interviewer. So, hey, you can tell they were both in the room together. This man might have been over here tossing her cue cards like, look, this is what you gonna say. Say this, or we gonna bomb your ass. Like right here. Say that. What you gonna say that? Yeah, you're working with America to help us get that oil. Fantastic. Okay, cool. All right, now, but let's hear what the energy secretary got to say.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate the conversation. Let's dive right in with the big picture. If you are sitting at home in the United States, why should people in America care about what you're doing here in Venezuela?
Yeah, I think it's a great example of this groundbreaking diplomacy of President Trump. You know, Venezuela has been spiraling downhill for 25 years. Traditional efforts have really led to no progress. And in fact, the problems for Americans in crime and drugs, illegal immigration, increased risks in the Caribbean neighborhood, a lot of downsides to that. And President Trump's entirely unconventional way, here we are at a pivot point of history, a dramatic transformation of the condition in Venezuela. No American troops here, no taxpayer dollars being spent. Like, I think it's a first of the kind.
And how is being heavily engaged in Venezuela consistent with an America First vision and foreign policy?
Because this is the Americas. This is Venezuela. This is our hemisphere. What happens in our hemisphere is much more important to American lives than something halfway around the world.
Yeah.
Not that something halfway around the world doesn't matter. This matters a lot. 8 million people have fled Venezuela. 8 million. It's the first time in history millions of people have migrated away from a low-income country into lower-income countries. And of course, a lot of those have come to the United States, and particularly a lot of the criminal elements were sent intentionally to the United States, growing gang activity into the United States.
I mean, shoot, yeah, when you can't afford to take care of your prisoners and you don't want to take care of your prisoners, what do? You just dump them into other countries. I mean, it's that easy. Not recommended, not good for other countries, but I mean, It does handle your prison population that you do got to take care of. I mean, we got to take care of our prison population. We spend they make us money, but we also spend money on these guys as well.
And of course, to have a major oil producer have its oil production collapse, that's an upward pressure on prices, on gasoline prices, on diesel prices, on jet fuel vacation prices. I think everyone felt that during the Biden administration. And President Trump, of course, has an across-the-board agenda to drive down energy prices. I'm proud of where we've gotten there. Gasoline prices are quite low today, but there's always more we can do. There's always more energy you can bring to the world to lift up people's standards of living and grow job opportunities.
And we are going to delve into your efforts to rebuild the energy sector in just a moment. But let me ask you big picture, Mr. Secretary. Who is in charge here in Venezuela? Is it the United States or the Venezuelans?
So the Venezuelans are in charge here in Venezuela, but the United States has enormous leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela. The largest revenue source that funds the government of Venezuela is now controlled by the United States. If they're driving positive change that benefits Americans and is improving the life opportunities of people in Venezuela, that money will flow. If they steer off that path, we have just simply tremendous leverage. Again, tremendous leverage with no soldiers on the ground, no taxpayer money being spent.
And within that framework, does President Trump have the final say?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they are completely bending over for us. We don't got to put no soldiers on the ground. I mean, the only money that's, being spent, is their own resources. So far, so good, though. So shout out to my man, Gaming. Brother, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man.
Man, same here. So what's your thoughts so far, man?
Shoot, about what? First of all, I stopped taking sides a while ago. I'm gonna skip back to what I said before, and I do remember saying this. I got high school friends that can back me up on this. Never liked Trump as a person. Not since The Apprentice in 2005. Okay? Never liked Trump then. However, he is a good businessman. What I'm sick of is foreign influence in our
country elections,
country's elections, because we don't get a say, and that's messed up. That we have to pay for everything, but we don't get a say in anything. And I'm not trying to go full regalia. I know I'm the classical, racist, if you will. I try to keep things light. I try to keep things lighthearted, so we can all have some laughs. But on a serious note, what's happening now is exactly why we have the Second Amendment.
True.
It says it in black and white. The comma argument doesn't hold up. Marjorie Taylor Greene, if she wasn't afforded the ability to speak up, when she was going on different news organizations.
Yeah, she never got the chance to go on Fox. Then I'm be real with you, I kind of got to take back some of the statements.
Right, because that's not fair for her. If that's the only place she can have her voice heard, and then doxing her children, that's crazy and
out of line. And if you're saying that you have proof that Trump allowed that, please release it, because I don't support that not one bit.
Now,
so I get it.
Now, as far as this whole Venezuela thing, I mean, she talking about how she's got influence and all this other stuff, and she's gonna give back the money that she's gonna divvy out the money to the right people. Need I remind you that historically under Che Guevara, Chevron was an American company that invested, in today's standard, $500 billion into Venezuelan oil, and Che Guevara was so reckless with the money that he almost single-handedly collapsed Venezuela's economy
Yeah, and that's why we
And
learned from that mistake. That's why we got our own U.S. fund that things go. Well, a U.S. Monitored fund that things go into.
yeah, I'm reminding the people in the chat. So when she says this, take this with lots of grains of salt, that there is a lot of history that was omitted here.
All right, I agree with you on that one. But all right, though, I do want to get to this one video real quick because let's get over to the
Oh
grilling
yeah.
of Pam.
By the
Yeah, what's
way, I got a question. Did anybody else lose access to X for a while today?
Yeah, that was a bit weird. And then it gave me like a weird little thing on my StreamYard saying that, oh, we've having trouble posting lives to X. Make sure you share it because we don't trust it to show on X. And I looked, and yeah, my live wasn't found on anywhere on my posts, and I had to literally post my live on X. But if you go to X right now, you won't be able to find it. But if I go to my live on X, which I have the direct link to it, I'll go straight to it. So it's like it exists, but it don't.
Right, because like today I thought I was shadow banned because I tried to refresh my X page and like nothing was refreshing at all. In fact, I couldn't even get comments or anything.
When it comes to X, I've been shadow banned.
Yeah, but I was just wondering if I wasn't the only one.
I know you're not alone, brother. You're not alone. All right. Let's get into the Steven Crowder grilling of Pam Bondi because I think we gave her enough last time. Let's hear somebody else do it.
I didn't give her enough. I did not give her enough.
Years, one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over.
Checks notes.
The Dow is over.
It sounded like she was about to make a decent point, and then she forgot and said, well, F it, man. The Dow's up. So who cares about child trafficking? It's like, whoa. That's not what we wanted to hear.
$50,000.
Oh, you must think you're like Treasury Secretary. I thought her department was DOJ.
Yeah.
So they were asking, here's the thing. They were asking you appropriate questions for the DOJ. You answered them as though the DOJ isn't under your.
You answered them like you was Scott Bassett. Okay. I mean, but I ain't gonna lie. They were asking her questions like she was Christy Gnomes as well. And they do happen to do that. But a shout out to my man Monty said, if the Epstein files don't turn into the Epstein trials, we're going to see some real right-wing extremism. Yeah, I mean, bro, some of us are going to turn into like Luigi Mangione. And I damn near respect it. I'm like, yeah, you did just see how this guy's getting away with, getting involved with child pedophilia, trafficking children, buying children. He's just walking the streets because we refuse to prosecute. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of right-wing Luigi Mangionis out there doing their thing, sadly. A lot of the vigilantism is about to happen.
Control. Jeffrey Epstein and his
they did pretty well
complicit.
for a while, unfortunately.
Nice segue.
Look, here's the thing with Jeffrey Epstein, because you guys have asked us to, and we have covered it, and hopefully that segment that was the beginning, middle, and end, everything that we know was helpful. Please go check it out. What I don't want to do is exactly what these people, those who I'm about to present, are doing. If you have information, if you have names, if there is something shocking, then provide it. Otherwise, shut up. And it seems like clout chasing, and it's constant teasing, and we don't believe you anymore. We'll get to that montage, including people like Nancy Mace and others. But Pam Bondi yesterday, she was live, and I didn't have the stomach for it. Let me be really clear about, I've never been a fan. We didn't cover her hearing, because before any of this went down, I thought she was going to be a disaster. Pam Bondi is unintelligent, she's unprincipled, and she should be fired.
Should have been gay.
She's not good at anything of note. She's not a good communicator. She's not effective in policy making at all. And I know she's obviously it's different as a head of the DOJ, but certainly as far as the policies within that department, she hasn't cleaned house. She hasn't answered questions. And yesterday at the hearing, she also did the perpetual victimhood sort of feminism thing with I'm constantly being interrupted. Well, I will tell you, I have to call balls and strikes. She wasn't answering questions, and it looked quite foolish. It reflected poorly on this administration. She needs to go. Case in point, listen to her testimony.
They are talking about Epstein today.
Correct.
This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million. And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents.
Okay.
He is the most transparent president
so far.
in the nation's history.
All right.
And none of
She
them
about to make me start drinking again.
Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow.
Yeah, that's
Bro, what?
You could tell she
Oh
was
my
going
God.
towards a point. She probably thought that point sounded stupid. And he was like, F it, the Dow. I'm like, lady, for real? The Dow? Like, we're talking about kids being trafficked. Who gives a fuck about the Dow right now?
I don't care about the economy. I care about who I have to put a bullet in because they're stealing children.
Bro, like, we all know who she was getting, where she was getting at. Well, you guys didn't want to go after this under Biden or when this person was in charge, but you kind of missed that argument. You said, well, F it, the Dow. I'm like, oh my God. Like, trust me, nobody cares about the Dow while there's child pedophilia going on. Actually, the people who are most benefiting from the Dow might be the people who's, was in cahoots with Jeffrey Epstein. So trust me, not too many people are caring about the Dow. Oh, and shout out to my man Monty. He says, bro, I could have answered those questions way better. What the fuck is she doing? Man, I almost wish you were up there instead, Monty. I'll be real with you. I wouldn't want you to face the grilling, but god damn it, man, I know you could answer those questions better.
It was like what we were saying.
Oh, go ahead.
It was like what we were saying that night we did the review on it. Somebody had to have touched those documents. More than one person had to have a set of eyes on those documents in the DOJ. So the question is, who's concealing what?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't know why the FBI, like Cash Patel or Dan Bongino, like, did y'all guys have full access to the Epstein files, or like you did, but you didn't actually go in there and seen it before you went out there, told us that, oh, well, he didn't kill himself, he didn't traffic to nobody, there's no proof. Like, did y'all had all that information when y'all told us that? Or
unless they got flipped. Unless they got flipped.
That too, exactly. Unless y'all got flipped, y'all got showed them photos of you doing something pretty wild, and you was like, you know what? You got it. I'll go the other way.
Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over.
Checks notes.
The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000.
Because it's
right
hilarious. Now. It's hilarious because everybody in unison had the same thought. What the hell does that have to do with this?
Anything. Like, what does that do with that? Like, if you were Scott Besson, okay, but you're not.
And the crazy part is they're laughing because they're like, what the hell just happened?
Literally. No. If you actually hear an argument, remember, she was talking about Merrick Garland, and all of a sudden the Dow, like, bro, even the people in the back of her started cracking up like, okay, she kind of lost her train of thought. It's like she lost her train of thought, guys.
It was not a smooth cover up. You gotta be smooth, guys. Remember, like, you lose your train of thought, just kind of fumble around with the same point till you pick it up again, and then just go.
Yeah, she kind of just switched to a whole different topic that really didn't make any sense. She'd better off saying, look, I lost my train of thought. I concede my time. It'd have been better if you just sounded like a dumb blonde than a dumber blonde.
The S&P at almost 7,000. What? And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked.
Answer.
Are you kidding?
That's not an answer.
Good question. Shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year. National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low thanks to Donald Trump. That's why.
Look, if these guys were trying to grill Scott Besson on, oh, the stock market is doing bad, then sure, Besson will be able to say that. We're over here talking to you about the Epstein files and your lack of transparency on them. Because, I mean, let's be real. You were trying to tell us that he trafficked nobody, that he killed himself. This is what you sent Cash Patel and Dan Bongino out to do. And now all of a sudden, we're just supposed to believe like you're just this bastion of transparency? No. Go ahead,
bro. It's like I hate watching this interview, this committee hearing, because it's so painful to sit through.
Mm-hmm. I like to do it because I'll be like, bro, because no, there are some people on our side on MAGA that's literally trying to give her a defense, and I'm like, guys, there is no defense for this. I get it. I get that you want to defend the administration, but come on, we got to call balls and strikes.
They down bad.
Crazy.
That down bad.
That's down
everybody bad. Everybody that thinks she did a wonderful job, she's still not gonna fuck you, bro.
I mean, that probably has something to do with it too. There is a credible amount of simping going on.
She don't even know you exist, my dude. All right, just go ahead and call her out. She was bad AG, the worst AG I have ever seen.
Damn.
I'd rather have another Merrick Garland.
Okay, well, goddamn. I mean, I wish we got Matt Gaetz, but all right.
Well, Matt Gaetz or Merrick Garland or Pam Bondi. We didn't get Matt Gaetz, so it's left between Garland and Bondi. And at this point, I could take a consistent lie rather than a train wreck. It's Kamala Harris 2.0.
Bro, if Kamala Harris was AG, sadly.
Yes. That's exactly what this is.
Incompetence across the board.
Thanks to Donald Trump. That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history.
Oh, you must think you're like Treasury Secretary. I thought her department was DOJ.
Yeah.
So they were asking, here's the thing. They were asking you appropriate questions for the DOJ. You answered them as though the DOJ isn't under your control, isn't under your purview. This just seems like an allergy to accountability. It does make more sense when you understand that she was using notes from Scott Bessent. So that makes, yes, that's nuisance of fairy. People on audio, that makes no sense. But it's a live show, 11 a.m. So tune in, watch the video at 11 a.m. weekdays.
Bonjour, mon ami. Do you have that back?
All right. % off for life. Exactly how to not be taken seriously, but more importantly, this is something that people like Andrew Wilson talk about.
I mean, how to set women in high up positions back a couple steps. That's how you do it. That's what she did right there.
And this is why men say repeal the 19th Amendment.
I'm God. You give those jackasses a really good argument, okay? Get women like that. And sadly, like Marjorie Taylor Greene as well. Because like I said, I mean, you found out all this and you stopped fighting? I'd have fought harder. But it is what it is. I mean, they threaten your son, lady. They threaten your son. You ain't supposed to give up.
She may not identify as a feminist. It's the covert feminism of using the tactic of, oh, I'm a victim. I can't believe you won't let me finish. And here's the thing, there's an appropriate time to bring that up if you are answering the questions appropriately. She wasn't. It's about as bad as a Broad on the Whatever podcast.
I could have finished my answer. There were more than 500 attorneys and reviewers who assisted with the. They asked the question and they don't want an answer.
That answers my question, ma'am.
The protection of all victims
of the victims
are protected.
So very
you are
important.
protected under. Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt? I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000.
Yeah, shout out to my man Monty. He said, I like to just sit them all down and ask them to clear this up. Give me something that makes sense. Like there has to be something deeper going on here. There had better be anyways. Yeah, I feel you on that one. If I had to sit down Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, and Dan Bongino, and let's say I'm their boss, I'd be like, bro, if y'all don't give me something in the next 10 minutes, they do not make y'all look like the biggest dumbasses I've ever seen. But y'all gotta go. Y'all gotta go.
Bondi gotta go regardless.
She's
gonna give you a
you can be
reprimand
reprimanded, but bro, Bondi gotta go. I mean, you effed up outside the Epstein files. Man, you effed up with Comey and Letitia James. And all you had to do was just give us a prosecutor that was confirmed by the Senate. And you didn't cross your I. You didn't cross your T's and dot your I's. So you done for that one. The Epstein file just make things worse.
1,000 times about I had.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my
I'm
time.
going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
He was,
Mr.
this
Chairman.
isn't how this works. Chairman, may I
have
give my
another
answer
question.
on that?
Kind of is how it
It's a
works.
political
Here's the question.
joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
These are obviously improper redactions.
And let me stop for a minute.
I'm talking.
If they're not privileged,
quiet.
Don't yell at me. If they're not,
Mr. Chairman, will you shut the clock? This is on your time. It's not on Mr.
If
Goldman.
they're not
Even though
privileged,
you used your
we reviewed
I ain't gonna lie, that quiet though would have had anybody heated though. Even I'd have probably went up there like, all right, bro, who you talking to? Like, chill out. You can tell me to quiet down. I'm like, but quiet. Like, I ain't gonna that'd have had me tripping too. But he had a good reason. You were filibustering a little bit.
Saying a bunch of nothing.
I mean, bro, come on, man. Hit a girl with the quiet. Let's see how hard she bucks back. Because most girls are gonna.
I wonder how her knees look.
But damn, man.
Now, and I, by the way, it's a valid point to say, yeah, well, there's grandstanding and they're filibustering and talking for a very long time. Sure, but we have a contrast as to how you can deal with that effectively, and it's not. Don't talk to me that way. It's not. Let me go on and discuss the Dow when you asked me about Epstein. Let me show you how you can handle it thoughtfully in a controlled manner that's very effective. I present to you most improved player Marco Rubio.
I worry that you are playing fast and loose with our nation.
Well, I just gave you testimony here.
I just want to conclude by
but I just gave you testimony of how well things are moving forward, not as fast as everybody
but you
would like.
also said that in 6 or 9 months, if things don't go well, you're going to have to do something else. And the president's already said that he's not ruled out the military option. And you've also just said that, yes, we are at war. The president has wartime
every
powers.
president retains the power to use military to
it's reasonable for me
protect.
to ask you.
And I gave you a very specific example. Every president retains the right to defend the United States against an imminent threat. Yes, if there are just give you an example, Iranian drones deployed in Venezuela that could threaten the United States, we most certainly will address that, even if it's located in Venezuela. But we hope we don't get to that point. We don't expect to get to that point. I don't think that we're not trending in that direction. That's a fact.
See? Perfect. There you go. You answer the question, give a very specific example, and when they try and redirect and you go, no, hold on, I did answer it. Very specific example. Not, hey, don't talk to me that way. Let's talk about the S&P. It just...
Hashtag
one thing that she said, I mean, there's a different type of intelligence to it. Like, bro, you may not like Marco Rubio, but that man knows how to answer some questions. He's pretty precise when he answers questions as well.
Anyway, Seth, besides what you're saying, did you know about the Dow?
But the Dow, guys, it's the
Dow,
bro. That Dow is doing crazy numbers right now.
Yeah. What about the arrests that are supposed to be happening? I noticed she did not answer that question at all.
Man, like, what are prosecutions? The S&P is like 6,000, bro. What do you mean the prosecutions? The S&P. Like, wait, what?
And then she sat there with that stupid look on her face when I forgot who it was. He was like, yeah, this problem's been going on since not just Trump's second term, but since Biden, since Trump's first term, since Obama, since Bush.
Yeah, that was a Massey.
He was
wrong argument. She was the wrong argument against Massey. I like how Massey shut that down. He was like, yeah, it was going on against Bush. I mean, yeah, but going against Bush, Obama. You're right. But that's why you were voted in, to stop the cycle, not continue it and then be like, well, why are you getting mad at me for continuing the cycle? Because we voted for different.
Right. I mean, and the fact that she can't even at least guarantee to the American people that she can conduct an arrest, that tells me everything I need to know, honestly.
All right, and shout out Monty, because I went and put up that video, said emergency breaking news in Discord. I got it up there. Oh, shout out Kimmy West. Hey, sis, how you doing? She says, holla said. Well, appreciate you, Kimmy, for coming through. I ain't seen you in a minute, sis. Even though we're on different political spectrums, hey, thanks for supporting a brother. And shout out to my man Ron. He says, "Set, I owe you money." And hey man, you remember for 10 months, you've been paying your dues. I appreciate that, my brother. I truly do. But let's get over to this fraud in California, because we all been waiting for this one. Shout out to Nick Shirley. It would be this man, Nick Shirley. I mean, Lord knows CNN ain't gonna do it. MSNBC, nope. Shit, not even Fox News. Shit, we can even hold the right accountable for kind of being lazy on it.
We're just looking for these individuals as they're registered to vote here. John Thomas.
They got way more money than Shirley. Let's be real.
And Philip Thomas. Is Gloria here by chance? Because she's 100 years old and she voted last election from here.
Can you see my? I said I want.
I just want to make sure you're not 126 years old.
No, I'm not.
And do you think it's possible like illegal migrants could be voting?
Do you know where the ballots might have gone? Like for 108 people, that were registered here?
When it comes to fraud, most people think about money. However, there's another potential massive fraud story taking place in America.
Hey, pause it real quick.
One time.
What kills me? Like shit like this, it happens, but the owners of the company never get held accountable. Go ahead.
You know what's crazy? Nick Shirley out here just casually dropping major bombs, just messing up the elite's plan. He's some dude with a camera and a YouTube following, and he's just casually setting the nation ablaze by telling the truth. It's crazy.
Yeah,
these
it's crazy.
elites spend all this time meticulously planning, and then God just says to some random dude trying to make ends meet, "Hey, go do this," and then the entire thing comes crashing down.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Nick Shirley started out as that guy who was going into these like No Kings protests and other things like that. He really started out as a prank YouTuber, really. But since he got into this, hey, man, people been attacking him ever since. And it's only because he's exposing something that, well, people don't want to know about or they've been trying to hide. But
rather not have out in the public.
Yeah, that too. Hey, man, bro, midterms are coming up, man. We can't have this Somali fraud getting out. Let's go.
Come on.
Don't
you know Renee Good, man? Come on.
I'm done.
Where the ballots might have gone? Like for 108 people, that were registered here?
When it comes to fraud, most people think about money. However, there's another potential massive fraud story taking place in America, one tied to the most consequential system in our country, which is our voting system. This has to do with everything about who runs the country and how elections are actually controlled. And if we don't have voter integrity, what even are we? And there's one state that is the breeding ground for potential voting fraud, and that is California, where it can take up to 1 month to count all of the votes, no voter ID, and millions of ballots are cast by mail. And with voter rolls that are extremely vulnerable to errors, such as over 200 people who are over the age of 125 years old registered to vote in certain areas. And now to see how easy it is to vote, I headed to the location to register to vote inside the state of California. Now, this is the register of voters right here. And I want to ask him, why don't you need voter ID to vote here inside of California?
Hold on. All right, bro. Hold on. He doing something dangerous. You're investigating voter fraud in California? Oh, shit. I ain't gonna lie.
If he come up missing, it wasn't an accident.
Bro, if anything happens to Nick Shirley, bro, we know who did it. That's all I gotta say.
I was curious, how come in California you don't need voter ID to vote?
Because when you sign your affidavit, you're swearing that you're telling us the truth, and we compare the signature that you put on your application to the
Battery 65%.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it leaves any room for error with voter ID, or? Yeah, I'm just like curious because I want to make sure that like our elections are as fair and honest as possible. And I feel like voter ID is just something super simple to have. And do you think it's possible? Like,
damn. All right. So pretty much what she just laid out there was the list that you can sign instead of voter ID. I mean, of course,
Yeah.
I guess,
And
you
can
got to
fake
swear
a
that you're telling the
signature.
truth, sign this document, and you're ready to go.
Basically, hey, S.E.T, Pinky promised me that you'll hold on to my $1 million and won't run off with it. That's basically what they're saying.
Bruh, literally. And you're broke and destitute, by the way.
illegal migrants could be voting?
Not really. How? I mean, what was showing the ID?
Yeah, if they don't have their ID and they could just sign on behalf of Richard Sherman, then they could technically vote, right?
Yeah,
but what if they just don't care?
Oh, I mean, that's such an innocent old lady. She's like, damn, now that I think about it, they could be doing it, but that would be lying. I'm like, yeah, people lie.
I mean, they're committing felonies, my dude.
Yeah, they lie.
You think people that broke the law
I don't like when people take advantage of old people because they do just come from the most nicest position ever. They don't even assume that you would be lying to them or you try to mislead them in any way. That's why they're the biggest victims of scams, because they just have this, well, We real with you, this trusting nature, which I hate that people take advantage of.
I mean,
What if, like,
when it comes, I was gonna say, when it comes to like voter ID and stuff, it's like essentially what essentially what they got going on here is gaming the system. I mean,
Bro, no, what they
it
got
would
going
be
on, they're gaming the system. What they got going on that paper is the biggest, trust me, bro, for our elections.
right, and it's like yeah, but that would be lying. It's like, do you really expect people who already came over to this country illegally to care about what our law says? They didn't even have the courtesy to use the front door.
You don't even think that's happening.
Right.
That's how far she going off this. But all right.
Richard Sherman and Billy Bob Joe just don't care. But so you don't think illegals would ever vote, would you?
I don't think so.
No.
Man, bless your heart.
So instead of showing your ID, you sign your signature and then it is scanned to verify it is you. So technically speaking, anyone could show up saying they are someone, and if the signature is similar, that vote will then count. And with millions of people voting, it leaves room for fraud to occur. Just take these two examples.
And shout out to Tove on Rumble. She sent in a Rumble rant for $1. She says, let's see here. As a blonde, I'm sick. As a Republican, I'm appalled. As a woman, I'm horrified. I never thought I'd see today a Republican woman would make me hate my own gender as much as Heels Up Harris with her stupidity. Yeah, because we thought that was going to be the end of that when we didn't vote for Heels Up Harris. We thought it was going to be the end of the female incompetence. But with Pam Bondi, I mean, whew.
Oh no.
We didn't think we were going to get that. I'll be real with you. I knew she was going to get grilled, but I didn't think she was going to do that bad. That's all I got to say.
Bad, that was abysmal. Bad is
Literally.
like, yeah, you had some good points. Abysmal is like, no.
Bruh. It's like, man, that's like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. We could have put in there like an amateur that did better than you. But all right.
A Southern California woman is facing 5 felonies after registering her dog to vote in 2 elections. The dog's vote was even counted in one of those elections. Those behind the stunt say she did it to show the flaws of the current system.
Hey, Fido got rights too, man. Hey, Fido got a voice too. He may not express it too much. He may bark it out there, but he knows what's right too.
Dog, I'm telling you, the way that California system is, like, there's so much fraud that takes place. Dude, let me give you a real story. I had 2 letters from the IRS. One of them from the IRS said that I was dead, which was wild. So I had to come up there and verify, and they didn't believe me. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'm shipping out. That was for the other thing, the other letter.
Funny. Yeah, but this is too funny, bro. It's just pretty much saying like, hey, if you got a dog, actual dog, who we voting for next election? Okay, it matters, especially if you're in California.
The one who gives them the most treats.
So yeah, somebody says, but they need to show ID, lady. If that was true, then why we got dogs voting? Unless your dog can have an state ID, like shit, maybe.
2 examples.
A Southern California woman is facing 5 felonies after registering her dog to vote in 2 elections. The dog's vote was even counted in one of those elections.
Remember, this is NBC. This is NBC News. So this is them saying that. So you're telling me if this is such a secure system, then why do we got dogs being able to vote?
Behind the stunt,
First of all,
she did it to
it shouldn't
show
even be on the lady. It shouldn't even be on the lady. It should be on the people who was going through and counting the votes, because y'all should have caught that.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be real with you though. We got to put a little bit on her too. Like, damn, you really try to play us like that?
I mean, to be honest, if you have a system that's open and ready to game like that, I mean, don't get mad because people start doing ridiculous crap.
Good point. I get that.
5 felonies after registering her dog to vote in 2 elections. The dog's vote was even counted in one of those elections. Those behind the stunt say she did it to show the flaws of the current system.
Hundreds of people who cast votes.
Oh, that's why they went to her. Oh, no, not because she was trying to game the system. She was like, no, this is so easy to game that I can make my dog vote. And once she exposed that, they're like, oh, and now we want to hit you with felonies.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I can have a bison, like a bison, on a bicycle arm registered to vote for California.
Well, damn.
According to state records, but we found they've been dead for years, including a woman who died in 1988, and records show she somehow voted in 2014, 26 years after she passed away. Then there's Julita Abutin. Records show she voted in Norwalk in 2014, 2012, 2010, and 2008. The only problem is she's buried here at Forest Lawn. Abutin died in 2006. Is it possible your mother voted in 2014?
There's no way.
Abutin's daughter Maravik says it's certain.
I mean, you know, they could be out here doing seances and calling upon the dead to cast in their votes.
No. We're not even gonna afford them that because it needs intelligence.
But they're calling upon the spirits, like spirit of my dead grandma. Yeah, Kamala or Trump. Like, bro, for real.
Come on, bro.
But, I mean, hey,
like,
you know,
I think the most egregious one that I've seen. This was back in 2020. There was a lady that said that worked for one of the like ballot counting places in California. She was like, "Yeah, we ran this one dude's background, and he was a World War II era vet that apparently died KIA storming the beach of Normandy. Like, he was one of the first casualties, and apparently he had voted like twice for Joe Biden."
God damn.
So it's like, come on,
is that bad?
It's like, come on, bro. Y'all not even trying, dude.
Oh, is that bad out here? Damn.
14.
There's no way.
Abutin's daughter Maravik says it's certainly impossible that her mother voted, but the LA County Registrar confirms they have signed vote-by-mail envelopes with her mother's name for the 2014 and 2012 election, even though she died 10 years ago.
So it's not some crazy conspiracy theory to think that people are illegally voting inside the state of California. And with the state receiving millions of illegal migrants, the opportunities for fraud now are even higher as millions of undocumented people are living inside of the state.
Oh, wow.
Now let's
Yeah, shout out to that slogan right there. They was telling us, I mean, well, F a slogan, that was a straight lie. Most secure election in history, right, guys? Right? Like,
Arriba.
Man, that's pretty secure. You know, dogs voting.
The cap.
Because
go meet up with a man by the name of Urson who has dedicated years of his life digging through voter rolls, finding fraud and inconsistencies throughout the state. So how bad is the voter fraud here in California?
Well, we actually don't know because law enforcement isn't really investigating it, and we don't have people qualified to actually figure that out.
And what kind of fraud is taking place?
Well, we have voter rolls of about 22 to 23 million people in California. And we have just in Orange County, per se, there's 60 to 70,000 changes a month that happens. So the amount of time and effort to go and follow up with every one of those, we just don't have the resources to do that.
And so what information have you been collecting about the voting fraud here in California?
We have people that are still in our rolls from 2000.
You know what, gaming? This kind of does play into your your whole little I guess AI takeover, digital ID thing, because what would be the best way to handle this but AI and digital tracking? Like, am I tripping on that?
There's a way. No, there is a way to handle it outside of AI and digital tracking. And the way you handle it is you go back to regular pen and paper voting rolls. So like here in Missouri, when I went to go vote or whatever, you know what they had us do? They had us stand outside in the courtroom and provide pieces of our ID. And then we used pen and paper. We signed, there was two-factor authentication. There was no way that we could bypass the system without having information asked for us.
True. It's just that when he was talking about it, he kind of seemed like they're like overwhelming the system. And now every time I hear guys talk about, our system being overwhelmed, our system being overwhelmed, is like a selling point for AI.
I mean, no, it actually is. And they're going to try to use that to sell it for AI. But you could even go back to
simpler methods of what you're saying.
We could even do what the military does. So when I was in the military, we had, if you ever seen a military ID, It's called a CAC, a common access card, and it has a chip on there. So whenever you're conducting official business, you pop that bad boy in there, it reads the chip, pulls your information, and only you can do whatever it is you need to do. And if voting really is that big of an issue, we could issue everybody a common access card for voting only. And whenever we go to vote, we just pop that bad boy in the voting machine, or we present it to the people at the voting poll, cast our vote, sign our official signature, use that CAT card to basically authenticate that we submitted the vote, and then just leave. We have the capability to do that. That infrastructure is already in place.
And I believe Monty, yep. And Monty agrees. He said, yep, everyone should have an old CAC. We would hope. We would hope. But all right, let's keep it going.
2008 that are still getting ballots mailed to them that haven't voted in 18, 16 years.
And so if they haven't voted, what's the problem with them receiving those ballots?
Well, sometimes there's votes that happen later on with someone that hasn't lived here for 12 years. And we found several occurrences of that. When we turn that in, those are treated as independent incidences that don't affect the outcome of the election. So they're highly disregarded from our concerns as voters.
And what information do we have right here?
Well, we got several different pieces that we're looking at today. One thing that's just a simple anomaly for people to understand is there's people that show to be 125 years old in our voter rolls. And that's a simple data flaw. But the issue is it keeps happening over and over again to the tune of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds in every county. That's a large size like where we're at today. Another one is we have a lot of voters that are at central locations, 10, 12, 15 people at a place where what is this business?
And another one for Monty. We should have voted the exact same way Congress does. I mean, shoot, yeah, Congress don't make sure no non-congressman votes. I mean, they got some pretty secure votes.
I mean,
bro, can you imagine if you just walked in there and voted as a congressman and you're not a congressman? Be crazy.
Yeah, no. They have common access cards. That's how I know we have the capability to do it. I think there's one thing in there that says, oh, CAT cards aren't as secure as you think. Yeah, because you also have to use personal security and not be an idiot. But it's really hard. It's actually really hard to piggyback off of somebody's CAT card.
Okay.
The little chip reader, you can plug it into your USB. You can tap in there. They actually make keyboards where you can slide that card into the keyboard and access everything on the computer. Even Congress has them, and I've been to a couple of congressional buildings, which is how I know they have them. So we can use that for voter ID and only voter ID and be perfectly fine. They don't want to.
All right, let's keep it going.
What is it doing? These people are still going to continue to get ballots. Another one is like a lot of the sororities in the dorm houses, where we have typical turnout, or voter turnout is like in the 50 to 70% range, but it's like 106 out of 108 votes cast. So it doesn't mean that that's fraud, but it means these are out of the normal order of what happens. And so that's what we're going to be going around and looking at today and seeing what's out there and what we can find. We have a system where you can register to vote in California without a driver's license number or social security number. Why do we allow that? That creates 9.6 million records that then the state has to send to the Social Security Administration. And when 75% of those come back with no matching Social Security record, it should make every California wonder, why do we have a system like that? Why do we have a system that's creating work and uncertainty?
And so what have you done to get this information about the voter fraud that's taking place here in California?
Well, we get our information from the Secretary of State. We get it directly from them. It's a lot of information and it's very complex. And so we get this from the state, we package it up, and we help with our other researchers across the state that go and break it down into their own counties.
So we have all this information, and now we're going to go head out into the streets of California and see what fraud we can find. Where's the first place we're going?
We're going to the local retirement community, and the reason this one is just kind of particularly odd
you got 45 people registered and 41 of them actually turned out to vote in the last election. So that's just, again, not typical for 55 to 70% turnout. So it's a mental crisis senior rehabilitation center. So we're just going to go there and see, is there 45 people there? Is there beds? And check it out. Can you speak to supervisor?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, it looks like there was maybe 41 of 45 people that are registered here. Does that seem low or high to you? Like as far as how many patients or residents you have?
That's probably not accurate anymore.
So that lady right there said that that's probably not accurate.
Right.
So this could be a huge location where hundreds of votes could be casted from this one location. She said that numbers sound like they're inaccurate, 41 out of 45.
Correct. So is there a lot more people that could be registered to vote and could be having their voices expressed?
Well, let's move on to the next location.
You got it.
Now we're here in the University of San Diego because they got lots of voters here. But what's the deal with this location?
Oh, shout out my man Monty coming in again. He says every American should be issued a CAC verified with biometrics and two-factor authentication. Yes, I believe it so well. And if you guys don't know what CAC is, a common access card, which is actually a little bit more complicated to get. I mean, sounds easy to get, but it's not.
I mean, the only way you can get them is if you're in the military, or you work for the federal government.
Yeah,
and if you wanted to hand them out on a mass scale to just Americans, we have pretty much everything you need. If you have a passport, the way it was explained to me,
I like the point you're making, because instead of just like, voter ID, but what was it, the real ID? Just give everybody a CAC, and everything's good.
Because if you have a passport, you can get a CAT card. You can't get a passport from the State Department if you're not a citizen. You cannot get one. I don't care what state you're from, sanctuary city or not, you will not be able to get a passport from the State Department at the federal level if you are not a U.S. citizen.
All right, let's get back to it.
It's some sort of Institute for Peace and Justice, so it doesn't seem like you'd have a lot of voters like registered at some sort of an administrative office, but it very well could be. I mean, there's students that are all over the place here, so maybe it's some sort of a central mailing house or something like that.
You have a conference room, you have Garden of the Sky, the Kroc School, classrooms, conference rooms, anything but dorms. And this is the location where 58 people are registered to vote here inside of the state of California.
Is this like a central mailing location, like this building for students and stuff?
No, this one is not. So we do have a mail center.
Because right here on the John B. Kroc Institute for Peace and Justice, it says we had 58 registered to vote, and 50 people voted from this location.
So it's 5998 Alcala Park. You're saying
is the entire university.
Is the entire university. So where do the ballots go?
I have no clue.
Okay.
I've never seen them.
So far, we're 0 for 2 as far as getting any clarity about where these votes are being cast from here.
Yeah, or any sort of real clarity.
And at these locations, when there's only around 40 to 50 people registered to vote, in locations where there's hundreds and thousands of people, it leaves lots of room for speculations, especially when nobody actually knows what the real count is and where the votes are being casted from. And just a reminder, all this information from Ersin is the most up-to-date information from the Secretary of State of California as far as the voter rolls go. The fraud continues. Now we're outside of a extra space, a storage unit location. Here, 5 people are registered to vote.
Correct.
Did they cast their votes?
3 of them did in the 24 election. Then we had 1 that cast a ballot in the 2020 election and 1 that's never voted. The point is that unless this is a primary residence, right, or where you can sleep, right, which no one's supposed to by law allowed to sleep in their public storage unit, then this is not a legal registration. And these are the things that the county continues to let slip through the cracks.
Let's see if they're here. We have the names of all 5 people. Let's see if they're here. How's it going, sir? How are you doing today? Good. We're just looking for a few people here. We have Lily Morey, Philip Thomas, Sydney Thomas, Robert Thomas. We're just looking for these individuals as they're registered to vote here.
Do you have people that live here at Extra Space?
Are you
Extra Space?
Robert Thomas?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so who gave you this list real quick?
Oh, from the Secretary of State.
Yeah, it's publicly available information.
What about Robert, Sidney, Philip, and Lily Thomas? What about them? Do they also get their ballots here? Robert Thomas, Sidney Thomas, John Thomas, and Philip Thomas. Do you know where any of those individuals are? Any of the Thomases?
No, they're not here right now. There's no one living in storage facilities, right? That's
No,
really
right?
the question, right? Just wondering if people are actually living in storage facilities.
So 5 people
never know.
are registered to vote here. They confirm that
You know
nobody
they
lives
probably
here.
are. They beans.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, come on now. You never know if people living in storage containers, and sometimes these people are cool enough to let you do so and not tell. So I don't know about all that.
They beans, bro. You know they probably is.
God,
they can fit 80. If they can fit 80 of them in a car, you know they can fit 50 of them in a storage unit.
Bruh. Well, damn.
A little fishy. California's got some weird things going on. So 5 people, and they didn't know where any of the Thomases were, but this is their primary location.
Well, if those 2 people actually live here and this is where they stay, their primary residence, right? They get their driver's license here, their tax stuff comes here. It's completely legal. But the other people that are here that they didn't know or do know or so forth, right? Are they someone that was just getting something in a storage facility?
I mean, yeah. So just to be fair, they could be there. They're just not allowed to tell them because you're not allowed to be staying in these storage facilities. Just to be fair.
Well,
but
also you can, and I've seen this trick done many times before with homeless people. They'll rent out a storage or whatever, and then they'll use that as like a PO box, because any parcel that gets delivered has to legally be dropped off at a certain address. And you can argue that you're just tossing it in your storage every time, and technically they can't deny you that.
Okay, yeah. So there you go. There is a bit of a way to explain what the hell going on here.
Or so forth,
Yeah,
right?
so-
Are they someone that was just getting something in a storage facility? So,
But this is a storage facility. There's no apartments here.
no,
Nobody's living here.
I mean,
not inside the storage facilities. But if
I mean, we don't know that for sure. We don't know for sure. They shouldn't be, but we don't know.
the couple that we spoke to is actually, this is their primary residence, that would be legal under state law.
But
So-
for these 5 people that are registered and that cast their votes,
okay,
and if it's not them, then no, those are not legal.
those are illegal votes. And so that right there is 5 potentially fraudulent votes in one location inside of a storage unit. This is super important to understand before we go to the next location. In California, when you register to vote, you must be your domicile location, which is your primary residency. You can then put a different address to receive your mail, but for it to be on the voter registration form and for the voter rolls, it must be your domicile address, your primary address. Now we're going to start going to some of these locations where people have put their primary addresses as PO boxes. In locations like the one we're about to go to, over 30 people are registered to vote at this one UPS store. With this fraud, a lot of these people registered to vote have their primary residency at a UPS store or a United States Postal Service location. Right here, we have over 30 people who are registered to vote, and all these people right here,
And
there's
I
over
wanna
30 of them,
clarify
are
something
registered to
else.
vote, and this is their location.
Go ahead.
All right. So I used to work for FedEx and UPS and Amazon. So I'm very intimately familiar with how their shipping systems work.
Shit, who hasn't these days? But go ahead.
So when you get stuff at a PO, but this is the one loophole. And it was because there was a lot of homeless people. This is the way it was explained to me. Because there was a lot of homeless people that didn't have anywhere to receive mail, and it was creating a huge backlog for USPS. What UPS, Amazon, and FedEx started doing was allowing people to create PO boxes at the terminal address or a pickup or retail pickup address, and that is a valid address that they can then drop a package off to. This also works backwards for the company. So like whenever I was delivering, we would have overly combative customers or customers who wouldn't put their freaking animals up. We could just drop it off at the PO box and not have to deal with them at all. So that loophole, it's real real gray. Like I'm really oversimplifying how many things you can and technically shouldn't be able to do.
All right, gotcha.
A large majority of them actually voted in the 2024 election against Trump and Joe Biden. And right here we have Gloria. Gloria voted in the last election. She's 100 years old.
Yeah, born in 1925, still kicking.
What do you think about over 30 people are registered to vote in this UPS store right here? Is that a little strange to you?
Is it through PO boxes?
Yeah.
I don't know. What are you trying to do, or what are you trying to prove?
Yeah,
So you have to re-register where you live, right? Where your primary residence is. And so if you've got a primary residence that's a UPS store, there's a real tiny houses, inside the UPS store for people to live in.
Probably. What's your guys' affiliation?
My name's
We're just
Nick
citizens.
Shirley.
Yeah.
Could you live inside a PO box?
No.
So do you think it's a little strange that here in California you have lots of people who are registered to vote from these PO boxes? Meanwhile, you don't even have to show your ID when you go and vote.
I don't want to be part of the whole MAGA storyline. Thank you.
This isn't a MAGA storyline, man. This is just a straight up fact.
Wow. So that's what
Yep.
y'all think about it. As soon as we talk about voter fraud, oh, that's MAGA. As soon as we talk about, I don't know, maybe immigrants working inside factories and all. Oh, no. Whoa, I'm going to get involved with that MAGA stuff. No, this shit is really going on that affects you too, lady.
So
That's crazy.
and that's where,
So that's what they
and
think
that's-
about it.
and that's
Think about
why
it. You
I
can
said,
dismiss anything if it's like, oh, this is part of MAGA storyline. Go ahead.
and that's why I said, the PO box situation is very, very gray because it's not the same for state to state. And technically, while what he is saying for voting purposes, it does have to be like a domicile area. Technically, a PO box can also be an extension of your house.
Yep, that's true.
So it's if fraud is going on with PO boxes, unfortunately they are being smart about it.
Yeah, they are. I'm gonna be real with you because it's just like, yeah, that's kind of hard to prove though. To sit there and be like, oh, well, they're doing this for voting fraud. I mean, they could be doing this because they're a busy person and they go a lot of places.
Right.
They might miss
And
it.
that's the other thing is if like you can do something which is called a handoff. So let's say I'm in another state and I send in or like when I was in the military and primaries rolled around, a lot of us sent our stuff over to the Navy's PO boxes. And sometimes you would have a lot of people's mail in one PO box, but that PO box is assigned to like an entire command. So then
Wow.
people go and they pick it up and then they disseminate it to the states. And
Huh.
depending on the city or the region or the municipality, it may be set up like that. Again, this is a great area, so you have to really actually take that not with a grain of salt, but you have to like look at it through that lens.
All right.
Now we're going in. How are you guys doing?
Oh no, I mean, like, now there's somebody in the chat who's kind of being ignorant. Like, oh, yo, shout out Monty for kind of taking him out there, but Cap, you're wrong. Remember, at the beginning of this video, they proved, actually NBC proved, I mean, you can find this story where somebody registered their dog to vote and the vote went through. So this is something that's already been proven that there's voter fraud going on in California to the point where you can register your dog and have them vote. So no,
Right.
this has already been proven, my friend. And you can go to NBC News and look up the story and they'll be able to show you it.
Yeah. Could we talk to somebody? No. This is super important. Yeah, can you step outside? It has to do.
Instantly kicked out is crazy though. Wait, where did they go to? Oh, the UPS. Of course.
This is just the straight up facts. Now we're going in. How are you guys doing? Yeah. Could we talk to somebody? No. This is super important. It has to do with our elections here, ma'am.
Who
who are you? But go ahead.
They probably recognize him from the video.
Yeah, most likely.
Can someone come and talk to us?
Is Gloria here by chance?
No.
Because she's 100 years old and she voted last election from here. All right, so they won't even speak to us. Do you know Gloria? She's 100 years old. She voted
And I
last
always do say, I get it. I get the face, guys. But when you sit there and don't answer his questions, you kind of make yourself look guilty. And I know that the Democratic base will sit there and defend you guys, go like, oh, well, you know, F this guy. But it's really retarded when you sit there and ask a reasonable question, and all you can do is sit there and get outraged. You cannot be mad. You wouldn't, like, let's be real. If this was an investigation to MAGA, you wouldn't accept that. So why are you accepting it with your own? Because this is retarded. I'm be real with you. Even if I hated Donald Trump, I would have to sit there and be like, yeah, this is wrong. This is wrong. Somebody 140, what, it hasn't been investigated? We ain't cut off their stuff yet. Like, just, I'm be real with you. Just be real with y'all seeing. We're not telling you just to go out there and vote for Trump because of this.
Election here. She's supposed to live in one of these P.O. boxes.
What? No, I have no idea.
A little strange, right? Sir, have you ever met like a Gloria or anything? She's supposed to live in one of these P.O. boxes.
San Diego?
Voted.
No.
No.
I don't know.
No idea. And another thing that's super concerning about all this fraud taking place is right now the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, is also leading the way on Poly Market as to who's going to be the Democrat nominee in 2028. What do you think it says about states that don't require people to have voter ID?
It's like inconsistent, so people.
I'm weak. Chase is like, nah, that lady went and told him. I could see that. She did go into that building as well. They got a bunch of MAGA guys out there, and they're going to come in here and ask you guys some weird questions. So, you know, I just got to inform you about the weird MAGA guys outside. And then she left.
Can kind of like tweak it however they want. So I don't know. I don't trust it. That's why.
Should states require people to show voter ID when they go and vote?
100%. Like I think people should be verified that that's them voting and that's like them as a person. Like that needs to be like a face-to-face action. If they can't, there needs to be another way of verification.
And what makes you think that way? A lot of people don't think that way about voter ID.
I don't know. I think it's just like a common sense thing. Like it should be you that's voting and like your vote that's going through. So it's not just like anybody.
Do you think people would pass you off for Ralph Saucedo if you just said you're Ralph Saucedo?
No. Like if I said that to me, they'd be like, really?
Sure.
If I walked up and like I said, oh yeah, I'm 100 years old, they'd be like, what? You can't like fake age. So
this building here in downtown San Diego, there's over 16 people who are registered to vote at this address right here.
I know that
building. Would it
building.
surprise you if inside of this building alone, there's 15 people registered to vote, yet all the windows are boarded up.
Oh, one of the business was Ducats, and I never saw anybody go in or out of there.
15 people are registered to vote, and a lot of them voted in the 2024 election.
Doesn't surprise me. This is California.
Yeah, that's around that's around Point Loma Annex. I know exactly where that building is.
Yeah, you're right. But no, wait, look, man, when you got a resident who just say outright, like, yeah, that don't surprise me, man. We do be scamming around here when it comes to the elections. And like I said, you know, there's gonna be people in our chat that be like, no, this is all fraud. Just because he says it's not real. He's the fraudulent one here. No, he's the one exposing the fraud. He's the one asking questions, and you guys defend the fraudsters. That's all you've done has been doing is defending fraudsters every time Nick Shirley comes out. He points out something crazy, and you have no debate about it. There's no argument for it. Just, oh, F him. He's the one. He's the real fraudulent guy. And it's like, no, you actually got to have an answer for this because this is actually funny. This looks crazy. And this shows your TDS if you can't sit there and be like, okay, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. This is wild set. Even as a Dem, this is wild. And then you can go into your F Trump agenda.
Place here in California?
100%.
And do you trust Gavin Newsom?
No, not at all. You could tell by the way he talks. He never wants to answer a real question. Let's see. He calls ICE, basically calls them out, calls them terrorists. In some ways, I kind of hope he runs for president. That means someone else is going to get governor. And if he doesn't make it as president, his political career is done. I don't see him winning. I really don't.
Right now in Poly Market, he's leading for the Democrats as far as who's going to be the next nominee.
Yeah, Kamala was leading. Look how that went.
Yep.
Do you think California should require voter ID?
Do I think that voters should require voter ID?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
Why?
How come you need an ID when you go to the airport?
I don't know why you got to do that either.
So do you think it's possible to have
somehow
elections here in the United States if people don't prove who they actually are by giving their ID when they go and vote?
Let him answer.
Do you think California should require voter ID?
Do I think that voters should require voter ID?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
Why?
How come you need an ID when you go to the airport?
I don't know why you got to do that either.
So do you think it's possible to have fair elections here in the United States if people don't prove who they actually are by giving their ID when they go and vote?
That's too. I can't even answer that. Because I'm like this. If you here, you can vote. It's just too much paperwork.
Too much paperwork.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You can respond now.
This is a type of part. First of all, he didn't even repeat the question back right. Let's get that out.
Retard alert.
And then second of all, this is the type of person. He said, "I don't know why we gotta do that either, bro. All you gotta do is just they gotta make sure you ain't a lunatic, you aren't wanted, right? And then these are the people that are allowed to vote. Just remember that, guys.
Look, man, but bro, if you hear, man.
Homie Stray said that's too much paperwork. So what? Filling out job applications too much paperwork?
Probably why you riding around here with 2 McNuggets and a bike. Like, bro. Yeah.
Like, my guy. Come
This
on,
explains
bro.
a lot right now.
Come on.
I just had to let that man finish answering that because I was just like, ain't no goddamn way.
No effort.
Oh man.
No effort. None.
No critical
He didn't
thinking.
even try.
Shout out to Abe Castro. He says fraud on the taxpayers paid for voter fraud. Yeah, fraud on the taxpayers. Yeah, pretty much we paying for voter frauds, and that would be a rigged election. But we cannot prove that is not yet. For some reason, though, we're proving it in very small numbers at this point. Though, let's be honest, we're proving it in small numbers.
Yeah, too much bureaucracy, too much.
Like, oh my bad. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, don't forget they're spazzing out because they're looking into the 2020 election fraud.
True. I mean, remember, the Dems were spazzing out as soon as they kicked in the doors in Georgia to get their voter information. And they really start tripping when Tulsi Gabbard pulled up. Apparently, that was a huge talking point.
Wait, what? Why you gotta be up down there? Why is the DNI gotta be down there, huh? Why you gotta be down there? You don't trust American elections? No, you guys can't even handle money right.
Not right now. Please don't gaslight us. But all right.
Stuff. It's just too much.
So when you go vote, you don't want to show your ID?
Nah. Heck no, for what?
To prove that you are you.
I mean anyway. Anyway.
So no ID?
Nah.
What if I
Allowed to
want to
vote.
vote on behalf of your name?
Why would you want to do that? Tell me why I want to do.
Oh, yeah. There's powerful niggardry at work here.
Man, that's all I gotta say.
Do that, and then I can make a decision.
What if I wanted you to vote Democrat and you're a Republican?
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, yeah, that's a point. But I still ain't approving of it.
We headed to the next location, and it
Not
was the
a
exact
single
same
thought.
thing where tons of
Upstairs.
people were registered to receive votes from a PO box. So we were wondering, do these people live here?
I don't know. Yeah.
Like, are they living inside the post
This is the
office?
address of the post office, right?
Yeah.
This isn't like their mailing address. That's like their actual registration address. Do you see ballots that have like PO box on them and things?
Yeah.
And it's not a problem if someone is registered here to receive their ballot, but this is their primary residence. That is a problem. And that's what the case is for all these people right here.
And it's an illegal registration based on state law.
Because this leaves a lot of leeways for people to vote fraudulently, whether it be ballot harvesting or them just voting on behalf of somebody else.
And that's the thing that we have the greatest concern, right? 23 million ballots go through some process. This is one post office in one city, in one county, in our entire state, right? So it just has an exponential impact when you add up all the little small things that are going on.
As you can see, there's a lot of issues with these voting rolls and a lot of inconsistencies. And one of these inconsistencies is people over the age of 100 years old that are eligible to vote. For instance, there's a lot of people over the age of 125. And in this video, we just filmed around a 15-mile radius. So imagine what it's like all across the state of California. And now let's go see if there's actually 126-year-olds voting in California. Are you Doris?
She's right here. Yes.
Hello, Doris.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Damn.
We're just going through the voting rolls here, and we're just confirming anybody who's above the age of 100 years old. And right here, it says you're 126 years old.
No, you got the wrong house.
Are you Doris?
I'm about to say, I mean, damn. I
I'm
mean,
dead.
bro, because I ain't gonna lie, I'm like, damn, Doris. I'm like, when Doris actually pulled up, I was like, hey, yo, she's 126. Shout out Doris. But she's like, hold on. Now, that's not me. That's not me. But I was about to say, like, nah,
Doris
shout
got
out.
that juice.
Well, I mean, you 126, still able to talk, walk to the door, and all that crazy stuff. I mean, shit, man, what's the secret?
She not blind, nothing. Like what?
Man, I mean, nah, she like that was the
She out here
case.
look-
Doris might need to start giving out some secrets for the rest of us.
She looked good for 126.
Like, man,
The wrong house. I'm Doris, but you got the wrong place. That's the wrong information. All that stuff. No, that's
it could
wrong.
be the wrong information.
Oh, here, I can show you if you like.
No, it's just that it's wrong.
How come you think here in California they're just messing up on all these voting rolls here?
I don't know, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it says you voted in 51 elections, Doris.
Whoa.
No, not me.
Really?
I'm not no 100-some years old.
I know.
I said I wasn't.
I just want to make sure you're not 100.
I'm sorry, but wait. Bro, let's be real. This could be something that's been going on for, decades. Like, this might not be something new. This might actually been something that's really, really old, but it's gotten so egregious to where it's like noticeable now. Like, if they were doing this in your local elections, district, like, I don't know, like for your judges and sheriffs, this would be some pretty unnoticeable cheating. But it does seem like, bro, since they tracked it for 51 elections, bro, this might have been going on for a while.
126 years old.
You see how she responded?
Yeah, it really does say you're 126 years old here.
No.
Says,
Who gave this be 126? That don't even make sense.
I know, that's what the Secretary of State says.
Well, the Secretary of State is wrong.
Okay, well.
Put it like this: I was born in 1940, so you figure that out.
All right, Doris. You have a good evening.
Hold on. She said even told the last time she voted. It was in 1940. Damn. But hey, said that you voted way more times after that, apparently, in different elections. So I don't know. Maybe she might be forgetful. She might, I don't know. You're right. I might have voted in 51 different elections. I just forgot.
It.
I know.
Stop
You're right.
it,
That's
Sid.
bullshit. That's bullshit.
All right, so let's say his name's Virginia. She's 125 years old. She's voted over 55 times, and she's active on the voter rolls here in California. Let's see if she's home. Hi, how's it going, sir? Doing good?
No, I'm cooking.
Okay, well, I'll be quick. I'm just looking for Virginia, 125 years old.
125 years old.
Yeah, she's registered to vote at this location right here. Is Virginia here?
Yeah, but she ain't no 125 years old.
Really? How old is Virginia then?
80.
80. Well, here on the state of California, she's 125 years old, and she's voted in 55 elections.
Nope.
Is there another Virginia?
No, not here.
Virginia.
How many? You said 145? No.
55.
On the state
of
125.
California. She's 125 years old.
Okay, 125.
And she's voted in 55 elections.
Okay, 55 elections. Okay.
Nope.
Is there another Virginia?
No, not here.
Virginia.
Now, hold on, guys. So elections. Let's not forget though. There are many elections, like for sheriffs, mayors, governors, congressmen. Outside of the presidency. So there could be a way to substantiate those numbers within that time. But there is no way to substantiate or even prove, honestly, to have any excuse for the fact that she's a 80-year-old woman, but they got her marked down as 124. I mean, damn, y'all been using her name for 124 years to cheat before she was born? Like, make that make sense. Or they're just terrible at their jobs and they just like effing up all these ages left and right. All are possibilities.
10-4. It's only one in the whole world.
Only one in the whole world. Well, I hope she's voting good, so she's not 125? No. Well, is Virginia doing good at least?
So, well, she's a year younger than me, and I'm 82.
Say Go tell Newsom she ain't 125, she 81.
Okay.
Awesome. You do that. Have a good one. Do you see what the problem is? Every location we went to inside this video, there is something wrong with the voter rolls. Whether or not the person's 125 years old, it actually doesn't matter. The part that matters is that the information is wrong on the person who's supposed to be voting here inside the United States. And the other locations,
Yeah, there might just be like very, very sloppy, honestly, filing, reporting. Like, you know, it doesn't have to be exact voter fraud in this case because they're just getting ages wrong. And I mean, that happens all the time. I mean, it doesn't really mean voter fraud, but it is suspicious, though.
people aren't supposed to be living inside of P.O. boxes, yet they are registering to vote out of P.O. boxes, making it impossible to track back who that person is to see who actually cast that vote. This leads to lots of fraud, and everyone should be concerned about the integrity of our elections when people cannot show their own ID when they show up to vote.
Well, that's actually a really good question, though. I mean, he makes some good points, and he did show us some pretty, I'm real with you, some pretty compelling things. I would want us to ask more questions. Now, can we sit there and say, oh, these are all outright fraudulent cases, each and every one of them? No, because they could be explained. But they do got to be explained. That's the problem. There's no explanation. We're just supposed to sit there and come up with it ourselves when the government should be coming up with this for us, not us. But hey, I guess they want us to do all the work. That's why they're leaving this YouTuber out here to investigate it instead of CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, etc. I guess they're just too busy. It is what it is. But all right, let's get over to our guy here in Pierce Morgan and let's get into, well, a very valuable asset, Epstein links.
Despicable.
Whoops.
Well, hold up. I'm about to head out because I gotta get up early in the morning.
All right, big dog.
All
right, man.
I'll see you.
All right, man. Peace out, gaming. Shout out. All right, guys. Probably keep on going for another 15:30.
Did he work for Mossad? It's more like Mossad was working for Epstein.
I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he was an intelligence source, it would have been a slam dunk for me.
Hang on a second. If he'd said he was working with the Mossad, then he would get off being a pedophile.
You have the FBI, you have the DOJ, you have unlimited resources, and the US government responds like, hey guys, let the internet figure it out. You want some guy on Reddit cross-referencing flight logs at 2 a.m. while he's eating Cheetos?
You're lying, you're defaming me. You are now going to be sued. You are now going to be sued.
The latest release of the Epstein files has shone an unforgiving light on the shocking judgment and tawdry behavior of many VIP men. We've covered the revelations extensively, not least as they've plunged the British government and royal family into historic crisis. But many regular contributors to this show and many of our viewers say the media is missing or willfully ignoring the big story, that Epstein was an Israeli operation. That's what Cenk Uygur said. Why is the media not touching Jeffrey Epstein's clear connection to Israel, asked Mehdi Hassan. Without question, the theory that Epstein was an intelligence asset makes a lot of sense. He had a vast and mostly unexplained wealth. He kept meticulous and exhaustive records. He obsessively curated VIP friends who he invited to luxury properties wired for surveillance. He got an implausibly generous legal reprieve after the district attorney in Florida was told, quote, Epstein belongs to intelligence. And the files certainly do reveal many ties to Israel. We know that former PM Ehud Barak stayed with Epstein frequently, long after his conviction. And the connection certainly didn't end there. But the current Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, says it's a red herring. Epstein's unusual close relationship with Barak doesn't suggest Epstein worked for Israel, he posted. It proves the opposite. So what do the files prove? In a moment, we'll debate this with Bassem Youssef and Alan Dershowitz. But first, here to help answer that question is Ryan Grimm. He's an investigative journalist and co-founder of Dropsite News. Ryan Grimm, welcome back to Uncensored. There are so many files here, and I have noticed just on an almost daily basis now, there's a lot of stuff in there about Israel, about Ehud Barak, about Epstein, and people are beginning to put all this.
I mean, yeah, he had a lot of connections to Israel, a lot of connections to our to the Mossad, a lot of connections to the CIA, of course, and of course MI6. We're not just going to put it all on Israel. The problem is, though, as soon as you talk about Israel, they want to talk about, oh, no way, he actually was an agent for Russia. And we're just like, All right, so what? Were the Russian agents stayed at his house? Wasn't he having like some pretty frequent meetups? What with the ex-Russian president? Or was it Israel? Like, come on now, let's be real.
Yeah, and saying that actually
Don't gaslight.
what initially was dismissed as a kind of outlandish conspiracy theory may well be closer to the truth, that Epstein may well have been some kind of Israeli agent, but potentially working with Mossad. But you've studied these files in a lot more detail than most.
Mm-hmm.
What is your assessment of that?
I mean, it's not a simple question. It doesn't have a simple answer. What I would first tell people is just Google or use a search engine that functions, drop site news, Epstein, Israel, and you'll find a series of stories that we have published already and that we're consistently adding to. But then you can also ask yourself just some basic questions. All right, how did he get an Austrian fake passport? I mean, a real passport with a fake name in 1982. Like there aren't many regular people that can get, fake passports.
I mean, there ain't that many people who could get that pulled off. It's like a real passport with a fake name. So you're gonna go through, but let's be real, nobody knows really who the F you are.
To help them travel around.
As far as they're concerned, you're whose name is on the passport, but you're not. And Jeffrey Epstein had that type of access, or he had that type of privilege, which is crazy.
On the world. Another important thing to understand is that three of the people that he is very closely associated with in the 1980s are Stan Pottinger, who is a attorney who is known to have moved money for the CIA during Iran-Contra, Adnan Khashoggi, who is like the banker during Iran-Contra. He's moving money and weapons, a Saudi figure, and Douglas Lease, a weapons contractor. He was a protege to Douglas Lease. He was a business partner to Stan Pottinger at the time that Stan Pottinger was heavily involved in Iran-Contra. And he was he knew, and he ran in the same circle as Adnan Khashoggi, and he has
somebody said you're like he wasn't a billionaire with the highest. Yeah, okay, I'm about to say, okay, cool, with the highest connections part. You got to add the highest connections part, because you being a billionaire don't mean you can move like Jeffrey Epstein. You got to have the highest connections.
A fake.
Not every billionaire comes with the highest connections to be able to get a fake passport, or a real passport with a fake name. That is not how it works, my friend.
Passport. So, and then he emerges out of Iran-Contra, with enormous amounts of, wealth and power and connections. So and then of course there's the Robert Maxwell connection, Ari Ben-Menashe, who, I don't know if you've had him on your program. You should, if you haven't. Former Israeli intelligence official himself has said that, Epstein knew Maxwell. Whether or not he did, that's an open question. Just those connections alone. And then for Netanyahu to say that, well, okay, he was very close with Ehud Barak, therefore he had nothing to do with Israeli intelligence is absurd.
Exactly. It's like, bro, you can't be, having frequent conversations and visits from an ex-prime minister of Israel, and at the time was their minister of defense, and then sit there and say, oh, we had no connections to Israel. It's like, bruh, what? Like, that's like gaslighting at its highest at that point. If you really want to tell us there was no Israel connection, I know Israel wants to separate themselves as much as Epstein as possible, but I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, y'all gonna get brought in on this. So of course, we're not talking about all the people of Israel, but when it comes to the Mossad and the government of Israel, yes, they were involved with Epstein. Just like our government was. There ain't no shame, man. We all out here tripping. Or we were all out here tripping. No, our government and our intelligence agencies, not us. But all right, let's get to the spicy part of this interview. Or I'm sorry, but this panel. And that was Alan Dershowitz and my guy here. What's his name again? Damn it, I forgot that guy. Yeah, Bassem Youssef. That's his name.
And Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer. Dershowitz, author of The Preventive State, and Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer, and comedian and activist Bassem Youssef. Well, welcome to both of you. Alan Dershowitz, I know you said emphatically you do not believe Jeffrey Epstein was a spy, but as more and more stuff appears in these document dumps.
Oh, yeah. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you could sit there. You can send a super chat in, or you can support the Venmo. And if you don't want to do that, just double tap the screen and like the video. Appreciate it.
The files. There is more and more stuff linking him to Israel, to Ehud Barak, to all sorts of stuff. Are you still as certain?
More so. Look at the chronology. As far as I know, he doesn't meet Ehud Barak until after he pleads guilty. And if he had been a spy before he pleaded guilty.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie though. Even bro over here was like that. You said that as if that was a good thing. But okay, no, keep going, keep going.
The first person he would have told that was me. I was trying to get him the best possible deal. And I asked him over and over again, what can you tell me that will get you a better deal? Do you have anything on Trump? Do you have anything on Clinton? Do you have anything about intelligence? He would have told me. Instead, in 1999, 1998, I was in Israel doing research for a book, and he called me from Paris saying, I want to come to Israel. I've never met any Israelis. I don't know anybody there. Could you arrange a lunch for me with Israel's 5 smartest people? And so I did. I got the Justice of the Supreme Court, the Attorney General, interesting people that I thought he would meet. And we had lunch, and then he and I took a walk in the Shuk, and I bought him a T-shirt which said, I'm a member of the IDF, kind of khaki T-shirt, and he loved it. He wore it. There's no possibility that he was working for intelligence at the time I was representing him. Now we have a chronological issue. He meets Ehud Barak, but that's later. Did Mossad hire him after he was convicted? Well,
I don't know. That just sounds like such an operative thing to say. Like, whoa, look, man, you guys remember that his little I'm part of the IDF and CIA outfit that he had? Yeah, that was me who bought him that. Like, come on, bro. That sounds like such a Mossad operative thing to say. But I'm gonna be fair. And I'm gonna say, all right, guys, that explains where we got that, the gear from. It wasn't because he was actual IDF or anything like that. It was because Dertrude was just such a nice guy.
Maybe your previous guest talked about planes involving Victoria's Secret. Well, Wexner didn't buy Victoria's Secret until well after the early time. So one has to look at the dates. One has to look at the chronology. I hate to pour water on a fascinating conspiracy theory. It's so much fun to talk about. But from what I know, I just don't see any evidence that he ever worked for the Mossad. And if he did, why wouldn't he have told me? I actually was a lawyer. I represented the Mossad back in the 90s when 3 Mossad agents were caught in Cyprus, and Cyprus thought they were working for Turkey. In fact, they weren't, and I helped to get them out. I have a very good relationship with the current.
Yeah, but here's the problem, bro. With those Mossad agents, getting charged on child trafficking. Like, I mean, I know you probably can't explain the details of the case, but Jesus, maybe I need to do some investigation into that case you did. You got 2 Mossad agents out of Turkey because what were they doing in Turkey? Like, that's the problem. Because if you're telling me that you could have got him off for human trafficking or child pedophilia because he's a Mossad agent, that's something that you'd want to explain in great detail. And why the fuck is it that way?
Head of the Mossad, the former head of the Mossad. Obviously, I've asked them that question, and there's no evidence.
Alan, I would say this. Alan, I would say this to you. If I was to ask you about all the despicable crimes that Epstein was committing, right, you would say, because I think you said it publicly, you didn't know about any of that, right? So, of course, could it be that Jeffrey Epstein just had a completely different life that he just did not tell you about, and that included despicable human sex trafficking, and it may also have included being a spy. I mean, clearly, if he wasn't telling you about all the sex trafficking, which was a huge amount of his life, then why is it surprising if he kept the rest of it from you?
Well, it's very surprising because telling me about his sex life didn't help him. Telling me that he worked for the Mossad would have given him a get out of jail free card. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein hated me before he died. He wrote all kinds of letters to Woody Allen as to what a terrible lawyer I was. He wouldn't pay me my fee. He fired me because he thought I had gotten him a terrible deal, that famous sweetheart deal. He ended up 18 months in prison. He was outraged. He didn't want to spend a minute in prison. I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he worked for the Mossad, for the CIA, he was an intelligence source, it would have been a slam dunk for me to go to whoever I had to go to.
Bro, and that's not weird at all, bro. So, if he was a Mossad agent, bro, I could have got him off for child pedophilia and all that, bro. If he'd have just told me he was a Mossad, I'm like, I'll be real with you, that should not make a difference. But please explain, because you're making it sound like, as long as you're an intelligence officer, who gives a shit what you do?
even up to the president of the United States, and I would have gotten him a deal with no time at all. Epstein was a selfish SOB. He would do anything to avoid prison time. Why wouldn't he have told me that he worked for the Mossad if he worked for the Mossad? So, yeah, of course he's not going to tell me when I knew him as an academic acquaintance, he's not going to tell me he's having sex with young children. He hid that from everybody. He did have a separate life, a completely separate life. But once I was his lawyer, it was in his interest to tell me things that would benefit him. And I can't imagine anything benefiting.
I'm sorry, I'm just seeing an exchange go on in the chat, and that was kind of funny when somebody hit him with, bro, was pretty much saying, look, they're not a real Muslim unless they're for killing infidels and all the other stuff that I've read about, like, oh, I've been propagandized to believe. Some of y'all need to understand this, and I'm trying to be so nice when I say this. You guys have been propagandized into this image of Muslims that is not real. It's not real. You don't want to kill infidels. You don't want to sit there. Not all of them don't want to sit there and marry their kids off. All of them are not trying to take over America. Okay. There's been a perpetual lie about Muslims that I wish would stop, but I see that this is an agenda to try to force us into war. So it's not going to stop because, I mean, there's a lot riding on people hating Muslims. If there wasn't, then trust me, it wouldn't be pushed. Because, I mean, then shouldn't you be getting mad at, I don't know, the Chinese for a Chinese takeover of our institutions and the complete takeover of Canal Street in New York? I mean, if we're going to be consistent, right? We're going to be consistent. We should say that way across the board. I mean, I guess all of them want to take us over. We're infidels, all of them. But let's be real, though. To sit there and say this about Muslims, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there aren't Muslims out there who believe that, oh, who want to kill us or who think that, who want to take over America. I'm not going to sit there and say that they're not out there. But it is such a small group that it doesn't even make sense to sit there and pretend like they have all this power. That's the problem. I ain't saying there is no Muslim, there are no radical Muslims. I'm saying that it is such a small group, and that is not the majority of Muslims. And it is unfair to sit here and say that, well, if they don't believe that, they're just not a real Muslim. What, bro? Who are you to say that? They think they call themselves Muslims. And I would say this, okay? If you're gonna sit there and criticize Muslims, please read the Quran. Listen to it. No, actually, Effie, you don't got to read that mug. Listen to it. There's English translations of the Quran on YouTube you can listen to. Just give it 30 minutes, and I promise you, everything you believe about Islam will be dispelled within that 30 minutes. I promise you, God, right hand to God. And I'm not no Muslim, okay? But I promise you, just read it for 30 minutes. Actually, do it. Take the whole 8 hours, and you'll see, like, yo, I've been lied to about this religion. And then you'll go down that pathway as to why, and you'll reach greater truth. But until then, bro, you're going to be sitting here looking ignorant for life about people that you never took the time to understand.
More than having worked for an intelligence agency. But I pressed him
I mean,
on
some
that,
people might
and
be.
he didn't.
I'll come to Bassem in a moment, but some people will be listening to this going, hang on a second. You mean if he'd said he was working with the Mossad or CIA, then he would get off being a pedophile? In other words, you can commit crimes of pedophilia.
Well, he wasn't
against
accused of being
children,
No,
and you would simply not go to prison for it.
That's right. Let's be clear. He was charged with 2 counts. One, a 17-year and 10-month-old woman who he paid for prostitution. The other, a woman in her 20s who was a prostitute who he paid. Those are the only 2 things he pleaded guilty to. The only 2 things he's ever been convicted. He was never convicted of pedophilia. He was never convicted of trafficking. None of that. He may have done all of those things. But when I was representing him, all he was being charged with was these 2 counts of paying prostitutes, one who was 17 years old and 10 months. I could have gotten him no jail time for that if he had been a member of the Mossad. Any good lawyer could have parlayed his membership and his contribution to intelligence into a deal. Or for
but why? So you're telling me, like, basically, this is one of the best lawyers ever, apparently, that, yeah, because he's an intelligence agency, an intelligent agent or an asset, he could do whatever the fuck he wants? That is not how it works, bro. I hope to God that's not how it works. Then we got some intelligent agents that can do whatever the F they want, and as long as they can say, yo, I'm CIA or I'm Mossad, we're just going to let them off? And remember, this man was getting charged for messing with little girls, like getting little girls to give massages to old creepy guys. You're telling me, oh, well, as long as he's Mossad, it's all good, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I don't know about that. I can't get down with that.
Example, if he had anything on Donald Trump or anything on Bill Clinton, of course any prosecutor would exchange this nobody who nobody had ever heard of.
Like I said, I don't know why I got to turn the defender of the Muslims, but like I said, oh, the radical Muslims, somebody said it here. They're the loudest. No, they're the ones that are pushed to you. Like if you go on X, yeah, those are the ones that they push to you. If you actually go out there and search for, I guess, a different position than the ones you've been fed, you'll find that you'll find the truth. Okay. But I would just say this: before you take on a radical position against Islam, read their book and understand their religion a little bit better too, because some of y'all confuse the hadith, which is the story of Muhammad being orally told, to the Quran, which is what the Gabriel told to Muhammad for him to spread amongst the people. Like, y'all don't even know that about the Quran. You don't know that the angel Gabriel is in the Quran who told this to Muhammad. You don't know that. You don't even know that the Quran ends the same way the Bible does, with Jesus coming back and defeating evil. You don't know that because you ain't read it. So at least read it, please. Or like I said, listen to it on YouTube. Because anybody who says, oh, you'll listen to it and it's a takeover plan, no, the F is not. That's how I know you ain't read it. I'm like, come on now. This is ridiculous. I would actually hope for us to be a little bit more educated than this and actually go out there and listen to what they're talking about. Because I'm be real with you. The same way y'all criticize Islam is the same way they used to do Trump. Like, it's kind of hilarious until you actually listen to Trump in full, hear him out, and you understand, like, oh, this is all a lie. It's the same thing with Islam. You hear out their whole word and everything, you'll realize all a lie. You hear out the hadith in full form, you'll realize it is all a lie and mischaracterizations of their tradition. It is what it is. And like I said, nobody's saying there ain't radical Muslims out there, but the fact that y'all try to make it as if it's all of them, and if they don't believe in that radicalism, that they're not Muslims, is ridiculous, and you're highly uneducated. I mean, look, bro, if all you were educated in Christianity, then stick to that. But if you ain't never cracked open that Quran or hadith, you might want to sit down, bro.
At the time, getting free from prison for, my God, the president, former president, future president. No, the best evidence is that he never, ever tried to tell me anything that would help.
Great. Then don't comment on Islam if you're not going to read the Quran. You're just going to go off what somebody tells you online, because you're no different than the Dems. You're no different than what the Dems did to Donald Trump. I'm not going to listen to a Donald Trump speech. I'm just going to go ahead and listen to what my favorite Democratic pundit said. You're no different than them if that's the case, because you're not willing to hear it out all the way through. You're talking, well, I'll be real with you. You're talking out of ignorance, complete ignorance, because you didn't even crack open a book. You're not willing to crack open a book. So maybe you should stop talking about it if you're not willing to learn about it. You're just willing to spit rhetoric about it, because you're being the same way as the Dems. And if you don't like the way they move, then why are you moving the same? I mean, message.
Help him that would support any of these theories about Clinton or Trump or the Mossad. So I am completely confident that he was not an intelligence asset. I wish, your previous guest is right. He would have been a perfect intelligence asset if I were the head of the Mossad. I would say, oh my God, now that I know who he knew, Bill Gates, everybody, the Sultan of this, the Sultan of that, sure, we try to recruit him, but they didn't know that at the time, because he didn't have many of those friends back in the 1980s and 1990s. Many of them became his friends, ironically, after he got out of prison.
Man, even in death, you're still his lawyer.
Okay, Bassem Youssef, you've been waiting patiently. Welcome back to Uncensored. What is your response to Alan Dershowitz?
Well, I think that what Mr. Alan Dershowitz just said is the best recruitment video for Mossad. Basically, they're telling people, if you're Mossad, you can get away with anything. The same thing that will happen with Tom Alexandrovich, the cybersecurity guy from Netanyahu's government, who was arrested in Nevada for trying to lure a minor in an FBI stint operation, and he got off the hook. He traveled. He didn't even have to attend his trial. He did Zoom from Israel. And like Ori Solomon, just a couple of days ago, there was a biolab in Nevada that nobody is actually talking about. Actually, as a matter of fact, the mainstream media, they reported it, but they never mentioned his nationality as an Israeli who was running a biolab in Nevada that includes deadly viruses. If that was a Muslim, it would be like all over the news. So basically, Mr. Dershowitz is telling us, if you're Mossad, you have like an out of jail card. And you know what? Maybe he's right.
Or a CIA,
I'm
or a
actually
CIA
watching,
agent. That's true.
Mr. Allen, Mr. Dershowitz, I did not interrupt you a single second when you talked. So,
I just wanted to
after
correct
you're
you.
done with the gaslighting, please let me finish.
I mean, gaslight.
First of all, I think I'm now kind of leaning towards believing mainstream media, especially CBS and CNN under Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison. I mean, the evidence is there that he is actually a Russian asset. His girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, was the daughter of a Mossad super spy. He was represented by you, Mr. Dershowitz, Israel's favorite lawyer, who you're also a lawyer to the Mossad, which, of course, everything you tell us will be true. Ehud Barak was his place the whole time. He fled to Israel when he was charged with sex crimes, and he was pictured wearing an IDF shirt. He was funded by pro-Israel fanatics. He worked for the Rothschild. He donated to pro-Israel student groups. He was responsible for the Wagner's group's pro-Israel philanthropy. He supported Israel settlement projects. His friends were all Zionists. He referred to us as Goyim. He was involved in Israel diplomacy effort. He brokered security.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie though. In the situation in the West Bank, yeah, Israel just approved the de facto annexation of the West Bank, which has no Hamas in it whatsoever, and they're just taking it over because, I mean, F it. I mean, F them, the Palestinians, right? That's what they think of them. I personally think they are humans and they deserve human rights. But according to the government of Israel, it's F those guys, and we're taking their land.
Deals with Israel, and even a former Israeli intelligence officer, Ari Ben Menashe, like Mr. Ryan Grimm said, he said he ran a honeypot for Israel. So yes, of course, he was definitely a Russian spy. Makes sense. You know what? I'm by the way, Mr.
Well, you're a good, you're a good comedian. You're a good comedian. This is very funny.
I'm actually a huge fan of yours because I have known you since the 2000s. I mean, actually, you're one of the very few lawyers who are actually known in the Middle East. It's like watching a real-life courtroom drama lawyer. There's even T-shirts with your face in it in Egypt. And I've followed you for a while. And that's why I'm here today. When they told me Mr. Dershowitz is here, it's like, I have to be here just for the gaslighting, because the level of gaslighting isn't new. For more than 2.5 years, Mr. Dershowitz and his client, Israel, have gaslighted us in front of our eyes for 2.5 years with all of the destructions and the killing that we've seen in Gaza. But they, according to them, it's not a genocide, it's self-defense. He told us that every dead child is
not a genocide.
That the
it's
International
a blood libel to call it a genocide.
That the International Court of Justice is a fake court, and Israel predicts anti-Semitic. Now, Mr. Jersey, please, I did not interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. I know that you're a lawyer and you do that. Objection, Your Honor. Don't interrupt me.
Use the word
now, the Epstein files are public. People can read them. People can see the horrible stuff that you again are.
I mean, let's be honest though. Look, I know people want to debate if it's called ethnic cleansing or genocide, which actually included ethnic cleansing in the definition of genocide, by the way. But look, guys, I'm just going to tell you what independent sources say. Most independent sources are calling this a genocide. Genocide scholars, international genocide scholars, have looked over the history of genocide and said that this is a genocide. So if you want to take all that and say F them, they don't know what they're talking about, they just want to go against Israel, then you can sit there and think that. But I just want to know, smarter people on you on the subject have claimed this a genocide. That's all I'm going to say. But let's keep it going.
Gaslighting us. In your own word, you said that he's not a pedophile because he liked 15 and 16 years old, but not 11 and 12 years old.
No, I said 17 and 10 months.
People can read,
17 and 10
you
months.
can read the ages of the kids in the emails. They can read about the pizza, the ice cream, the beef jerky,
convicted.
and you can see the connection with Israel. And yet here you are again, gaslighting us. This is your playbook, attacking the victims.
It's called. It's so hard to not call it a genocide when everybody else is calling it a genocide. But you guys, that's the problem. Israel, that's the only people that is not actually saying what it is. Those who believe whatever Israel says, and that's it. So when the whole world is saying, yeah, there's a genocide or at least ethnic cleansing, and you guys are just saying, oh, no, that's not true. What are you, an Islamist? It's like, no, we're just telling you what the rest of the world is telling you. That you kind of are committing a genocide. Like, I'll be real. And if you want to water that down, at least ethnic cleansing. I mean, you're doing ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. You're for sure doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza. So come on now. Don't gaslight us. It is what it is. I mean, just be honest. Let's say F those Palestinians. We're going to do what we do with them. We're going to do what we want with them. I mean, it's evil. It's fucked up. But at least you're being honest.
Palestinians, Hamas,
It's
terrorists,
called truth.
Epstein victims, liars, prostitutes, drama students, and of
Well, you
course,
say Hamas are not
anti-Semitic.
terrorists?
You have a history
Well, you say
of
Hamas are
hiring
not
investigators to dig through teenage girls at MySpace pages looking for marijuana
That's what
photos.
lawyers
You
do.
called a 16-year-old girl a thief in the Daily Mail. You got Epstein 13 months in county jail with work release for abusing 34 victims where he should have got life in prison. That's not a plea bargain. That's a spa package. And every single time, your defense is the
I
same.
challenge
She's
you
lying,
to defend.
she wants money.
I challenge you to defend
don't
your
believe what you
statement
read.
that
You
he got
represented
18
Stop
months.
interrupting me, Mr. Dershowitz.
You're
You
just
represented
lying.
a Syrian
You're just
child
lying.
predator and got him the deal of the century. 2 women accused you under oath. You settled for nearly $1 million. Innocent men don't pay. They go to trial.
That's
You know
another
who
lie,
pays?
not a penny.
Guilty men
You're
with good
lying.
lawyers.
You're
Oh, wait,
defaming me.
are the good
You are
lawyers.
now
So what
going.
does that
You are
make
now
you?
going
You
to
have
be
spent 50
sued.
years
You are
defending
now going to
rapists,
be sued
killers, and
for
every
saying I
time
paid
you
$1
attack
million.
the woman who come forward.
You're going to
You
be
are a
sued.
civil libertarian.
I'm sorry, just something funny about a Jewish lawyer is talking about you are now going to be sued. Like, come on, bro, don't play to the stereotypes. Okay, I'm sorry, I just have to call that out. Like, come on, bro, you played into the stereotypes. Don't do it.
You're not.
Pierce,
You're
I
not
would
a civil
recommend
libertarian.
you
are
cutting him
defending
off
the innocent.
when he
You're not defending
says
them.
that I
You
paid
are
$1
a
million.
professional gaslighter.
I
Shut
didn't
up.
pay
Bassem,
one penny. That's a
Bassem, you've
lie.
spoken.
And trust you instead.
Bassem, you've
Sir,
spoken for a long time.
Like Pierce, I
Okay,
did not
Bassem, you've made
interrupt
it.
Mr. Alan
Bassem, you've
Dershowitz,
spoken
and
for a
he
long
keeps interrupting
time.
me.
Bassem, you've spoken for a long time. You've
Okay,
made a number of allegations.
there is going to be.
It's
I
only
can
fair
tell
that
you
Alan
right
Dershowitz
now.
can.
I am going
I want
to.
Alan
But
Dershowitz
he
to
keeps
respond.
interrupting me,
gonna-
Pierce. I didn't interrupt him.
Okay,
You
I
can
am
cut me
going
off,
to.
Let him
Pierce,
respond
I'm
for
going
a
to
long
make it
time,
very clear.
But he shouldn't be interrupting
I'm
me.
going to make it very clear. I'm going to make it very clear. I'm filing a lawsuit immediately. I'm instructing my lawyers.
Nah, Chase, you ain't lying though. Stereotypes are a thing for a reason, and bro playing right into it.
To file a lawsuit against him for saying I paid $1 million. What happened is a woman falsely accused me. She admitted she may have mistaken me and confused me for somebody else. She dropped all of her charges. Not a single penny was paid. Nothing.
You know what? All these women who happen to drop charges against Epstein, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. All the women who happen to drop charges against Epstein, Trump, or whatever else billionaire, let's track their bank accounts and see if they were paid right after. I think we need to start doing that, guys, because there's a pattern going on. I don't like it. Yes, I'm willing to go ahead and include Trump's name in there just off the witness testimonies. I got to be fair here. So just off that, we should look at some of these girls because, like I said, a lot of these women retracted their statements, and we believe that to be something that's of value. But in my eyes, one, what if they've been threatened or paid off, and it's the only reason they're retracting it? You feel me? And then, I know what you're saying. Like I said, that's real convenient to say they've been threatened. And you're right. You're right. So let's take that off and let's do something we can track. Like, oh, well, were you paid off? Let's check those bank accounts connected to their name or maybe their parents' name, and let's see if there was money given out. Because in the Epstein files, it do reveal that Epstein was paying off victims.
And it's all in the agreement, all a matter of court record. You saying that I paid $1 million is going to result in you having to pay me many millions of dollars. What'd you say?
This is from the New Yorker.
The New Yorker never said anything like that. You're such a liar. I thought you were a comedian. I thought at least you'd be funny. You're just a liar. You're just somebody who is prepared to make any.
I'm sorry, but hold on. I'm pretty sure Epstein did get sentenced to 18 months, bro. I'm pretty sure. Actually, I think you said he got sentenced to 18 months. So where's the confusion here? What did he lie about? I'm confused here. Like, maybe I'm missing something. Let's see here. In 2018, financial Jeffrey Epstein pled guilty to state charges of soliciting prostitution from a minor under the age of 18. As a result of controversial non-prosecution agreement, here he received a lenient 18-month sentence in Palm Beach County Jail. So remember, and Dershowitz was hounding him on that. Oh, say it was 18 months. I dare you to prove that it was 18 months. I'm like, we all can prove that it was 18 months with a simple Google search. Like all of us. What are you talking about? You better not be suing him for that.
kind of anti-Semitic, anti-Israel
Did I miss
statement,
something?
Oh,
and you're
anti-Semitic!
willing
Please
to
stop
lie
with that,
about it.
Mr.
Now I
Dirkevitz.
want you to
Stop with
justify the
that.
million.
Please, you
I
have
want
to
you
stop
to
with that.
justify
Nobody
that I
believes
paid $1 million.
anti-Semitism.
I want
Nobody
you to
believes these
justify
accusations,
that.
sir.
Will you justify it?
Okay, about
Will
him
you
paying $1 million.
justify that I paid $1 million? Where'd you get
Okay,
that piece
okay,
of?
that's where I got it from. All right. So that's why I missed. He said, well, did he pay $1 million to S.E.T victims in that case? 2 months, and let's see, was there $1 million payout? Because you know what? Let's see. I mean, maybe there was, and maybe there was. I get that for y'all.
Nonsense. Where did you
The
make
New
that
Yorker,
up?
sir.
You said Hamas
the New
is not a
Yorker,
terrorist
the New Yorker.
organization?
If you want to sue someone,
You
sue
show
the
me the New Yorker and I'll pay you $1 million. You're a liar. The New Yorker didn't print that. You're lying.
Okay,
Why don't we
let's
take a
talk
time
about
out now? Go online, get the New Yorker, and show the people that are listening, the good people, the New Yorker. You're lying through your teeth. You're a despicable liar, and if you said it under oath, you'd be a perjurer.
I don't know about that, dog. Because now let me just take you to the website right here. This is Sokolov Law, right? So personal injury and sexual abuse lawyer right here. It says it here. What did Jeffrey Epstein do? Right. Now it goes over the whole 2019 financier arrested for sexual abuse and trafficking of underage girls, reportedly harmed more than 1,000 victims over the course of multiple decades. According to the U.S. State Department of Justice, some survivors have gone to file Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking lawsuit to seek justice and compensation for the harm they endured. So, I mean, this doesn't really prove that, he paid out $1 million, but it does prove that there were people looking for compensation. So, I mean, yeah, we can't prove the $1 million, but we can prove compensation was people were seeking compensation. There you go.
No truth to what you've said, period. And I'm going to sue you.
Oh, come on. You do. Is that what you
Finally,
do?
I shut him up.
No,
I
you
sue
didn't shut
liars
up. You're
and
just like
defamers, yes.
cutting me. Mr. Allen, you went from I never got a massage on Epstein to I got a massage from a 50-year-old Russian woman named Olga. But I kept my
wife
underwear
and
on.
I both received therapeutic. I received a neck massage back in the 1990s. I've never received an erotic massage in my life.
I mean, shoot. I mean, hold on now, Dershowitz. You said something different. You said something different during your deposition. You said that, you did, but you kept your underwear on. So, I mean, that's not true. You gave a very different statement when you had your deposition. You was questioned on it. But all right, here. So shout out to CNBC. So they're saying a fund was set up to compensate victims of late sex trafficker or sex offender, Jeffrey Epstein, awarded almost $125 million to about 150 individuals. So, okay, Epstein was found dead in Manhattan in August 2019. Let's see here. Former friend Donald Trump, Bill Clinton. So, yeah, that's all I can find is people were seeking compensation. But let's see here. A fund set up to compensate Jeffrey Epstein's victims, awarded almost $125 million to about 150 victims. So, could these victims got that $1 million? I mean, yeah. I mean, that's like it's really hard to tell because there was compensation was got, but I mean, the accent might be true right there. Yeah, $1 million might have been paid out to one of the 150 victims that were in that class action lawsuit.
I have never told a misstatement about this, and I want you to show everybody the New Yorker the claim that the New Yorker said I paid $1 million. It's an outright lie. You can look it up right now while we're talking.
Then played a what?
$1 million. You to show everybody the New Yorker the claim that the New Yorker said I paid $1 million. It's an outright lie.
Oh, you paid or Jeffrey Epstein paid? Because now I'm confused. I'm confused of what the claim is because I got it right here. CNBC, like it's right here. A fund to set up to compensate victims of the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein awarded almost $125 million to about 150 individuals. But if you're saying that, they said you paid $1 million, Alan Dershowitz, to a victim, then okay, I'm gonna have to look that one up again. Because all right. That's the claim, then I don't know about that.
You can look it up right now while we're talking.
Maybe
Show
I'll look it up
show
for
them
you,
what
sir.
you say the New Yorker said.
It
Okay, I'm
is
waiting.
under the
I'm
New
waiting.
Yorker,
Look it up.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It is called for people to search
let's see it. Let's see it. Everybody can see it.
It's called Alan
You're gonna have to admit
Dershowitz,
your lie
Devil's
now.
Advocate
Maybe it'll mitigate your
by Coney
damages.
Brock, July 29, 2019. You can read there, it's there.
Read me the quote. Read me the quote about $1 million.
Yeah, okay. So I looked it up. Alan Dershowitz paid $1 million to anyone during the settlement, and it says no, Alan Dershowitz did not pay $1 million or any money to settle the defamation lawsuit filed against him by Virginia Giuffre in 2019. The 2022 settlement involved a public acknowledgement from Giuffre that she may have made a mistake in identifying him with no monetary exchange. So yeah, if we're talking about Alan Dershowitz, then yeah, that would be a lie. He never paid any type of money to Virginia Giuffre for her claims. Yeah, the federal civil lawsuit was dismissed with no fees awarded to either side. So he didn't get no money back for lawyer fees, and she didn't get no compensation.
You can't find it because it's not there, because you made it up, and because you're a despicable liar. And you're going to be sued. And if you want to mitigate your damages, then you'll show me the New Yorker. But you're not going to show me the New Yorker, because everybody out there is going to look you in the eye and say, you lied on international television about Dershowitz paying $1 million and the New Yorker saying it. It is false, categorically false. I'm calling you a liar. You can sue me for defamation. And if you can produce the New Yorker article, you'll win that case. But you can't, because it doesn't exist.
No, sir, I can read it to you right now. I mean, it's there.
Yeah, read it to me right now. Read it to me. Let's hear.
Okay. Do you have a second?
I have more than a second. I have all the time you want. Read me a New Yorker statement that says, I paid $1 million to the woman.
Okay, so actually the New Yorker, so I'm gonna be real with you, I don't think he's lying. Bassem Youssef may not be lying, but he is highly misinformed if you read the New Yorker. So it says, no, Alan Dershowitz did not pay $1 million settlement regarding allegations from the New Yorker. So this is an allegation that the New Yorker article made against Alan Dershowitz. So it's not him lying. So if Alan Dershowitz want to sue anybody, which you probably get more money out of the New Yorker than my man Bassem Youssef. But yeah, it's the New Yorker article that made that allegation about Dershowitz. So yeah, he might want to sue the New Yorker, actually, because they're the ones who made the allegation, and he, you know, as a reader of the New Yorker, is taking it as fact.
Who accused me falsely and who admitted that she may have misidentified me with somebody else. You read me that right now.
Yeah.
Silence.
So, dude, it's a big article.
Profound silence.
Dude,
find me the relevant point. Find it for me. We have all the time in the world. Find it for me. Let's go. Find it for me.
I mean,
you can look it up. Google has, we would say, Dershowitz $1 million.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
We caught you
in 2015 when Jeffrey's allegation against Ghislaine Murdoch and Epstein became okay. Just before a trial was to begin in May 2019, the amount was undisclosed, but Jeffrey reportedly received a multi-million-dollar settlement. The allegation went in.
Who did?
Wait, dude, Jeffrey.
Yeah, let's go.
Veronica.
Put him on the spot.
So you said I paid $1 million to the woman who accused me falsely. I want you to quote that from the New Yorker. And if you can't, admit you're a liar.
Or misinformed, but all right.
Silence. Profound silence.
Dude, stop it.
Bro, he's trying
Guilty
to.
silence.
I'm weak. He's like, dog, you asked him to search for it, and he's being silent in his searching for you, like, silence. See, look what I told you. I'm like, hold on, bro. Be fair here. Be fair. You asked him to search for it. There's going to be some silence. I just wish you didn't ask him to search for it in the middle of a show. But, I mean, hey, it's called having that integrity. So, I mean, Bassem should have been able to pull this up. And I'm able to pull it up. And, yeah, apparently the New Yorker have made the allegation. I'm searching for the allegation myself, but apparently the allegation was made.
Dude, it is.
This is a very long article.
Yes, here it is. Oh,
no, it isn't. No, it isn't. You're lying. Silence.
Oh, here it is. In April 2016, the case settled. There was no such settlement. With the press reported that the agreement.
What case?
Wait. The press reported that the agreement included a financial arrangement implying that Jeffrey's team had paid it. In fact, Dershowitz's insurance company had paid Jeffrey's lawyers in negotiation. The parties has discussed a figure of nearly.
Okay, then. So he's pretty much saying that no, bro, you paid it through third party. You had your insurance company or whatever LLC connected in your name pay her so you can sit there and have plausible deniability. This is what he's pointing out right here. And I'm looking into it myself because, like I said, if it comes out of when it comes to $1 million being paid to, you know, a victim of Epstein's or anybody, yeah, it never came out of Dershowitz's pocket. But if you're trying to say that it came from a third party, then I mean, all right, let's hear it.
Implying that Jeffrey's team had paid it. In fact, Dershowitz's insurance company had paid Jeffrey's lawyers in negotiation. The parties has discussed a figure of nearly $1 million, with $50,000 going to Dershowitz, which would allow him to claim a payment. The final amount has not been disclosed.
But you know it. A, you know it. Number B,
dude,
this had nothing.
Now, guys, look, no, it's there, but it is a very long read. Like, god damn, like, bro, you kind of put yourself in a hole right there, Bassem. Because, like, all right, no, let me show you the article that he's talking about, okay? Because it's a very complicated, not even a complicated read. It's just that the fact that he dug himself in a hole is right here, right? Alan Dershowitz, the Devil's Advocate, July 29, 2019. Okay, this is it. This is how long the freaking article is. So within that amount of time, while I'm still scrolling, guys, wait, actually, no, is it on here? Nope. Whoops. There we go. There we go. Sorry, guys. So this is the New York article he's talking about. The New Yorker article. Alan Dershowitz, Devil's Advocate. I mean, that's cleverly named. But look at this. So if you told me to search through all of this, and you see the cursor over there that can go down for days. Like, I'm still scrolling down, guys. And he was supposed to go through all this information within that short amount of time. So I kind of see where he was effed up about it. It's like, all right, so he probably read the article. He read it somewhere, but he can't place exactly when the article it was. Because, I mean, he didn't mark it down like, oh, paragraph 19, this sentence right here. Which he probably should have if he was going to enter a debate about it. I mean, Lord knows I would have done that. But all right, let's go ahead and get back over to our guy Dershowitz, because he is pretty much, you know, grilling him on it as he should. But it's a long ass article to sit there and point that fact out. But he should have been prepared, though.
To do with Virginia.
You want to go and
this
had
nothing to do with the woman who accused me. This was a lawsuit between lawyers. And it had nothing to do with this accusation. Zero. You're made up the whole story. The New Yorker never reported it.
Pay the lawyers.
They also paid me. There was a mutual settlement where both sides paid sums to each other.
And they got like
each of us received payments covering our legal fees. And this was about lawyers. This was not about any accusation
you know what, guys?
against me.
I invite everybody to go to read the New Yorker article and see
So do I.
the pattern of lying that Mr. Dershowitz has done over the years.
So,
well,
all right,
now
let
you're
me
going
get
to add to the
involved now.
lawsuit.
Let me say something now.
Let's get back to the merits. We know he's a liar. We know he's not a funny comedian.
Come on, liar, anti-Semitic. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I'm be real with you. I can't really say he's a liar, but I will say, bro, you came ill prepared to be citing that and not being able to mark it down exactly where it is in the New Yorker. Like, and let's be real, that is a very long ass article to pick that out of within the short amount of time that he's provided. So I'll give him that one, but also, bro, you were ill prepared. So come on, Bassem. Come on, do better.
All right, let me pull it back to the bigger picture.
Why would I believe you if you have lied many times?
Let me pull it back. Alan, I want to just talk to you about something you said earlier, because there's been a bit of confusion about this, I think, in the public domain. You said in the end that the settlement that Epstein made pertained to a 21-year-old and a 17-year-old. But many of the contemporaneous reports about this settlement refer to a 14-year-old girl who Epstein had paid for a massage.
Guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and send it in a super chat, or you can send it to the Venmo. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Part of the case.
A little bit more.
So can you explain?
That was not part of the case. The indictment.
But that precipitated the investigation, right?
All right.
Let me tell you what happened. A 14-year-old girl was heard over the phone talking to another friend about whether or not she could get a massage from an older man. That precipitated the investigation. But the investigation culminated not in any kind of an indictment regarding that 14-year-old. There was no evidence of it. And so in the end, the 14-year-old claim disappeared. The only evidence that they were able to prove to get a grand jury indictment was a 17-year-old and 10-month person and a woman in her 20s, an adult who has agency. Both of them in the indictment were called prostitutes. And he was indicted for paying money to soliciting two prostitutes, one of whom was 17 years old and 10 months. The 14-year-old was
right. So
never
the 17-year-old, but to be clear,
clear,
legally, okay. But Alan, to be clear, the 17-year-old was a legal minor.
Of course, and that's why he pleaded guilty to it and went to jail for it. He deserved to go to jail.
And do you
for
believe?
17 and 10
Do you
month old.
believe?
Yeah.
So I interviewed one of the legal team on behalf of some of these girls involved in that case, who said that he was offended about the characterization of any minor as a prostitute.
I should read that out. Let me see here.
Well, then he should complain to the prosecution. It's what the prosecution put in the indictment. We didn't write the indictment. The prosecution put it in the indictment. They did an investigation. They found out that these were young women who were coming for pay, were being paid money to give massages. They defined that as prostitution. It wasn't us who did that. That was the prosecutors who did that. So that's all.
But when you say he wasn't convicted, okay. But when you say he wasn't convicted as a pedophile, he was though. If you do a deal that involves a minor,
look, you can quibble over words, but medical definition of pedophile.
Well, no, it's a legal definition, isn't it?
He pleaded. No, that's not the legal definition. The legal definition is underage. The word pedophile is never used legally for anybody who's 17 and 10 months. But we're quibbling. He pleaded guilty to 17 and 10 months. He was guilty of that. It's a despicable, terrible thing. He may have had sex with even younger people, but he was never convicted of that. He was never charged with that. He probably would have been charged with it had he stayed alive, but he wasn't. But let's stick to the facts. He pleaded guilty only to two charges of soliciting a 17, 10-month-old and a above age person for prostitution. That's what the state charged him with. That's what he pleaded guilty to. That's what the federal government agreed would be the deal that would terminate the federal prosecution. That's what happened. He hated me for that
if you
deal.
have any
He thought I was
sexual
a
relations
terrible
with
lawyer.
a minor, yeah, but Alan, if you, I mean, talk about quibbling, but if you have sexual relations with a minor, you're a pedophile.
No, well, I don't want to fight with that because you can call him whatever you want. That's fine. You call him a pedophile, but no medical doctor, no psychologist will tell you that a 17-year-old, 10-month woman who's taking money to give massages is subject to the other person being called a pedophile. But let's not get into that. Call him a pedophile. That's fine. He pleaded guilty to charges of having sex for money with a minor. Yes, he did that. And he did much worse than that. And he was a despicable human being who deserves no pity whatsoever. But that doesn't give anybody license to simply lie about what happened. For example, one of the papers in Israel, when talking about Ehud Barak, said he was convicted of having sex with a 14-year-old. No, he wasn't. He was investigated for that. And the investigation terminated with no prosecution for a 14-year-old. Did he have sex with a 14-year-old? I have no idea. Maybe the prosecution has an idea. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. But it's not true that he was convicted of that. Never.
Okay.
So what is your assessment, Alan Dershowitz, now of what Jeffrey Epstein did? And why is it that no really high-profile American men in particular have been brought to account for what was going on?
Well, one name has been. One of the names that was recently disclosed by Congress people yesterday was Leslie Wexner. And I think it's very appropriate to investigate Leslie Wexner. He went back to Jeffrey Epstein many years. Let me give you my assessment of what happened. Look, there were real victims, horrible victims, people who should never have been put through this, people who are underage. And I have tremendous compassion for these victims. But then there's another category of people, women who are 25, who came back over and over again and received $150, $200. Then they went and they recruited 14 and 15-year-olds for Epstein, and they were paid to recruit for Epstein.
Yeah, and they need to get locked up too. I ain't gonna lie though. They need to get locked up too, because we're actually protecting. I mean, well, the DOJ is protecting those young ladies, by the way. So he's bringing up a good point.
These people should also be investigated. They may have been victims, but they were also perpetrators. It's a lot grayer than the black and white of victimization and survivalization and all of that. It's much more complex than that. But there's no justifying what Epstein did. It was terrible. It was awful. I wish I had never laid eyes on that SOB. He's an awful, awful human being. That's the job of a criminal defense lawyer, to defend and get the best deal. I thought I got the best deal. He thought I got a terrible deal.
Bassem Youssef, what is your wider view about the Epstein scandal and the...
I mean, Epstein was so confident in his connections, he thought he should got a better deal without disclosing that he's an intelligence asset to Dershowitz. I mean, that's how cocky he was about his influence.
So far, very limited accountability for other people involved.
Well, you see, I'm actually like the FBI just dumped millions of unredacted or redacted Epstein files on the public and said, you know what? Here you go. Have fun. It's like a scavenger hunt. Like you expect, like it's kind of like a TikTok challenge. Can you find the pedophile? You have the FBI, you have the DOJ, you have unlimited resources, unlimited power, unlimited budgets. This is the biggest sex trafficking scandal in modern history. Billionaires, politicians, royalty, and all hanging out on Pedophile Island. And the US government responds like, hey guys, let the internet figure it out. What is this? A group project? Are you serious? You want me to do your job? You want some guy on Reddit cross-referencing flight logs at 2 a.m. while he's eating Cheetos? Like, you want TikTokers playing a game of Clue. Hey, it was Prince Andrew and having a massage with the undergirl. What is this? It is not the job of private citizens to figure out clues. I don't understand. Is the FBI too busy to do their job? Here's what should have happened. They should have released the name. They should have arrested predators. They should have hold the trials, like a functioning justice system. Right, but instead you give us 4 million trillion documents with no index, no categorization, redactions everywhere. Then say, hey, good luck with that, guys. Like, let us know if you find anything. Wallahi al-Azim, not even a third world country dictatorship would do that to us. In third world countries, they would release nothing, keep us in the dark, like a self-respective dictatorship. But this choose your own adventure bullshit. This like figure it out on your own. What kind of service is this? Like, I mean, the government takes half of my money so I can do its job, and then sends the other half to Israel. I mean, this is just like dysfunctional, And I'm just like, I'm like, and my wider view of this, my first time I appeared with you peers, I talked about like how Israel is like a narcissistic psychopath, and it went viral because people felt it. Because you see, narcissists don't just lie to you. They create an entire alternate reality and pull you into it. That's why it's called the narcissist shared reality. The narcissist builds an alternate, highly controlled reality and pulls other people into it. And in that false reality, the narcissists are always, they're special, they're misunderstood, they are victimized. Yeah. And in Israel does this on a national level for decades, right? They have told us we're the victim, we have no choice, it's self-defense, And in the same thing now with Epstein. It's a shared reality. Oh, maybe he's a Russian spy. Maybe he is. It's like, it's right in front of our eyes, and we have to go through these like mental gymnastics and figure it out. It's right there. Nothing is gray, Mr. Dershowitz. Nothing is gray. Genocide is not gray. Sex trafficking is not gray.
I agree with you. And it wasn't committed. Genocide is what was committed.
I understand that you are a lawyer.
What's committed in parts of Africa. Genocide was committed many times.
Let Alan respond.
Why do you keep cutting?
Let Alan respond. No, let Alan respond.
First of all, let's be very clear. Genocide has a
okay. You know what? I can just like log out because
genocide is not fighting a war. You're allowing the result.
All right. So what he's about to do is kind of go towards the Boko Haram, which is an Islamist group that goes out there and now according to mainstream media, because I had to do some deep investigation into myself, but the mainstream media story that they go out there and kill Christians, right? But the actual story, and you can even talk to people in Nigeria, is that, they go after Muslims, Christians, regular civilians, everybody. They go after everybody. They commit all types of atrocities across the board. So when I talk to people in Nigeria, they kind of look at me weird, like, no, they go after everybody. Anybody who don't agree with them, even the Muslims, they've attacked the Muslims before, apparently. But for some reason, we only focus on when they attack Christians, and that's what they're telling us. So it does seem like this may be a bit manufactured. I know a lot of y'all don't want to hear that, but I mean, hey, man, go talk to actual Nigerians. They're very nice people.
Please, genocide is fighting
No, you
a
didn't.
war.
You responded. It's
and
my
take
turn to speak.
Let
and you
me
keep cutting me off.
let me
This is
respond,
not
please.
reported.
And then when we bombed Nigeria, yeah, we bombed a bunch of well, I'll be real with you, a bunch of kidnappers and robbers, a bunch of criminals who's a problem to the Nigerian government. We didn't bomb Boko Haram, who actually stays in the woods and the swamps of Nigeria.
Mr.
Are you going to let me respond?
No, you didn't let me respond.
So here's the point.
Okay.
You're not going to let me
You know
respond.
what? This is just
Okay.
like it's
let me
it's
respond.
useless. No, I will not let you respond because you didn't let me talk.
Let me respond. You're not going to let me respond.
And I will not let me talk. It's just like it's just like childish at this
so,
point.
well, we can't continue then. If he won't let me talk, we can't continue.
You
If
are
he
not
wants
letting me
to try to
talk.
filibuster me by his lies,
He
I
is
let you
sabotaging
talk.
the
Now he
interview
wants.
by
Now
consistently
the
cutting
man who
me
runs
off.
this show wants to give me an opportunity to respond. Will you give me an opportunity to respond? Let me explain to you what genocide means. Genocide is the willful killing of an entire population in order to wipe out the population. The way the Germans and the Nazis took little babies from the Isle of Rhodes, put them on.
I mean, brother, you mean the way Israel is carpet bombed Gaza and put a whole bunch of kids under rubble? They bombed the hospital, which kids were in there, and they said, well, you know, human shields. And then they use the same excuse for what, all 30 plus hospitals? I mean, bro, you can make the same connections, to be honest with you. It's like they took babies, yes, and you guys put babies under rubble for the whole world to see at that.
Trains transported them to the gas chambers to kill them, unrelated to war efforts. Genocide is not dropping an atomic bomb in Hiroshima. It's not bombing Berlin. It's not bombing Japan. And it's not what Israel did in Gaza when Hamas hid behind civilians. And Israel, notwithstanding that, they had the best ratio of combatants to civilians of any war in recent times. Even if you take all the Hamas figures, it's...
No, Dershowitz, that's not even confirmed by Israeli sources. Your own sources don't even say that. Like, bro, in what was it, May of 2025, when the death toll was at 53,000, only 8,900 was Hamas. The rest were civilians. Y'all have an 8-to-1 ratio. That means for every one member of Hamas, you kill 8 citizens. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, that's just not true. And I've been pretty fair with this man.
Less than 3-to-1, probably closer to 1-to-1. At worst, it's 2-to-1. Most wars, it's 10-to-1.
Come on, bro. That's just blatant cap. Like, bro, your own news sources, bro. Go to Israeli media and they'll tell you that's a lie. I'm sorry. Israelis magazines, media, I mean, Israel Times will sit there and tell you outright that, yeah, they're killing more citizens than Hamas. And I mean, some articles write as if they're proud of it.
8-to-1. So there's not even a plausible claim of genocide. Only anti-Semites and people who are willing to engage in a blood libel are prepared to compare what Israel did defending itself in Gaza with what Nazis...
Bro, look, no. Israel had every right to defend themselves, but they didn't have a right to massacre Palestinians. I mean, dog, we were talking about, oh, they took 1,500 of ours, so we took 10,000 of theirs. I'd have still said, damn, but reasonable. Reasonable, bro. We're at 70,000 and 70% of Gaza decimated. And I mean, bro, you still ain't show us that complex tunnel system that goes through 70% of Gaza that y'all been bombing. Still. So please, I mean, spare us. We're just asking every time you guys give us a reason of why you're decimating them. We're asking for proof and you don't really give us it. Not at all. I mean, you still really haven't justified why all 34 hospitals had to have been bombed. But just saying human shield each time, I'm be real with you, that's just not good enough. And it's still war crime. Still a war crime, by the way. And the school that you bombed in Rafah, that was a war crime as well. But what did you say for that? Human shields. So it's kind of like they can do whatever they want as long as they say human shields. It's all good. With no proof. No nothing. But we'll buy it, though. Sadly.
did in Germany, killing 6 million Jews, Roma people, people from all countries. Those were genocide. What the Muslims did in Turkey, killing the Armenians, that was genocide.
Jesus.
What's going on now in Syria against the Kurdish people, that's genocide. These aren't war fighting defenses, that's genocide. But when a country tries to defend its civilians by killing terrorists who are hiding behind civilians and civilians die, you could call it a lot of things, but the one thing you cannot call it is genocide and maintain your credibility as a decent human being. That is a bloodline to call it genocide.
Okay, you've all right. You've both made your.
All right.
I didn't make any points. I really didn't make any points.
Yeah, I'm going to come to you, Bassem, for the. Bassem, yeah, I will come to you to respond. I just want to point out that on the Epstein scandal, what is quite telling is that the prediction markets, which people follow closely these days, Polymarket asked, will anyone be jailed over the Epstein disclosures? It reached a high of 48% at the beginning of the month, but it's now down to just 17%.
Yeah, I mean, we're losing faith in anyone being really like held accountable because, well, other countries are holding people accountable and we're kind of just letting people ride. We're letting these guys ride off into the wind with this shit while other countries are holding people accountable. It's kind of wild.
And the Trump administration did, of course, promise, including on this show, that we'd see many prosecutions. It does seem quite extraordinary that now it's looking more and more likely that nobody will be jailed.
You know what, Terry? I'll take on that argument with you. I'll sit there and say, you know what? There probably are cases. Most likely, there are cases of Hamas using human shields. But to level 70% in all 34 hospitals while providing any proof, at a certain point, you just can't keep doing it and just saying human shields, human shields. At a certain point, you got to provide proof while you are basically committing a war crime. If you can sit there and prove to me that Hamas are using these people as human shields in all 34 instances of you bombing hospitals, great. I'll shut the F up and then y'all can keep rolling. But if not, then it kind of sounds like you're just using an excuse because people are just going to buy it blindly. And that's kind of seems like what they're doing. Because, I mean, I ain't seen no Palestinians in ropes protecting Hamas in a circle. Or I ain't really see Hamas in these. Well, I'm gonna be real, it should be kind of hard to prove. I mean, Hamas gets hurt too. They could be taken into a hospital and operated on. We're just gonna bomb the hospital. Like, I mean, let's be real. Like, under what circumstances are we saying that they're being used as human shields? Under what circumstances is Hamas even there? I'm just saying.
Well, then
I mean, shoot, if a terrorist country organization attacked our city, surprisingly enough, if one of them was left on the ground hurt, unable to fight, we would drag their ass to a hospital. So what, we're just gonna bomb one of our own hospitals? Because, hey man, we dragged them in there as a human shield situation. Or I don't know, like Dave Smith liked to use, let's say there's a school shooter, right, and your child's in that school. Now, to get the school shooter, we just blow up the entire building and just say, look, man, the shooter was using human shields. What could we do? We had to blow up the fucking building with your kid in it. Don't blame us, blame the shooter. He was using your kid as a human shield, so he blew up the school. Like, would you really buy that? I'm just saying. And maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. But if you can't provide at a certain point any type of proof that they're using human shields and you just expect us to blindly believe it, I got to call bullshit at a certain point. Because I said, okay, the first time I was surprised and taken back that they bombed the hospital. But when they said, all right, Hamas was hiding in it, I was like, okay. Second or third time, I was like, can we get a little proof first? And then when they just kept going all the way up to hospital 30, 34, 36, now I'm just like, all right, y'all not even giving us any proof. Y'all just using the blind explanation of human shields. And if we're just going to say, oh, well, they can just say human shields that they recklessly bomb civilians, then, I mean, we're in a dark spot here.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
And I mean, it kind of makes me scared of what else we're willing to accept when it comes time to bomb Iran. If they're just going to use the word, well, guys, I know we bombed this school, but look, man, the IRG, man, it was human shields. So we just bombed all these Iranian children. Like, is that what we're preparing for? Maybe I'm overthinking it, guys. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Hopefully I am.
Okay, Bassem, you can have a final response to. Well, we need to see it, I think. Bassem, your final response.
I'd like to see it too. I'd like to see a complete, thorough investigation. Anybody who committed crimes, including falsely accusing people
you're right.
of crimes.
No, yeah, my bad, sis. My bad. But you're right. I'm pretty sure Hamas has used people as human shields. I mean, bro, they put their people as human shields the day they attacked on October 7th. I mean, this is keep it 100. They knew what Israel was going to do. They tried to backtrack and say, oh, wait, don't come in here. But at that point, they kind of knew it was too late. So, no, that is a fact there. There's truth in that.
Should be put in jail. And anybody who committed crimes, pedophilia or anything else like it, should be put in jail. And I hope they are.
Okay. On that, we're all agreed. Bassem, final word to you.
I'm sorry, Terry. When you just been hearing something for like 3 years straight, at a certain point, you're going to get irritated without no proof. And you're just going to be like, what the fuck, man?
I think that Epstein Island showed us that in order to be powerful, you need first to be compromised. And as long as you're compromised, only then you can stay powerful. This is the conclusion of all of this. None of these people go to jail. There will be like a couple of fall guys, Peter Attia, he will lose his thing, all of this, it's important, but the billionaires, the people in power, they will be untouchable. We will not see a single person that's going to go behind bar unless he's not protected.
But they have to be guilty.
Mr. Dershowitz, why are you
Who are they?
Dude, what
are
I
they?
didn't even talk about you. Why are you
Bassem, come on now.
It's so frustrating.
I care about innocent people being prosecuted. I care about McCarthyism. I don't want to see a return of McCarthyism.
I'm sorry, sir, what did I just say?
Association.
What did I just say? That
how do we know if there are billionaires who were involved? If there are, let's name them. Let's get the evidence and let's prosecute them and let's put them in jail.
Bro, that's the problem, Dershowitz. Bro, Rohanna and Massey just put out 6 names of some billionaires and they ain't been touched yet. I mean, Lex Wessner is still kicking it. And we know at this point, he was a contributor of Epstein. We know this. Actually, I've been knew this for years before the Epstein files came out. Ain't shit been done. So yeah, this is the problem. This is what he's kind of complaining about is that, there's names out there and not one of them has been brought in for questioning, at least.
But not on the basis of McCarthyism, not on the basis of guilt by association. Let's do it on the basis of real evidence. I'm in favor of that. You and I agree with that.
No one will be punished and no one will go to jail and these people will go. When these files have released, even with all of these redactions, the one thing that should have been done, that all of these people should now be at least investigated. We didn't even, you have like an FBI director and you have an FBI director who came out and said there's no sex trafficking and the email proved otherwise. You have all of the people, there's nothing, and then the emails proved otherwise. And you have like the FBI director, Kash Patel, who said once America needs to wake up and prioritize Israel. Don Bongino, second man in the FBI, said like Israel is very close to my heart. How do you expect truth from these people? I think, they are all like working for a different master and they're not working for the American people. So I really don't expect anything. None of these people will see a day of investigation, a day of jail.
All I know, all I know is
will be people who are useless or unimportant.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Bassem. I do think that unfortunately, the Trump administration, before and after the election, made it clear they were going to be totally transparent. All the files were going to get released. We've now had 3 million heavily redacted files released, and there's apparently over 3 million more which are never going to see the light of day. That is not transparency.
Maybe that might see the light of day. It's not like they just said we're just going to stop, because they said there's 6 million and we only got 3. So it's not like they just hit us with the, oh yeah, but this is all you guys getting, or trust me, the people are going to riot in the streets. Lord knows I'll be out there with them.
And that is why the conspiracy theory.
They should. I want everything out.
But that's part of the problem, man. And if no rich, powerful people in the end are made remotely accountable, people will assume they are names that were redacted or never published. Yeah, but unless you publish the files, they can hide behind the redactions and the lack of publication.
Every name should be published, including the name of those who accuse them, so that if there's a false accusation, the people who have been accused can confront their accusers. Otherwise, it's McCarthyism. That's why from day one, I wanted no redactions. I want everything out there. The only redaction should be for minors, people below the age of consent.
Okay. We're going to leave it there. I appreciate you both coming on and debating this, and I appreciate that.
Thanks for having me.
You're not going to agree about much, but I'm grateful.
I ain't gonna lie though, man. Dershowitz kind of got him. Dershowitz kind of got Bassem. I don't like the fact that Dershowitz and Loki got him, but he got him. When especially came to that New Yorker and prove that this man, paid some money. Be honest with you guys, I couldn't find no information on that.
The debate. Thank you very much.
Oh, by the way, Pierce, Mr. Ryan Grimm, the one that you have hosted in the beginning of the show, First of all, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Ryan Grimm. And as a matter of fact, I want to remind you of something. When I went to you in London a year and a half ago, I brought up to you the fact that Bill Clinton was compromised when Netanyahu told you that we have the tapes of Monica Lewinsky. And at that time, you called me like stupid, conspiracy theories, and you told me that this is ridiculous. Mr. Ryan Grimm has made like a complete investigation about this. So please, if you would like host him again, so we can tell you how Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky was actually a Mossad operation.
I can believe that.
Well, you know what? Bassem, here's what I would say in response to that.
I mean, you know what? I've heard that too. I could believe that, but I'd have to see a lot of proof behind it. But I could see that Monica Lewinsky was a Mossad operation used on Israel to, have their way with Bill Clinton. I could see that. I've heard crazier that turned out to be true. Like, pedophile billionaires trafficking kids, possibly running America. I've heard crazier and it turned out to be true. So it is what it is.
Vampires.
All right, let's go ahead and get into our guy Alex Jones for about a good 15. And if you get some good support on the show, then I'll keep it going.
And the young girl that is on record that he actually took his own child, he had a child with a 14-year-old, and he was taking the stem cells from that baby. I think they brought it to term maybe 8 months, I believe.
Yeah.
And then started taking the cells right from the baby and injecting it into himself. He personally did it.
Well, that's when they kept it alive, they told. So he's milking the baby.
Yes.
All right. And just to go ahead and give you context, we were talking about that guy, Peter Nygaard, the one who was in front of a whole bunch of women. You know what, F it. I guess I just catch you guys up. Let's just start from where we were last time with this creepy ass dude. This guy's a real piece of work here, okay, man? He was around women pretty much trying to get them to sell their babies, sell their fetuses for about 60 grand. As long as you just, it's got to be his kid. You got to birth the kid, and then he'll grape it and extract stem cells from it so he could become younger. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah. That's what he was on.
Well, I've done a bunch of reports. I'll type in Peter Nygaard, real life vampire. Just put it on X. Peter Nygaard, real life vampire. I did a report last week on it.
Okay.
I did a report 15 years ago before he got arrested. So I know I've got sources.
So for those, because we're obviously kind of in this world, so we're listening to her like, yeah, we've heard this before. But for the people out there that might be like, what's going on here? Like, they might not be familiar with this stuff. Can you kind of explain like this whole ritual thing, baby thing? Why do they do it? How do they do it? Because people hear about the conspiracy theories and everything, but they don't really understand it. So if you could kind of like explain it for them.
Well, they got a video if you want to watch this.
Okay, we can watch this video here.
What's with that nigga's
face, bro?
Hey,
that's him without the black blood.
Fuck you, Castro. He says Peter Nygaard looks a little bit like White said. Fuck you.
Blood. He went from like looking totally young, like 85, to looking like Count Dracula.
I know, right? So after he stopped graping babies and taking out their stem cells, he pretty much aged like quickly. So I mean, I know I don't even want to say this either, but there was actually some type of like benefit to what he was doing. Like, man, let's keep it going, bro.
Here without the black blood. By the way, I'm not just saying this because a bunch of black folks working there. This is what it is. Like, watch my report. Let's play this.
Hey, black is beautiful.
It is.
You can get paid a lot more than that.
So how much do you want for it? Let's bid. I bid $500, but I'm prepared to outbid him anyway. Whatever I bid, he's going to outbid me. I bought about $60,000 worth of eggs. Yeah. If you have an abortion, that's very valuable.
If you had an abortion, that's very valuable. I'll pay you $60,000 for your eggs, just so I can once again grape the baby and use its stem cells to maintain youth. Like
emotional damage.
Man, that's what it gives you when you hear it out loud.
Umbilical cord, placenta, even your period blood is so rich with stem cells. We regard it as
which is true, by the way. I mean, hey, black women, this might be one of the reasons that you don't want to be special for, since apparently there are billionaires out there trying to get your stem cells. But yeah, I mean, y'all do have a certain type of genetic benefit when it do come to the stem cells and the babies y'all produce. So, I mean, hey, man, black women, right? Ooh, which wasn't for this reason. I like to appreciate black women for their beauty and not their usefulness when it comes to stem cells.
Cord, placenta, even your period blood is so rich with stem cells. Yeah. We regard it as waste, and it actually should be. It should be captured as recycled, and it shouldn't go to waste. It's life for somebody.
Hey, shout out to Tara. She says not enough stem cells in the world to help that face. I mean, like exactly, because yeah, everything sunk in, and this was after he stopped doing it. So for a reason, yeah, I think it was when the police was catching up with him, he stopped doing all this wild stuff, like what he's talking about with these young ladies right here, and it dramatically aged him. Because as you see, I mean, look, the man got some color in his face, his hair is still growing. If you actually look at him, like, bro, was actually in decent shape, and as soon as he got off that, everything just went backwards. He actually aged like a regular old man, which is pretty creepy. Because that means there was some truth to what he was doing or some benefit to what he was doing, which is sick.
Damn.
Okay, go.
And it's like
George R. Bush.
No, the best eggs are 16 to 18 years old. Those are the best eggs. The other reason
16 to 18-year-olds.
Your eggs get weaker.
What's making me laugh is the women's faces. Like one girl just looking down, just going like, bro, am I really hearing this? The other chick is looking to the side like, am I really at this dinner? All of them are looking at regretting their decisions for the night.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. So you may not be our top.
You remember when they made a report?
Actually, bro was like in his 80s. He's in his 80s in this video, right here. Like he was up there.
About the rise of abortions, how much death is happening, and the immense number of abortions they're having. Where does all that blood go? From the abortion clinics? I don't know. I don't know. Because I'm thinking like,
shoot, I mean, don't you know? Remember when they was allowing the abortion of 9-month-old babies? What you think happened to those babies? Organ trafficking. I mean, Dems, I just want to let you guys know, while you was out there supporting 9-month abortions, 6-month abortions, guess what the corporate elites were doing? Trafficking those organs, and they got you to support it. They got you to support it through your defense of abortion, and now they're out here trafficking organs of babies. Oh shit. Crazy, huh? It's crazy how they get you to, follow them in lockstep. And they do the same thing to the right as well. But not for supporting organ trafficking like you guys are kind of doing right now. No offense. And I know y'all not doing it willfully. Y'all don't even really know. But yes, when you sit there and support the abortions of 6-month-old fetuses and older, you're playing into the organ trafficking agenda of the corporate elites, or my bad, but the billionaire pedophile elites. So good job with that. I mean, you might want to stop, but hey, at least you've been told.
If that's true, and what Alex is saying is verified because of video, of course, then what about abortion clinics? All that dude, that's crazy, bro. Like,
this shit crazy.
Wow. Continue, but that's insane, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's insane.
Wow. No, that's fine. I think that was my business anyway.
And notice he slaps him around like a pimp. By the way, you women are like 30. I want 16-year-olds. I mean, folks. And then he did it with a huge medical facility. So understand, we ain't in 2026. We're like in 2050 and vampires running. These are literal vampires.
And the young girl that is on record that he actually took his own child. He had a child with a 14-year-old, and he was taking the stem cells from that baby. I think they brought it to term maybe 8 months, I believe.
Yeah.
And then started taking the cells right from the baby and injecting it into himself. He personally did it.
Oh, well, that's when they kept it alive. They told, so he's milking the baby.
Yes.
All right. For those that are what was that? You seen the movie Sinners?
No, I never.
Michael B. Jordan, the vampires.
I haven't seen it. I'm telling you guys. Any listener, just type in Peter Nygaard vampire.
Yeah,
he's all over TV saying, "I pay black women for their babies and I suck their blood."
Yep.
I mean, he
said it. Oh, and bro has the wildest jungle fever in history. Like, he likes only black women. And bro, if you see this guy out in public, he always had a beautiful black woman next to him. I mean, bro had the baddies next to him. Now, people just thought that he was a billionaire with some jungle fever. which I can respect. But no, we didn't know that he actually wanted to use them to have kids with him and, you know, use it to have eternal youth while raping kids, like, or babies. Like, we didn't think that. Nobody was thinking that far. We thought he was just an old pervert who liked black women. But now we know he's an old pervert who liked black women who want to utilize them for their genetic benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes on.
Can't make it up.
You can't make this up. So what I'm telling you is now in all the other emails that came out 3 weeks ago, and now the new ones I was searching before I got here, it's all paying women to have babies. So the woman says they put me on drugs. I was 7 months pregnant. The baby's gone because they drained your baby, lady. And so they get them there. They artificially inseminate them with their sperm
on the island. The women.
Zorro Ranch at the island, and Zorro Ranch was the main place.
Okay, that was in New Mexico.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I know this all sounds crazy, folks. That's why I've been
dig up Zorro Ranch. I promise you, there got to be bodies there. There got to be. A lot of cold cases will be solved on Zorro Ranch. Just dig up the whole damn property. F it.
Like, why is Trump covering this up?
Yeah.
And they said stock market.
It wasn't the best.
And I said that hundreds of times.
We'll take them because I know we have a lot of people here that are probably like their mind blown. Is like, what is going on here? Can you kind of like explain to them kind of step by step how this works and how we know, but like for the newbies out there, that normies that don't know what the hell's going on here.
All right. Anybody that studies history, which is fascinating, whether you're in Mesoamerica with the Aztecs before Cortez arrives 500 years ago or 550 years ago, or whether you're in Western Europe, whether you're in the Middle East, whether you're in Africa, whether you're in Asia, every culture would start to collapse and have a priesthood that would build pyramids and sacrifice children.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole Old Testament's about don't sacrifice your kids to Moloch.
Yep.
Don't rape your kids. Don't give your virgins to the priest.
I mean, yeah, that was one of the main things about, well, I'm gonna be real with you. The message of God was, look, yo, stop worshiping these idol worshipers that you're sacrificing your kids to. I mean, shoot, God barely liked the fact that y'all was sacrificing animals, but he took it. But he wanted that to stop as well. Well, whatever you want to refer to God is. But, bro, one of the main messages of the Bible, of the Torah, was stop sacrificing children. And, like, please. And, of course, the Quran as well, which really focused on the mainly, worshiping God and only one creator, the same creator that's being talked about in the Torah and the gospel, just worshiping that God alone and refraining from any type of idolatry. That's why they didn't want to show Muhammad's face, because they know that, well, if we show the face, he might be idolized like they did with Jesus. I know some of you are going to have a problem with that last statement, but please, this is just historical referencing.
Mm-hmm. And so this is this demonic force that does this. This is in human history. Every culture did it. White, black, you name it. Everybody's done it. And so his emails are like Baal and Moloch, Epstein's.
Yeah.
And so this is real, folks. The devil's biggest trick, they say, is convince the world he didn't exist.
Yeah.
His biggest trick is good doesn't exist to counter him. But the second biggest trick, I say, is that he doesn't exist. This is real Satanism, as congressmen have been coming out that have seen this stuff, and it's coming out.
Yeah, this is real Satanism. Bro out here trying to get eternal life by raping his own kids and sucking out their stem cells. You don't even gotta tell me. Like, that's definitely satanic. That definitely sounds like a satanic ritual. Like, just it's crazy to hear. It's wild to hear that somebody's engaging in it, but hey, this is what's going on, especially with guys like Peter Nygaard, who are dead, by the way, thank God.
They're like, this is pure on Satanism. This is real, folks. And remember in the 80s, it came out, all the human sacrifice of Satanism. They called it the satanic scare, the hysteria. It was real. And I interviewed Ted Gunderson, who was the head of the FBI in LA, who they wanted to be the FBI director. And he basically quit to expose all this. And he told me all this stuff. He told me,
I've seen his work.
He told me that they starve babies for like a couple days.
Damn.
So that the men can then put their, in their mouth, and the baby sucks for dear life. That's in the emails. Epstein, with university head biologist and behavioral psychologist.
That's what they meant by, if you play a recording of the mother, the babies will suck harder. So, oh shit, bro. I don't want to put that type of stuff together in my head. Let me.
And saying, I know you starve babies so they suck better. If you record their mother's voice, they'll suck harder.
Oh, wow.
So they've got tips on when you're raping the baby, you're starving, and then doing this, the baby.
Have to cut off YouTube.
Bro, that's quite easy to hear. And I'm keeping YouTube on still.
Yeah,
it's Rumble time. Yeah.
Yeah. My point is that
we'll cut YouTube. Come on over, guys. So
this is America. This is the files. This is the reality.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry this is what Satan is doing.
No. This is what it is, and this is what's in the files, and this is what they've been doing for a long time. And there's a reason why they've been holding these files back for so long. And
we forced it because of the crisis. Follow me on Real Alex Jones on X and our backup HAN Live for the new network. They're trying to shut me down. Yeah. But I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry this is so horrible. I'm sorry. With the new emails today, Woody Allen, how to eat bodies, how to grind the bones, how to get great fiber out of the bones. Yeah, Woody Allen, him talking about how they're gonna have great shits of eating people. We got how to deliver the meat, how to deliver the adrenochrome. It's all in there.
Fresh and Fit for Rumble, guys. We'll go to Fresh and Fit on Rumble. I'll get my stuff up. We got like 25,000 you guys watching right now, pretty much. So yeah, we're gonna move on over to Rumble, guys. Come on over. Rumble.com/Fresh and Fit. Come on over.
For folks who don't know, Trump just ordered all the files released. It's all coming out.
Yeah.
So
absolutely, I ain't gonna lie. I kind of wanted to have willful ignorance about the last part when it came to the babies. Like I kind of knew where they were going, but I was like, let me play willfully ignorance because I do not want to make that connection. But apparently, Alex Jones gonna make that connection for us. So shout out to him.
Some more normalcy here because that was a bit crazy. People in Hollywood have been saying this for decades. Hey, I was at this party. I saw this. They're killing the babies, eating the babies. And I'm like, okay, maybe just go a little bit crazy. But all the accounts of people saying this, Ryan Garcia, other people, it's like, this is actually true. So then how do you stop this from happening? Could you even stop it at this point?
Well, imagine it's a rite of passage. Like, MS-13 makes you do a satanic ritual. The old days, the mafia, Italian mafia, you had to kill somebody, make your bones. Other mafias, you had to do this or that. It's a rite of passage that you're corrupted. They got dirt on you. Yeah. And so this is a rite of passage. That's what this is.
Wow. That's sick, bro.
Now,
that's sick.
Is there vitality reasons for doing this? Is it for control? Is it both? Is it?
It's vitality. It's for political control, but also they believe they get vitality out of it. Like
they live longer.
Like the Queen Mother came out decades ago, had kids blood transfusions.
Like, that's not true at all. I mean, bro, like think about it like this: how white people can digest raw meats better than black people, or the bone density of black people, which gives us, got a lot of benefits, except for when it comes to buoyancy in the water. This is why not too many black people actually pass the water part of the Marines test. So no, there are biological differences between races. Don't mean we need to sit there and be racist and act like we're better than one another, but we do got to sit there and accept that, there are differences between us. It is what it is.
But families will volunteer to be paid money, and the little kids will get blood for her. And like the new PDD stuff just came out where his assistant, would sit there and they would just give him pints of blood all the time.
Absolutely nuts. Okay, so I guess we can go into the UK.
Yeah, royal family.
Yeah, let's go into the royal family. Andrews, the Rothschilds, etc. So, and you said we need to arrest my brother. Somebody, one of the.
William the King has said, okay.
I remember though, we're not really saying that. There's special. These black women just have these ultimate genetic and cells. No, this is what these billionaires are saying. Not me. I wish they weren't saying this about black women because that means they're not going to go target my women. But this is what they're saying. They're saying, according to their belief, black women are just the best people to perform this type of depravity that Peter Nargard was doing. Apparently, they had science behind it. They were saying. So I don't know, man. Don't get mad at us. Get mad at the corporate billionaires that was saying it. Like, hey, we ain't saying it. They are.
Hey, they've raided the prince. They've raided Lord Mendelsohn. They've raided all these people. There's all these resignations, all these big mega banking resignations in the U.S. It's all Democrats. And that's what I said to Trump. I said, why are you doing this when they're your enemies? It's going to come out anyways. They're just going to implicate you. So the whole thing's going down.
Shit. So what is the British connection there? I mean, obviously we know we got London, the city of London, finance, etc. Very big. Rothschilds are British first. But what was the connection with Epstein and the Rothschilds, specifically when it comes to the United Kingdom?
Well, the Rothschilds are based in the UK.
Yep.
True.
People don't know, like 500 years ago, they had
they spread their banking system all throughout the world, but mainly stationed in the UK. Had a couple of them in the UK.
On shop in Germany. And then they learned to people wanted to keep their gold there, so they would give them receipts to it. That's where checks came from. And so for every ounce of gold, they would loan out 10 ounces, basically.
Yep.
And Epstein talks about that in fractional reserve banking with Bannon.
Yeah, he does.
He explains it. So then by the Second Napoleonic War in 1815.
Pretty much, I ain't gonna lie, the Rothschilds kind of created this entire corrupt banking system that we're in today. And it's kind of funny because throughout time, any nation that operated outside of this banking system was attacked or overthrown. I mean, trust me, you can even use Hitler as an example. You Gaddafi, old monarchs in Iran. I mean, anytime somebody try to go outside that dollar or get a better deal for themselves, we overthrew them because they're trying to go outside of that banking system that the Rothschild set up. We've been doing this since, well, that banking system has been set up.
And he told the families to like go out to all the major cities. You know, you go to Paris, you go to Munich, you go to here, you go to there for the Rothschilds. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
And they play everybody. They've written books bragging about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so
movies. Everything.
Napoleon has come back, and he's fighting Lord Wellington at the Battle of Waterloo. And they send a carrier pigeon to the coast to a fast ship, a Corvette, and they go and announce Lord Wellington is lost, Europe is lost, Napoleon has won. The stock market crashes 99%.
Damn.
And the Rothschilds, this is public history, buy up the entire stock market. Now they own the British Empire. That's the most powerful force in the world.
Oh, no, that's exactly what they did. Yeah. And the thing is, I think they also was helping pay for them to keep going into that bankruptcy, tricked them into it, destroyed their entire economy, then came back on the back end and bought it all up. I was like, yo, that was something crazy to read about because I'm like, yo, that's some crazy planning they got going on. That is duplicitous.
Then, 100 years later, they found Israel. You know, it's the same story. And so then you have them funding J.P. Morgan. You have them funding the Rockefellers, funding the railroads. The British had lost in the war with us in 1776.
You know, people do like to bring up Trump's beauty pageant, and I get it because it is highly suspicious. But you got to understand the participants in Trump's beauty pageant ages from ages 14 through 19. So even if Trump went into, you know, like they say, he went into one of those locker rooms to look at the girls. Well, he could have been going into the ones that were for 18 and 19-year-olds. Because remember, they had their own section in these pageants. And if you look this up, yes, the women who performed in Trump pageants, age range was from 14 to 19. So no, that's not definitive proof that Trump was messing with little girls at all. If anything, that's more proof that man Trump, you know, likes some kind of like Clinton on the young side. And I mean, trust me, I don't agree with it myself, but hey, man, if he's over 18, it is what it is. It's perverted as it may sound. It's not pedophilia.
But by 1789, we had our country, but they came back in. You know, Andrew Jackson fought them famously, said, "I want the British take over their banks." But by 1930, they set up the private Federal Reserve that there's not been an audit for 100.
Oh yeah, bro, that we never wanted, bro. The Rothschilds, world banking, the central banking system, bro. Yeah, we kind of enslaved ourselves to them with the Federal Reserve. And pretty much who owns the central or world banking system? The Rothschilds. And people will sit there and act like they don't, but they do. They do.
Plus years since then, but there was an audit before, and the Federal Reserve was 82% owned by the Rothschilds.
Yep.
This is public documents. You look it up. And so,
actually, you know what's even crazier? Like, well, during the Great Depression, right, in like the 1930s, the current Fed chair let the whole economy fall out while his ass went out there and bought the Washington Post. Like, literally watched us fall out in economic turmoil, and he's over here buying assets. So, gotta let you know why I have a deep hatred for the Fed chair, because they've sat back and watched us burn plenty of times and enrich themselves.
Not been an audit for 100 plus years since then, but there was an audit before, and the Federal Reserve was 82% owned by the Rothschilds. This is public documents. You look it up. And so it's not a separation. You have the Rothschilds over here, you have the Rothschilds over there. He was the Rothschild representative, Jeffrey Epstein.
U.S. side?
Yeah, U.S. side.
Okay.
Well, really globally, you read it. The point was he was the Trilateral Commission spokesman for David Rockefeller. And David Rockefeller, you know, was already 80-something years old when he hired Epstein.
Yeah.
So Epstein stood in and did stuff for David Rockefeller because he didn't want to give up power, so we had to pick this guy to do it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And because, you know, so he's not going to give his family power. He's not going to anybody else. It was this guy.
I don't want to go back to the baby thing too much, but like, I just got to know. We talked about, you know, people like Nygaard and these weirdos that want to do it for vitality reasons. Was Epstein's role to get them the women that would do this, or the children? Like he was a recruiter to find the women and the
Absolutely.
kids?
14-year-old girls having sex with politicians is just the first level.
Yeah.
And then it becomes Satanism, cannibalism, medical experiments, human cloning experiments, having women have babies as surrogates. You can drain the babies. And then that's all in the emails.
Gotcha.
So-
and so at that first level, he's the one getting them the 14-year-olds, and then they're going up from there.
Well, the FBI and the media and the culture just left it at 14-year-olds. But when you see these women that are 30 years old now, and I'm putting them down, they have Stockholm Syndrome, they are victims, I don't blame them. But it's come out. Everybody learning about pedophiles, they use a kid to pick up other kids.
Of course, yeah.
So these girls on record went recruited. They were doing it, a lot of them. The media goes, oh, Jones is attacking victims. No, I'm saying the fact that they have this limited hangout where you stop at 14-year-old girls.
Wow.
No, it's cloning. It's draining babies. It's baby surrogates. It's all of this. And now you see surrogates where one Chinese guy has 200 kids. And they all get anchor baby money, and the dad all gets their welfare money, and where do the kids go? I mean, this is like, people ask, what's the new Epstein? Like, who's the new Epstein? It's been externalized. It's gone from beta to open. Transgenderism. He's all saying they're going to launch that decades ago.
He did donate quite a bit to transgender research.
That's as they said. If you can convince somebody that a kid can make decisions and there's no age. In California, parents go in to have a medical a dentist or surgery or whatever, and at 12, the kids have to fill the forms out. California, it's a misdemeanor now to have sex with a 12-year-old. 2 days in jail.
What?
What?
Yeah, look it up. So
what the fuck?
Yeah, look it up. So look it up. California, it's now a misdemeanor to have sex with 12-year-old. So the point is, it's about ending the age of consent. It's about saying that kids can speak for themselves, so the state and these systems can come in. So this is all about destroying any protection of children.
So when it comes to abortion clinics, I know, for example, there's a ton of abortions every single day being done. What happens to that blood and all that?
Well, that's
stuff?
right. The women don't know that a abortion is 6 weeks.
So, let me see here. So let's get into this. California Penal Code 261.5. So a person who engages in an act of unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor who is not more than 3 years old or 3 years younger than the predator is guilty of a misdemeanor. Okay. Yeah, it's right there. Yep, here it is. Let's see here. As of current, current as of January 1st, 2025. Let's see. Yeah, a person who engages in an act of unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor who is not more than 3 years old or 3 years younger than the predator is guilty of a misdemeanor. This is California Penal Code 261.5. Let's see here. Let's read the A section. Let's see. Unlawful sexual intercourse is an act of sexual intercourse accomplished with a person who is not the spouse of the predator. If the person is a minor, for the purpose of this section, a minor is a person under 18 and of age, and an adult, of course, and a person who engages in a sexual crime with a minor who is not more than 3 years old or 3 years younger than the predator is guilty of a misdemeanor. God damn it, I'm reading it over and over again. I'm not believing what I'm reading. All right, here, let's go to section C. A person who engages in an act of unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor who is more than 3 years younger than the predator is guilty of either a misdemeanor or a felony and shall be punished by imprisonment in a court, county jail not exceeding 1 year, or by imprisonment, persecution or pursuant to subdivision section. Oh, hell no, brother. Hold on now. Okay. So they're just saying it over and over to me, pretty much saying that, yeah, you can have sex with a minor and it could be seen as a misdemeanor, depending on what court system you go, depending on what court you go to, which is creepy, by the way. And then it could be seen as a felony, which is punishable up to, let's see, imprisonment in county jail, not exceeding 1 year. So it can exceed 1 year in jail. Huh, son of a bitch.
Yeah, like 20.
Remember, California Penal Code 261.5. You can find this on findlaw.com.
Grand.
Yeah.
An abortion at 3 or 4 months, they get like 30, 40 grand.
Findlaw.
When they kill a baby.
Hold on, let me reference that again. It's a codes.findlaw.com. That's where you can go search for it, or you can go to lawjusta.com. It'll also, say the penal code as well. And once again, you look for California Penal Code 261.5.
Right before it's born. They can get up to $500,000. This came out in lawsuits. The Democrats indicted people, put them in jail in San Francisco that found it. They were delivering babies with beating hearts to medical research facilities. Look at that up. Babies with beating hearts delivered to medical research facilities in California.
Wow.
So the woman's homeless, the woman's whatever. She doesn't know she's drugged up, delivered the kid. Remember me on Joe Rogan like 8-9 years ago? I talked about the governor at the time who had been a former harvester doctor. And he says, we keep the baby comfortable. We come to the mother and we say, we're not going to resuscitate. That's a legal term. Resuscitate normally means bring them back to life.
Yep.
Resuscitate means they're not alive. Then we keep the baby comfortable. Then we harvest the organs. Governor Northam. So this is all about harvesting children.
God fucking damn.
And it's for
all right, good. That's funny as hell. Shout out to MBC. He said, bro, NBC number. He said, bro, what? He's like, F all that. He's like, bro, the other place in Cali, not Oakland. Hey, shout out to you for sticking up for your own. I feel it. Trust me, if I was living in Cali, I would want to make sure my city ain't on that bullshit. It's like, hold on, what are we doing here? Why is this a code again? Like, this is really a penal code that apparently you can have sex with a minor and possibly be charged with a misdemeanor. Yeah, I ain't going either, bro. I wouldn't have been going either.
Again, for vitality, for blackmail, for control.
It's all about control and corruption and vitality. But just like COVID, give you poison shots to raise your immune system. $50,000 if you intubate somebody and then kill them. The same bounty around the world. It's all about corruption and control and turning the system into a predatory operation. Like Bill Gates famously said 15 years ago, if we kill a grandmother, we can hire 15 teachers.
Damn.
If you type them in.
Gotcha, bitch.
Bill Gates talks about death panels for old people.
I mean, bro, because what do we used to take the kids? We used to take the kids to grandma. Shoot, grandma would raise them a little bit, show them manners, sometimes teach them some stuff. And man, damn near COVID, I guess it did wipe out all the grandmas. These evil bastards. I mean, not wiping out grandma was a whole part of indoctrinating the children, which makes sense, which actually does make sense. The older generation did have a lot more common sense.
Let's talk about Bill Gates real quick because, Bill Gates did everything he could to, let's get him a refill, by the way.
I'm good. I got good.
Oh, you sure? Okay.
But I want some pizza.
Okay, we'll order some right now.
I was telling them pizza. They said, don't worry, get your sushi.
Yeah,
I don't mind sushi.
Actually, there's a good pizza spot I know right down the street that we can order. I know exactly.
What do you want in pizza? What do you want it?
Whatever you guys want. Garlic, pepperoni.
You know what? Eventually, there was some part in this interview where this man pulled out the Henny. I was crying, bro. It's like, you having a little bit too much fun, or you just chilling with the guys when you just pulling out the Henny.
Give him kind of the gist of it with Bill Gates, just using him to donate money to school so he can get technology, or was there something else there too?
No, that's basically completely right, but it's worse than that.
Okay.
Bill Gates spends at least $10 million a year underwriting ABC News, CNN, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times. He spent hundreds of billions of dollars because he has a tax-free foundation, so he makes money off it.
Okay.
Buying up all the major vaccine regulation systems in the world.
Oh.
But when he needs to go blackmail a scientist or somebody, or get control of MIT or John Hopkins or whatever it is, he went to Epstein to use him to set people up and blackmail them. Then,
so it was more than fair. He was like, do this for me.
But exactly. But going back at least 10 years ago, this has come out in the emails, Epstein double crosses him and starts supplying him with women and stuff. He starts blackmailing him. So yeah, Gates is a master. I mean, he controls like the main UN, the main private, all the regulations for vaccines. True. He controls the global social.
Yeah, that's true though, because they let that man Gates do whatever he wants when it came to assigning vaccines to the world, doing vaccine tests on the world. Yo, who the fuck lets us test vaccines on like random people in Africa? Who the fuck allows that bullshit? I just had to wonder, because you look it up now, it's still going on. Who allows that? Why is Bill Gates allowed to do that? Why is Bill Gates allowed to sit there and say that Africa is overpopulated, they need to be cold? Like, who gives this man this much power over the world? And he's celebrated as this, I ain't gonna lie, as a guy who's just looking out for the world. He's a philanthropist. Oh my goodness, we just worship Bill Gates. But this man is literally like using people in Africa as guinea pigs for vaccines. Like, come on now. Like, now it makes sense why he had so much pull. Because I'm like, who is allowing this man to do this? Why is he able to do this?
Credit score system that's being in the world ID.
People forget that Bill Gates, like because everyone's like, Elon Musk is so rich, he's so rich. I'm like, dude, Bill Gates was like the richest man in the world for like the majority of my lifetime. Like,
yeah, let's be clear.
Elon Musk being rich is like new.
Whoever you hear is the richest,
yeah,
the Rothschilds reportedly have,
bro,
quadrillions.
Quadrillions.
Yeah.
So Musk,
I mean, bro, they have a large supply of the gold. I heard that, and this is what I've heard, that most of the Earth's gold is owned by them. Like, it's them. So yeah, they're seen as quadrillionaires to trillionaires if you just add the whole family's net worth together, apparently. And like, but let's be real. I mean, when you run banking, it makes sense.
actually pays taxes. All these actual elites don't pay any. Kind of like Google pays like 1% tax or whatever.
Yeah.
They don't pay tax. They
Putin got a lot of money too.
Huh?
Putin got a lot of money too.
Oh, he's got
gold.
Yeah,
he's a lot of gold.
And the Rothschilds have a bunch of. They're the ones that crashed the gold markets, man.
Oh yeah,
they have
you're
all
right.
the gold.
What about the 13 royal families? Like, are they still like running shit behind the scenes?
The royal families after the battle.
That's why it's really hard to take Putin out economically. I mean, I'm glad they said that, because it's hard to take that man out economically when he has gold. Putin has a shitload of gold that he could fall back on. I mean, his whole currency could crash today. My man could just say, all right, F the currency, we on gold now, and he'll be good. That's why it does seem like this whole economic strangling or the attempt to economically strangle Russia was for naught, because, I mean, bro, these guys can fall back on commodities. And they got the hell of resources, like 4 trillion in resources. You don't think they can fall back on that if we just destroy their dollar, which we've been trying to do for a while now? Like, come on now.
Battle of Runnymede. Actually, that was Magna Carta. After the Battle of Waterloo, this is on record. The Rothschilds took control of the British Empire and demanded breeding rights. So they are now all bred into the British royal family.
Yeah,
the Rothschilds.
Yeah,
the Rothschilds are royals now.
Because when you refer to a Rothschild, you have to call them Lord or Sir Rothschild in England. Like, yes, if you hear of a Rothschild, they are called Lord Rothschild or Sir Lord Rothschild. It's kind of cool, I ain't gonna lie. Considering how they got it is a bit duplicitous, but I mean, come on now. The name and the title is pretty raw.
Because they demanded not only money and power when they took over the stock market at the end of the Battle of Waterloo, they demanded breeding rights. They've written books. There's PBS documentaries. They brag about it. So they've all bred with the British, who are not British. At the start of World War I, the British were called Saxe-Coburg-Gothas, which was a German Transylvanian roll line, which goes back to its original Vlad the Impaler, Count Dracula.
Wow.
By the way, that sounds insane. Type in the British royal family traces its roots to Count Dracula. AP, Reuters, you name it. Sounds insane. Just type in British royal family traces its roots to Count Dracula. And so that's what all comes into this. And so you already have the Count Dracula Eastern European royal bloodline. And so they changed their name from Saxe-Coburg-Gotha to, Mountbatten-Windsor. So that's now the prince is Mr. Mountbatten-Windsor.
It's interesting too, because, if
of the Windsor family. Oh yeah, that's how like a lot of these royals are set up, through their last name and that family, and they hold this much amount of land, this much amount of wealth. And I mean, the Rothschilds are highly regarded amongst them, the royals or the nobles, because they still exist in Europe. Still,
if you get the breeding rights, if the woman,
but they complain about us being an oligarchy and all that wild stuff. Please spare us. I mean, shoot, in a way, your royalty still rules y'all.
Is Jewish. Well,
then
the kids are Jewish.
Where does, I guess,
but guys, type that in. I want you to see this.
Yeah, we'll pull it up.
Just type in
British royal family.
Type in Prince Charles Count Dracula. Folks, I'm not making this up. It doesn't sound real.
No.
We're delivering the blood of the kids for you in the emails.
No, but Vlad the Impaler was a real person.
No, that's they admit an official British royal bloodline website.
Yeah,
they say Prince Charles. You can pull up and saying, my original ancestors, Vlad the Impaler. He lives like half the year in Transylvania in Count Dracula's castle. And he's the patron saint of the orphanage, and the children live with him in the castle.
Well, the guy that just died, one of the Rothschilds, he looked like a ghoul, dude.
Yeah,
like the guy looked crazy.
Look at that.
Count Dracula.
Yeah, these things. No, I think now I remember this story. I know Count Dracula was meant from some guy who was pretty brutal. The Impaler. Vlad the Impaler. That's what it was. It was Vlad the Impaler. That's who Count Dracula was off. I believe he was a prince. Let me double check that though. Let me look it up.
Yeah, bro, it's crazy.
There's PBS documentaries like, I love Vlad the Impaler.
So yeah, Vlad Dracula. Okay, so this guy here, the fictional Count Dracula was inspired by a real person, Vlad III, Vlad the Impaler, who was a 15th century royal, specifically the Prince of Wallachia or Vulachia? No, look, man, I ain't even gonna try. Wallachia. Let's see, he was a feared ruler known for his brutal, harsh tactics against enemies. While not a vampire, he was a real historical figure and a ruling prince. Let's see here. He was a ruler in a region which was modern day Romania from 1448 to 1476. His name origin father was part of the Order of the Dragons, leading to the surname Dracula or Dragon. Vlad III was called Draculae, meaning son of the dragon. Which what the fuck are they? The dragon? I mean, bro, the last time I heard people being referenced to a dragon was Satan in the Bible. I don't think that's something y'all really want to talk about. I mean, I guess in Chinese cultures, dragons are seen as good luck. But yeah, that's what we're talking about, though. This guy here apparently comes, wow, his father was part of the Order of the Dragon. Now I really need to look this guy up. What the hell does that even mean? Order of the Dragon? There was an Order of the Dragon, and we ain't talking about Chinese people.
Hello, I live in Dracula's castle. Let me show you the orphans. Just show news articles. Like, go to Google. Just type in Prince Charles Count Dracula.
Okay. All right, and this is the Order of the Dragons that his family hailed from. All right, so it's the Order of the Dragon was a monarchical, cavalieric order only for select higher autocracy and monarchs. So you had to be one of the upper family. I mean, it's either you were rich or you were closest to the king, the family, and all that good stuff. I'm not really sure how they work the hierarchy. I'm just assuming, but this was the Order of the Dragon. Let's see here. It was founded in 1408 by Sigmund of Luxembourg, who was then king of Hungary and Croatia, and also Holy Roman Empire. Oh shit. Oh, okay. So it goes back to the Holy Roman Empire. I mean, all the way. That's how far this reaches back. The Order of the Dragon. Like, whoa. Okay. And shout out to my man Jerry Johnson. This is the Laughing Disco for 250 joules. Appreciate the support, my man.
Guys, just viewers, just listen to me. I'm not making any of this up. You can't make this up. Meanwhile, they're draining children of their blood.
Well, if you're right about a lot of stuff, man, people thought you were crazy at the beginning. They said he's going bat nuts crazy, but you've been shown to improve him to be right.
No. I mean, dead ass. Look at this shit. This is crazy. It's like, what? Order of the Dragon. Oh, there was a monarch autocracy and a military cavalier order formed in December 12, 1408 by Sigmund of Luxembourg, then King of Hungary and later Holy Roman Emperor, along with his wife Barbara of Chile. See, modeled after the Order of St. George, his purpose was to defend Christian European. Wow, okay, that's not the name I would use to defend the Christians, but okay. All right, though. Okay, so his purpose was to defend Christian Europe against the encroaching Ottoman Turks, serving as a bastion of the church. This was who Count Dracula was a part of. Well, his family was a part of this order right here. Well, I mean, you just can't throw the whole order away. I mean, I guess it was doing something good if you're a Christian. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to our man Alex Jones. Now that we done took a little bit of detour to figure out what the hell he was talking about with Count Dracula and him being a part of the Order of the Dragons and all this crazy stuff.
Most of the time. I mean, this is Is there.
And these files are going to
It's in the
vindicate you as
files.
well.
You got to realize, Bram.
Oh man, shout out to my man Jerry Johnson for sending the Oh Dear for 800 joules. Appreciate the support, my man.
Stoker and people had to write these books as fiction because they get arrested if they did as reality. You've got a royal that lives under the.
Yeah, they got no free speech in England.
King Charles probably meeting in the Senate of Vlad the Impaler. See,
is this it? Yeah,
that's him. I live at Dracula's.
Yeah,
that's
King
where
Charles
he lives in Dracula's castle.
So you're bragging about a castle that people were literally living in, a castle that people were literally tortured in the most gruesome ways. And that's a flex. That's a flex to him. Okay. Couldn't have been me. Couldn't be me, but okay.
You have a bit of a stake in the country.
As it were. Vlad the Impaler.
Highness Prince Charles, who can trace his ancestry back to Romania's dark and distant past.
The genealogy shows that I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler. So I do have a bit of a stake in the country.
As it were. The stake.
Who's the other Rothschild guy? He sounds crazy too, bro. The one that just died recently.
Oh, if I'm like, the orphans live at Dracula Castle with me. He's like little boys in his lab. Oh, this little boy.
Wait, Alex, were they like black vampires too?
Every culture is
dude, that one live forever, bro. I'm just curious, man. I'm curious.
I'm thinking to see Blade.
Every culture does devil worship.
Really?
Don't worry, you're still part of it.
Okay.
My point is, viewers watching, like, guys.
Yeah, I mean, bro, there's some African tribes that practice some pretty satanic shit. I'm be honest with you. So no, they're out there. They're out there. May not be as big as the billionaire pedophiles. May not have as much money, but they're out there.
You can't make this up.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, they're offering black women to drain their babies.
There's an African tribe that literally out there drinking cow blood, which is not as bad as human blood, but they doing it.
Video.
We saw it.
Here's Count Dracula. We're showing you.
Yeah.
So, and then now the emails are Woody Allen. I'm eating these people. All I'm eating is humans. They're like Epstein has been eating humans for 6 months. He's about to go off the diet. I mean, it's in the emails.
Damn. I'm the real Blade.
This guy's Blade.
Where's Blade when you need him?
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. Were you gonna say something?
I'm curious. So where does this tie into? Okay, obviously, they created Israel.
Jacob Rothschild. Yep.
But what's their role now with this whole plan? You think?
Yeah, I mean, look, Israel's important.
Mm-hmm.
You have to understand the way this is set up. When you attack Israel, they get more powerful. Because the average Jew isn't involved in this. I think they're under attack. So they give all their money to them. So it's like, who's the guy in Marvel Comics Doomsday? The more you attack, the more he gets powerful.
Yeah. That's a good
Well,
analogy.
no. I mean, right now they're already like censoring and going crazy again. Like the censorship is coming back.
Yeah, so I don't attack Jews because most Jews don't know this. I just oppose the policy. No, I don't want to carbon tax the world government. No, I don't want transgender kids. No, I'm not for Satanism. And it's not just the Jews doing it, but it's a big part of it. And that's the reality. So what they're doing is they're mapping everybody. They're letting everybody.
The biggest misconception is to put it all on the Jews. It's the Jews. It's always been them, the Jews. No, it hasn't. No, it's not the Jews. Now, these people hide behind Jews for sure, but they're not Jews. They're not real Jews. Let's be honest here. Like, it's a little different. Way different, actually.
I do this right now. Showing the news.
And I know actual Jews, and trust me, they are not with this shit not one bit. Especially some of them are not, bro. A lot of them don't even agree with what's going on in Israel. So we can't put this on all Jews. And I hate when guys do that.
Censorship comes in, you're all banned.
Yes.
Whereas I'm just like, hey, I don't want to drink blood. I don't want to rape kids. I don't want to ban cows. I don't want world government. I don't want to teach kids to cut little boys' penises off. I just oppose the policies.
So this is what I heard. I heard they let people talk online now to see who they are to ban them later on. That's what I heard.
Yeah, though they're mapping and all.
Oh, yeah.
But you got to understand. You understand.
This year to cook.
You got all these satanic competing groups. So people spend, and I'm not defending it. I'm saying, I'll talk about communist China, doing some major move to take the Panama Canal. Yeah. And half the comments are, you're covering up for Israel. There's more than just that. You have all the pieces. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, people go like, we love the old Alex shows and expose the USS Liberty. We love the old Alex shows and expose this. I still do that every week.
Yeah.
They just want to have this weird thing where I'm not doing it. I'm like covering every angle.
Yeah.
And China.
You can't just talk about Israel all day, too. Like, it just gets
I
really
love the
gay and
Chinese
annoying.
people. I'm not against them. But, I mean, China is like, makes Israel look like it has a soul. I mean, it is literally the sky's the limit over there.
China's a real enemy, bro. Low key.
Yeah. And so all I'm saying is, we need to
like real godless society over there in China, sadly. Real godless society, sadly. I mean, shoot, at least Israel got a religion. China, boy, nothing. Not a damn thing. So yeah, I mean, shoot, their religion is, well, I guess to just be the slaves of the CCP or of the 100 million of them that can live a good life while the rest of them live in straight up poverty. Like, that sucks.
Look at the big picture.
Yeah.
And so
It's
great.
not Iran, bro. It's China.
Yeah, don't let Israel run us. Don't let China run us. I'm just like, but people only get trained about one thing. And, you know, believe me, I've never gotten my Qatari check, my Israeli check. My viewers buy my products. That's how I fund myself. And I just study this stuff. But a lot of people woke it up, but they don't have details. And so it's the easiest thing is just to do that. And again, it's red meat, fine, whatever. I'm trying to get big picture.
Yeah. So Jacob Rothschild, this is the guy I was talking about right here. This guy looks like
he died recently.
Yeah, he died 2 years ago. And this is the guy I was remembering. What was his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, if anything?
I mean, bro, this is how all Rothschilds are mentioned. Like Jacob Rothschild, fourth Baron Rothschild. It's like, no damn.
He was out of their family.
Investment banker. Like, bro, it's like out there. It's like investment banker and a member of Rothschild's banking family. It's like that goes back a while now. A while. Let's see. He was the eldest son of Victor Rothschild, third Baron Rothschild. I'm like, crazy.
70% of the world's wealth is under
Orthodox Judaism.
They own BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, all of it.
And this is why they do say it's the Jews, because I ain't gonna lie, though, the Rothschilds, they are Jewish. They just so happen to be Jewish.
The problem is as it goes on, they get more and more inbred retarded.
No, that is also true too. The Rothschilds did practice inbreeding inside their own family because they didn't want the wealth to go nowhere. It was a complete desperation to make sure that their wealth never left their family because they seen that's how other royal families destroyed their purity, as they would call it.
They gotta have Epstein's kind of running it for them. But yeah, I mean that's I mean they're in deep trouble, and they admit they're in deep trouble. And so, yeah, that's who he is.
Yo, he's gonna burn in hell, bro. Yo, this nigga's gonna burn in hell for real, though. Like all the shit that he did, bro, and his family.
No, this nigger's gonna burn in hell.
Yeah, I love that. Woo, let's go. He definitely will, bro.
I mean, the devil's got a pitchfork shoved up his ass right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, I don't take pleasure in that, but I'm telling you guys, I've studied this 6 ways from Sunday. This is bad, 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 bad. And everybody better get on the right side of this. There you go.
Oh, look, I'm a vampire.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
Nigga, hold on. I'm not that black, though. That's too black, bro. Come on, man.
We can read some chats as well. I know people are probably gonna have some guys. If you guys got,
but you are pretty black, so let me tell you, Epstein would love to drink your blood, buddy.
Oh my goodness, bro. Hell nah. Bro, I can't imagine being
we can read some of these chats.
Yeah, some chats.
Yeah, because I know these are piling up. People probably
boy, the one time your blackness will work against you is when the pedophiles want to decide who bloods to drink. Oh man. Well, they're picking ours, guys. If you're black, look at your skin real quick and be like, yep, I'm a blood sacrifice, son of a bitch.
W Alex in the chat. W Alex, there you go. Love.
And I think we have minimums on it. So yeah, Alex, is Bohemian Grove the spiritual initiation and the Epstein network the physical blackmail used to lock in the globalist puppets? Are they two sides of the same coin? That question.
I go off the books written by Bohemian Grove members. Helmut Schmidt, the West German chancellor in the late 80s, wrote a book called Men in Power, Political Retrospective, where he said, we do our own satanic druidic rituals in Germany. My favorite place to do it is Bohemian Grove. So it's a spinoff of Skull and Bones. It's a Republican Satanism event. Half the people are guests. So when I snuck in, I saw Danny Glover. I saw Clint Eastwood, and I later researched they weren't involved. They were just guests invited there. So it's kind of like a gateway. Oh, it's a fun thing with great.
Yeah, it is definitely a gateway. It's like a mock human sacrifice. They're not really sacrificing a human. They're putting on a play where there's a pretty much a sacrificing of a human, not a literal sacrifice, but a play of a sacrifice, which is basically kind of weird. Because I mean, why would you want to show up to this play that I guess there's a mock trial of a human sacrifice? It's a bit weird. To an owl god, by the way. That's great.
Artists and music. We do a ritual with a mock human sacrifice for a kid, but it's no big deal. So the average Bohemian Grove member is not bad, but it's a gateway into the Satanism, yes.
the footage that you had that rare footage of the Bohemian Grove. Let's see if we can pull that up, man.
With the owl, right? With the owl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's like? I mean, obviously we know presidents have been there. I think
I've done a couple things.
Yeah, was that?
I've done a few.
No,
things.
you've done a lot of things. Let's see if we can get that footage up. Type in Bohemian Grove, Alex Jones. How did you get in there? Like, you snuck in there. It's in California. Like, how'd you pull that off?
Well, no one had ever got in and out.
Yeah.
If you read like CBS tried all of them, but they would try to do interviews. They would walk up with start interviewing members. Once I snuck in, it's a 2,700 acre Redwood Gorge Valley in Sonoma County on the Russian River. So I got all the intel from reading news articles and knew that they always got arrested when they walked up and tried to interview them. So I just snuck in, got in, hid under one of the cabins that had like a deck with like centipedes and stuff. And then as soon as it got dark, I came out where the map said the Moloch statue, owl human sacrifice was.
Damn.
And I got the footage. So it's real simple. It's like, don't try to talk to people. Like, I got in, I crawled under a thing, I waited till it got dark. That's why I was the only person ever getting to get the footage.
What year was that?
2000.
Year 2000?
Yeah, 2000.
Wow. I remember being in school seeing that shit.
And then I remember you confronted one of the guys that was there.
David Gergen. Hey, pull up David Gergen. Alex Jones, David Gergen. Someone take a piss.
Go for it. Now I remember this. This was like so freaking funny to me. Like his interaction with this guy was like, I ain't gonna lie, it was just too funny. He says, "I disrespect you."
Yeah.
We could play.
Young Alex Jones, bro.
One last question. I read a Washington Times article many years ago where you had a comment about the organization, and then now it's been in the Wall Street Journal. It's been in a lot of different newspapers, and that's the Bohemian Grove. And back in, 1996, when you joined as a Clinton advisor, the Republicans were criticizing you. Oh, what about Bohemian Grove? And then you countered them by saying, "Hey, I don't run around in the woods naked." What did that mean? Here is the before-mentioned Washington Times article where he said, "I didn't run around naked like they do."
I don't know what quote you're.
I mean, bro, you made the quote. You said, "Hey, man, look, I went there, but I run around naked in the woods like they did." I mean, bro, hold on now. You watch them guys run around naked in the woods. You probably shouldn't have said that. You probably shouldn't have had no comment whatsoever. But okay.
Referring to, I'm not aware of any quote like that. Listen, I am a happy member of the Bohemian Grove. I like the folks who come there, and it's really inappropriate for me to talk about the group beyond that. Thank you.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Wow. You said it more than me, bro. Just crazy,
bro. That messed
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about.
Really?
That's right.
Well, I'm Alex Jones, and I snuck in there in 2000. I'm the guy that blew it wide open and got the video. It's been on national TV.
Well, I disrespect you for that. I do.
There's a lot of big public officials going in there. Don't we deserve to know?
You took it. I don't know anything about you, and I don't know anything about your film.
Pause
if you go in there with an understanding.
Yo, I've never heard someone use the term disrespect as a verb.
I disrespect you for that.
Nigga said it worse than me, nigga. What the fuck? He said, "I disrespect you for that." I'm like, wait, what? Wait, what? Yeah, oh God, that was like the first time I ever heard disrespect be used as a verb.
I disrespect you for that. Like, bro,
he looks like Homer Simpson. No, what's that nigga in Simpsons with the long nose?
Okay.
Yeah. And their New World Order is burning the fuck down.
Oh shit!
Here's the fucking the New World Order.
Yeah.
You motherfuckers thought you'd stop me? You're losing your ass right now, bitch.
He's the real Alex
Fuck
Jones.
you, Rothschilds.
Here we go.
No, it's true because they try to ruin your life, bro.
Yeah.
Like I know some of you guys might be like, "Whoa,
my family."
Like, yo, they try to ruin his life. They try to bankrupt him.
Yeah.
Like,
guys, Alex is fighting the good fight. For 32 years to be fighting this fight and to survive this long is impressive. Because, dude, most people are either off or financially adept.
We're reacting to the clip here laughing. He said, "I disrespect you for that," because he said,
like Ryan Dawson It's like that's where you kind of gotta have respect for guys like Alex, because he's been talking about this crazy stuff for a while and been able to keep some type of like financial independence. And like, you know, some of our guys that I wish would have that type of financial independence, like Ryan Dawson, which I'm not really too sure. No, he does complain about money a lot, but he is probably one of the best reporters and journalists I've seen.
Again, yeah, put it back.
Yeah, Ryan.
From the very beginning, nigga. This shit's hilarious.
It's better.
Yeah, here we go. Legendary clip
fantastic.
Now it's thealexstore.com.
One last question. I read a Washington Times article many years ago where you had a comment about the organization, and then now it's been in the Wall Street Journal. It's been in a lot of different newspapers, and that's the Bohemian Grove. And back in, 1996, when you joined as a Clinton advisor, the Republicans were criticizing you. Oh, what about Bohemian Grove? And then you countered them. By saying, hey, I don't run around in the woods naked. What did that mean?
Here is the before mentioned Washington Times article where he said, I didn't run around naked like they do.
I don't know what quote you're referring to. I'm not aware of any quote like that. Listen, I am
better off the cuff.
Mr. Burns,
a happy member of the Bohemian Grove. I like the folks who come there, and it's really inappropriate for me to talk about the group beyond that. Thank you.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about.
So pause real quick. What are they doing in this? Like,
shout out to my man Ray for sending the bronze medal for 50 joules. Appreciate the support, bro.
They're about to sacrifice a mock child.
A ritual.
They bring a baby in and burn it for the owl and begs.
Yeah.
It screams in pain.
It's sacrifice for the owl.
A human baby.
Yeah, they're doing a mock sacrifice, which is all in the Epstein files.
Yeah.
Watch the rest of it. It's really bad.
It's a mock. It's not like a real baby.
Well, they claim it was, yeah.
Wow.
No, not a real baby. Getting you prepared for this, though.
And they're wearing outfits?
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about.
Really?
That's right.
Well, I'm Alex Jones, and I snuck in there in 2000. I'm the guy that blew it wide open and got the video. It's been on national TV.
Well, I disrespect you for that.
You do?
I do.
You have a lot of big public officials going in there. Don't we deserve to know?
Yeah, I mean, don't the people deserve to know that you're going there, like attending a mock child sacrifices? I mean, I'll be real with you. That might F up your voting. I mean, that might mess up your political stock right there. I feel like we have a right to know if that my politician is attending child sacrifices or mock child sacrifices. I have a right to know that. And y'all do too.
I don't know anything about you, and I don't know anything about your film. But if you go in there with an understanding, you violated that understanding by releasing that film, and I don't respect you for that.
Bro.
Really?
I'm sorry. You took an understanding when you went in there that you would not do that film. And did you have an understanding when you went in there?
No.
Did you crash it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why. No, it's funny. Like, you took an open understanding when you went in there. No, bro, he said he broke into there, okay? Obviously, y'all wasn't going to invite this man in and let us know that you were out there attending a mock or a trial child sacrifice. Like, sorry. Yeah, y'all wasn't giving open invitations to that. So excuse Alex for having to, sneak on there.
It has no trespassing signs there too, doesn't it?
No, they put them up after.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just walked in.
I'm sorry, sir. I've been there before. I know what the circumstances are, and I'm sorry you violated the understandings. That was not a gentlemanly
Bring them on. But what about the ritual? Is the ritual genuinely?
Bring them on. Sir, everything. I don't owe you this comment.
I know.
This is what's called ambush journalism, and I disrespect you for that as well. So thank you. Think about it.
Why don't you give me the big one?
It's none of your damn
because
business.
you're bigger than us.
Oh,
right. Listen.
I'm going to share some of this with Alex.
You go around and make understandings with people and violate them. You ambush people on the streets, and that's inappropriate form of journalism. If you wish to practice that, that's fine, but don't ask others to respect you for it. If you want to, you can do. You're free American, like anything you want. If you want to be uncivil and rude and ungentlemanly, that's up to you. But don't expect the rest of us to say, "Oh well, you're
there, Mr. Gergen."
I'm sorry, nobody sets policy in there. We try to be gentlemen, and obviously, you don't belong there.
Weaving spiders come out here.
I mean, so, bro, if you're telling me you guys are a bunch of gentlemen attending a mock child sacrifice, I mean, okay, bro, it's not really a good excuse, but okay.
Yeah, that is a 3-pointer. Woo.
Yo, did you know it was going to be this big after that interview? Did you know it was going to be like that big?
It was big.
Yeah, this is huge, bro.
That's right when the internet was getting big.
He was in Barbados watching this shit.
Because he didn't deny it. He didn't deny it or anything. He just sat there and tried to, get mad at Alex for exposing it. And it's kind of just like, all right, bro, well, you can't deny it. And you didn't deny it. You just sat there and condemned him for exposing it. So, yeah, that was a slam dunk for Alex at that moment. Damn, pretty young Alex Jones, too. Look at the man. You know what? Since the man lost weight, he did gain a little bit of youth back in his face. So, shout out to Alex Jones for losing weight.
Like, looking at the Illuminati, the elite, he blew the whole whistle. Because it was always talked about in Hollywood. Bohemian Grove, sacrifice for kids. They were like, oh, it can't be real. But he actually made it a real thing because we saw live in color. The mock ritual, at least.
Damn.
So you throw her back. Yeah. So I'm just curious, Alex. 32 years of doing this, you've seen some crazy shit. How do you ever process this ending? Because I feel like this is biblical in nature, and there's good and evil. Satan is real. Jesus Christ is real, and at some point it's going to end. But where are we in this timeline? Are we late in the middle, you think, or at the very end of this timeline? What's the actual you see happening now with Bible and these evil people?
I'm not sure. I'm going to do my job and leave it to God.
Yeah.
But the globals are in trouble. They're not happy about this. Look how he was freaked out right there.
I disrespect you.
That's like 20-something years ago.
Yeah.
Bro was pissed. And this is hilarious that we're eating pizza while we're covering Epstein. This is hilarious, by the way. It's just like
this is the Black Pizzagate.
Yeah, it really is. It's funny ass shit.
Wait, no, not real. Those it's fake.
Wait, you got 3 boxes?
Probably one of the best jokes.
Some more, nigga. Why are you being Jewish? What the fuck?
He eats pepperoni.
Yeah, but fucking.
We got plenty of pizza. We're good.
We got a bunch of people in here, nigga.
Nigga, he's fat. Fuck.
I'm crying.
Not hype. Like, guys, I've seen thousands of emails we talk about eating kids. They're like, we got one piece of pizza for 7 people. It's glowing, and they're going to pleasure you well. John Podesta, we're delivering the 7, 9, and 11-year-old to your hot tub for your entertainment. It is. They don't get out of this, man.
Absolutely fucking nuts.
They don't get out of this.
So, who would you say are the top 10 offenders?
Man, I haven't been able to. It's just
from the information from the historical info, what you've read so far. I know there's still 3 million that you got to go through, but as of right now, from what you looked at, who are the top 10 offenders? Or you could go top 5.
I gotta say, it's the British royal family.
Okay.
It's Epstein. It's all these Democrats. I was like, why are you doing this, Trump? It's all Democrats. It's
who are the worst Democrat offenders?
All the big. I can pull the names, but it's all Democrats. Hoffman, all those guys have been attacking Trump.
Oh yeah,
and they're just nonstop. Like, why are you protecting your enemies, Trump? I'm like, that's why I told Trump a couple weeks ago. I said, I'm done, man. I said, if you don't go after these people, fuck you. Because we've never caught him in any of it. So why are you doing it? Because Pam Bondi said Thursday in Congress, it's going to bring down the stock market. Well, fuck the stock market. Like, we're not going to be held hostage by this anymore.
Why did these people never get arrested, man?
Because the DOJ is full of a bunch of people that are cowards. And if you do go after them, they come after you. But at a certain point, whenever the public knows, it doesn't matter. So they're losing their power right now. So the fact that this stuff's coming out, the fact that Trump finally went crazy today and said release it all, which I know he did, is a big change. Because he's like, I attacked Trump for this. I said for weeks, I said, it's official. Trump is now part of it. He never did it from any evidence, but now by extension, he's guilty by proxy. He's, what do they call that? Accessory after the fact.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And now, I literally was like, I've been talking to the family. I'm like, I'm coming after you. And they realize I'm a bellwether. And so I'm going to give myself credit, but I'm here in Florida for that.
Yeah. Literally, so you want because I don't want to. You could disclose as much as you want, but so you came out to obviously.
If you didn't hear Alex Jones' earlier message, he's pretty much saying 2 days ago from this being released, which was on Valentine's Day, I believe. He said that Trump pretty much ordered his administration into his office, and he started yelling at him, saying that if you don't release these Epstein files, all you are effing fired. You were over here telling me all this bad stuff about how it's a hoax. It's all the Democrats done edited to make you look bad and all this good stuff. And that's not true. So just release it. And this is what Alex Jones was saying, that Trump went off because, well, apparently people in his administration was trying to convince him not to release the Epstein files because, it's a Democrats hoax. They put your name all over it. It's just going to make you look bad with no proof. And he's like, all right, cool. Just throw it all away. And he went off the belief that this was the Epstein file was, that it wasn't what we know it to be. Now, once it actually gets forced out, now Trump is just like, hold on here. Y'all were trying to say they smeared me all over, but anything like some of this vindicates me. So no, release the whole thing or you guys are fired. And this is what Alex Jones is saying that happened from his inside sources. You may take that with a grain of salt if you want to, but hey, we'll see how things play out because everything seems to be working in that order.
Give them, hey, you got to get this out. It's starting to be bullshit. I'm assuming the hearing made you say, you got to do.
Yeah, I was already coming. I was here when the hearing happened.
Oh, you were here when they. Okay.
I just said I'm not going to watch you destroy yourself and all of us with you. We bet on you, and I said I'm coming to Mar-a-Lago, and I'm going to bullhorn for 3, and then I'm going to the White House, and I'm going to go ape shit, and I'm going to say you're an accomplice if you don't bring this out. And I said, you see him destroying you, release it. So it was just being here.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of people was telling Trump on the outside, but apparently people on the inside was telling him, no, it's this Democrat hoax. Oh, they just rich you all over in it. They're just trying to smear you and all this good stuff. You're gonna spend all your time fighting when you should be focusing on the country. And that's how they sold it to Trump. That's why Trump has always said, oh, we need to focus on the country, not worried about this, because Trump has been sold to believe that this is nothing more than a smear campaign against them, not the actual, exposing of the deep state that it is.
It's me, but the point is a lot of the people, all his advisors were telling him, like, you got to do this. Well, I want to just give myself credit, but that's what happened.
What had him hesitant, to get all of it out?
You saw Bondi in Congress 3 days ago. She said it'll bring down the stock market.
Yeah.
Which was, I was told when he first got elected, people were like, hey, look, the trail's cold. We can't prosecute. It's old. But you can't trust the files. Mm-hmm. This will bring down America. And I said, you not exposing will bring it down. They finally agreed in the last 48 hours. They said, you're right. I said, so now Trump's flamethrower fucking released the whole list, everything. Anybody involved, my name's in there. Like, oh God, Jones, you're in trouble. But it's all them attacking
me.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is historic.
This is news, national news.
Shit, man.
So, what's going to happen next, you think? Any arrests at all? Anybody's going to be in trouble? Hey, listen, you're in trouble. You're fired.
Remember, everything that I said is what Alex Jones pretty much says his inside sources are saying. And like I said, according to his inside sources, Trump has had enough. He's seen through the deception of, which his own administration has been feeding him. And he's like, yeah, bro, cut the bullshit. It's like, just release all the files and let's get it over with, because apparently this is going to sink us more than it's going to help us. And I mean, yes, if Trump was to sit there and play defense about the Epstein files, I was going to sink his entire administration. But now that he's here, now that he's claiming that, no, he wants them released. They wanted to go full throttle with it. Hey, if that's what we get, more and more Epstein files released, which actually, yes, a new data set was released a couple of days ago. So it does seem like that is ringing to be true. And I mean, we'll see how things progress going on. But so far, so good.
You're
you already have dozens of European leaders and the heads of major the top banks resigning. And all the Obama officials have resigned.
Oh shit! I need to ask about Obama.
I got to pull the names up. But
yeah. Feel free.
All his chief advisors have all resigned.
Okay.
So I mean, it's going down.
How are the Obamas clicked in with Epstein, if anything?
Obama has never, from all our research, into kids, but it is in the files like $50-something thousand of hot dogs being delivered to his birthday. That's code for gay prostitutes.
Yeah.
So Obama. So Obama.
You know, I've heard this rumor.
Yeah. So Obama is not into children. Okay, guys. Yeah. When it comes to Obama and the Epstein files, all it really did confirm was that, Obama either had a huge love for hot dogs or young gay prostitutes. Well, male gay prostitutes. Which, I mean, shout out to that guy, Larry St. Clair, who died last year in September. Yes, the guy who came out and said that he smoked crack and had gay sex with Obama. Yeah, that guy died last year. And now the Epstein files are out confirming that either, my man Obama had a love for hot dogs or, male gay prostitutes. Either or.
A lot.
Me too.
That he's a straight up homosexual. Gay. Yeah. Like very.
Yeah. So they blackmail him with that.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Obama's control.
That he's gay.
Mm-hmm.
Why does he just come out with it? What's the issue here? He pushed for gay rights. He went to college at Harvard. He has a gay archetype.
He's married.
His diary's been public for 20 years, and he fantasizes about gay sex.
So the guy remember there's a gay guy that said Obama had sex with me.
Yeah, some shit like that.
Back in the day, and he died right recently.
Mm-hmm. Did he die recently?
So was he lying? Or was he telling the truth? He died. Because Obama's chef died. A gay nigga died. I promise you, everyone that talk shit about Obama, they dying, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah. They
How's
get
that
clapped.
possible?
Yeah, they get clapped. Well, he's from Chicago.
Nigga don't play, bro.
Yeah, he just doesn't.
Yo, gay niggas are fierce, bro.
Yeah, he's just not like a dumb nigga. Like he doesn't like actually shoot them himself. Like he actually like hires someone and you know.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what it is. The Clintons are from there. Hillary.
Is Michelle a man?
She's got anacondas for arms. Maybe one of the pants. No, I mean,
Yo, Josie Wallet, bro. One in the pants. One in the chamber.
No, I don't know. But the point is, I'm being honest. I never saw Obama pedophile stuff.
Okay. All right.
They blackmail him with the gay stuff.
Okay. He was just cut with the gay stuff. Okay, fair. Was Clinton a pedophile or was he just a pervert?
December 14th?
Bill Clinton, was he a pervert or because I've heard from people, some people say no, he's just a really big pervert, sexual degenerate, but the girls are of age. But I've heard other people say no, he's a perv. Sorry, he's a pedo.
I've never seen any real case. He settled a bunch of cases for rape. I've never seen real cases of pedo stuff with Clinton.
All right, if you don't know about our guy Larry St. Clair, he was a guy who pretty much made these unsubstantiated claims against Obama, you know, like I said, saying that he's gay, saying he was smoking crack with him, and, you know, sucking D in the limo, all that wild stuff. But let's see here. It was back in, I think it was St. Clair is convicted of fraud, which is legend. Oh, he has a very crazy criminal history too, and he's basically a crackhead as well. But let's see here. It was in a Tucker Carlson interview in 2023. He was interviewed by Tucker Carlson on X, formerly Twitter, for his allegations. And then I remember he had a defamation suit against Krasteen brothers, and I believe he died that year. Or wait, did he die that year in 2025? I don't know. Let me see here, because I heard 2025, but Larry St. Clair's death. Man, let me see here. Man, son of a bitch. All right, guys, so they're gonna make me track down which Larry St. Clair.
He's all part of the same system.
Yeah.
Hillary, when she got hired,
how did they compromise him? Just being a womanizer, I guess.
Well, her dad, Hillary's dad, was the deputy of the crime boss that ran Chicago, the Daily Machine.
Oh.
And her first job was sent to Hot Springs and to Little Rock, which the Chicago Mafia is based there. If you look it up, it's crazy. They actually based there. And so she's on tape saying, yeah, I knew these guys raped this little girl and did all this, but I covered it up. So it all goes back to this to be, you know, the thing. But with the Clintons, they were both in the CIA. They were both operatives of the Bushes. I mean, Arkansas and all the cocaine. So that's their control.
So Bill more with the womanizing involved with, you know, the corruption in Arkansas. Hillary with her ties to organized crime.
Okay. Well, damn.
But they weren't.
Okay, never mind. It wasn't in 2025. He died in December 14th of 2024, a year after he gave his I mean, I guess I could play it for you guys sometime, but look it up. Look, Larry St. Clair and Tucker Carlson, and you'll see everything he said. And a year later, he died.
Weren't really, I guess, pedos. They were just involved in criminal activity and.
But they certainly cover up for pedos.
Of course, they cover up for yeah, but I'm saying themselves. And I know Hillary was like a lesbian.
Yeah.
Right? She used to.
They said she's seen more.
She used to munch
more ass than toilet seat.
Yeah, huge lesbian apparently.
Damn.
Huge likes women a lot more than Bill. They say. I don't know.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I don't know. They said that she likes.
No, I heard that too. I heard Hillary Clinton's a huge lesbian. People was trying to say, when everybody ever notice how everybody in Hillary Clinton's, you know, campaign of women were, you know, kind of good looking? I was like, nope, I did not notice that, not one bit. But yeah, there are claims that, you know, Hillary Clinton might like, you know, vagina more than she likes the D, which is maybe why she let my man Bill cheat all the time. Shoot, she might have joined in on it a couple times.
That's a toilet seat.
Yeah, huge lesbian apparently.
Maybe her and that girl Monica.
Huge likes women a lot more than Bill. They say. I don't know. They said that she likes hairy vagina.
So she.
I don't know.
So she like women?
Yeah.
So what was Bill doing? Hiding? He could have brought her in with Monica. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, actually, that's a good. Yeah, I don't know.
He could have brought her in for a double blowjob.
Yeah, like they made it look like she was pissed off or whatever.
Nigga,
like,
what?
why not? Why did she not just like
join in?
Or does she not like Bill like that?
I mean, bro, she kind of used Bill for that power. Like, let's be real. Bill was always a very charismatic guy. I mean, ever since he was a governor, even though he was involved in that drug smuggling into his state, but he was always a really charismatic and likable guy. And I mean, let's be real. Of Hillary, they kind of seen her as an opportunist, and she has and she's blue blood. I mean, she comes from a line of rich people. So she's one of these blue blood Americans, and she teamed up with Bill. Well, honestly, kind of just to use him for his political stock, and hopefully that was going to launch her, or in her head, hopes that was going to launch her into presidency as the first female president. But Donald Trump threw a fork in that.
Even her daughter, Chelsea's really reportedly the daughter of Webster Hubble.
Oh, so Bill's not even oh shit.
No.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like they made it look like she was pissed off or whatever. Like, why not? Why did she not just like get involved, or does she not like Bill like that?
Even her daughter, Chelsea's really reportedly the daughter of Webster Hubble.
Oh, so Bill's not even oh shit.
No,
maybe.
Damn.
Shit.
Damn. All right. What about the Bidens? What were their connection, if anything?
I mean, if that's their relationship, it kind of explains why Bill is just out there doing what the hell he wants. I mean, shit, he already got to take care of a kid that's not his. Man, you better let me sleep around. That's a very nasty relationship.
To Epstein, because they didn't release anything either. Biden administration didn't release.
You got Biden in his Biden's daughter in the official diary saying, "My dad, I think my dad raped me in the shower."
Yeah.
So Biden's a total piece of crap.
Of course. But like, was Epstein involved with him whatsoever? Because I noticed that
I mean, bro, there's been sexual assault allegations against Biden. I mean, bro, when he was, I believe, what was it? It was this girl, Tara Reedy. Yes, look up Tara Reedy and Biden. She made allegations that Biden essayed her, I think, when he was senator or congressman in Delaware or something like that. But yes, she worked in his office with him, and he ended up essaying her. I mean, told her, look, you ain't gonna say nothing, you ain't gonna do nothing. And guess what? She got chased away to Russia because of what she was saying about Biden. Apparently, or I would say allegedly, reportedly, supposedly.
Administration, as much as they talk, because here's the thing that people got to understand: people can talk shit about Trump all day, they can talk shit about Pam Bondi all day, they can talk shit about Kash Patel all day, but they are the ones that released the files. The Biden administration didn't do it. The Obama administration didn't do it. Bill Clinton definitely didn't do it.
People say to me,
Bush
like,
didn't do it.
"Oh, you're defending Trump getting money." I don't like it's lawsuits and tax credit. That's why I'm like, Trump, why are you covering up?
Yeah, because he did release it at the end of the day, dude. So it's like the Biden administration definitely didn't release shit.
I mean, like it or not, there's been more done about the Epstein files under Trump than any other administration. That's just the fact of the matter. I mean, and you can sit there and you can obfuscate it off to Thomas, Massey, and Rouhana, but still, more has been done about the Epstein list under Trump than any other administration. Even with the bullshit binders that Pam Bondi did, that was still more than the binder. Bro, the binders were still more than the Biden administration, the Obama administration, the Bush, and this goes all the way back to Clinton, maybe further. So I'm be real with you, even with the binders, the pathetic binders, that was done. That was like, I'm be real with you, he could have left with just that, and he'd have done more about the Epstein files than any other president. And that's the sad reality.
Well, the names are redacted. Congress has access to that. So they have the victims and others redacted. And I say release it all.
Yeah. And it's good that they did. So what? So was Biden or any of his people compromised? Because I know you said a lot of Democrats were in the Epstein list.
Well, we talk about Epstein. He was kind of the Rothschild Trilateral Commission, New York, D.C. arm. There's a bunch of other blackmail groups and a bunch of others. Most of it's money, and like we focus on the sex with Epstein. Most of it was straight up money laundering payoffs. It was just the sex thing was an added deal to get certain people.
Let me ask you this then. So, because I have my thing with, because I've dived into Epstein quite a bit, but you're the expert on this. So I always like to, whenever I talk to people that are experts on this stuff, I want to tell them this is my theory and I want to please add to it or correct me if I'm wrong. So from what I understood, and you talked about this earlier with Ghislaine Maxwell, with the UN and the ocean thing, to me, it seemed like that was the play to meet really powerful people, right? And from an international perspective, also her dad had quite a bit.
All right, guys, I got to go ahead and call it in on this one. Shoot. I got stuff to do today. Shoot, because we're into it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, so you boys still got to do things. But all right, guys, I'm going to catch you guys on the next one, man. Make sure you guys like and subscribe to the channel, man. You know, I do this every night, so make sure to go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video and all that good stuff. And, I always do say, for you guys that don't like the vertical viewing, you can always go ahead to the horizontal viewing because I do both at the same time. I do hear people complaining about the vertical. Don't worry, you got two options. You chose the vertical option. Remember that, not me. But all right, though, let's go on. Let's go on and end the show. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Let's not forget to double tap that screen, hit that icon up there with my face on it or a cartoon face on it to subscribe to the channel, guys, and appreciate the support. We're gonna close out on this informational video right here. Peace, guys, and we're out.
Wait, why are we even debating the SAVE Act when no Democrat in the Senate will vote for it? Don't Republicans need 60 votes because of the filibuster? In normal circumstances, yes, but Republican senators are discussing possibly bringing back the talking filibuster to try and pass the SAVE Act. What's that? Quick history lesson. So the Senate was initially created in 1789, and in the beginning, all that was needed for a vote to be brought up was what's called a previous question motion, which allowed a simple majority to end debate and force a vote. Wait, so there was no filibuster at the beginning? When was it created? So up until 1806, the previous question motion to end debate was never used to stop debate because the Senate was more cooperative, so the debate just ended on its own. So Vice President Aaron Burr saw this and thought, this previous question motion thing is unnecessary, so he ordered its elimination. And what was the effect? Well, now there was no way to officially end debate and force a vote. But again, for a while, this didn't matter because the Senate was cooperative until 1837, when senators realized that they can now technically just talk on the Senate floor forever if they wanted to block a vote, and there was born the filibuster. Well, that had to be annoying. For the majority, yes. So then in 1917, the Senate adopted Rule 22, called cloture, which made it so that 2/3, so 67 senators, could vote to end debate and force a vote. This was changed to 60 votes in 1975. Wait, but didn't something big happen in 1970? Yes, and this is the key point today. In 1970, the Senate adopted the two-track system, which allowed the Senate to bypass filibuster bills. What do you mean? Well, prior to 1970, when a filibuster was happening, and this was important, the Senate could do nothing else until the filibuster was over. So it essentially gave the minority party the power to stall not only a vote on a specific bill, but stall everything else. So the two-track system allowed the Senate to move on to other business while the filibuster bill remained pending, which effectively ended talking filibusters. Wait, how? The two-track system says nothing about talking filibusters. How did it end them? Well, it didn't outlaw talking filibusters. It just decreased the leverage they created for the minority party because they could no longer stall the Senate. So kind of just naturally, the Senate moved away from talking filibusters to zombie filibusters. And since then, the only way to end a filibuster has been those 60 votes rather than the minority stopping their talking. Wait, so if the talking filibuster is still allowed, why wouldn't the majority party be more keen to force it on important legislation? And that's exactly what some Republican senators are calling for now. But if they force the talking filibuster, the Senate is stalled. So the Republicans can't work on anything else, and each Democrat, so 47 of them, can give 2 speeches as long as they physically can in rotating shifts and make the thing last for over a month. Okay, but once they're all finished with their 2 speeches, the filibuster is over, right? And Republicans can pass the SAVE Act with 50 votes, right? Which they have. Yeah, but there are other ways Democrats can extend their talking filibuster. They can call for a quorum vote at any time, and if 51 Republicans aren't present, the day restarts, and the Democrats get their 2 speeches reset, and the whole thing starts over. There would also be a complicated amendment process, and during all this, nothing else can get done in the Senate. Oh, and Republicans need to remember, if they bring back the talking filibuster for something, it would create the precedent for Democrats to do the same if/when they're back in power.
DT, nigga. Drop 3 bombs at the end of discussion. Fuck, I ain't running from nothing. If you see me running, I'm running for president. Missiles on missiles, you know how we coming. Tell all your men we gon' blow up the country. I see you tweeting online, you a sucker. One more threat and I'm pressing that button. They trying to impeach me, they know that I'm thugging. I'm getting locations, I'm dropping 100. They sending that shit, they get stopped in the sky. Said one more thing, everybody gon' die. Since 6 of the men and they making it hot. I don't need no permission to blow up your spot. I don't need no permission to make you a target. You must not heard what happened to Hey Barack. They must not heard what happened to Bin Laden. 6 men deep in everybody body. If we get it started, nigga, we ain't stop. I take them to world war like I'm Johnson. They done let a real slime in the off. Stop talking about nukes, you ain't even got it. I won't say your name, but I can't pronounce it. Fuck is it, Masu, Masal, First of the money, we clocking they rip. Had a home on the head, we tactical with it. Take over your country, infested with it. Tell Ali that he better repent. Setting up base right outside of the fence. Tell Qasim that nigga a bitch. Dig his ass up and I kill him again. You still ain't get back with that boy, he got bit. In the way that I did him, how could you forget? And I'm smoking your leader, this shit getting bored. They're not trying to get like a thief in the night, I send me a strike. Kidnap a op, I'm taking his wife. Me and Joe Biden are nothing alike. He fucked up and I'm making it right. I'm in my bedroom plotting on how we gon' fuck up their New Year. Send him a buck. I got your president hostage, bitch. You pay thing and I'm sending them up. Smoking on you don't know what I do for that fag. You don't know what I do for these riches. Fuck that money I got from my dad. 40 million on my head and I wipe it with my ass. I'm a $1 billion pocket pilot. Hop out, get my man. Understand? I'm too deep in this shit. Who the fuck is Maduro? Kidnap you and you know. I tell him to come here, let's play a game of Uno. Drop 2 bombs, who knows? Just like I dropped that bomb on you know. And I cannot move on. I heard that they clicking up, I get in Majin Buu mode. And I get them all gone, and I turn your whole country to a war zone. I take you and put you in a mud hole. Take your wife and give her ass cornrows. Weapons of mass destruction. Venezuela ain't no knife, know that they bad for end of discussion. Know that I'm holding the button. They got me pressing the button. Can't catch you, then I'm killing your cousin. I pop out and I'm making it thunder. Take your oil, leave you with nothing. The mind of a general, know that I'm thugging. We gon' slide before dawn, they won't know that we come. When they bring up that list, they distracting the pop. Tryna make it seem like I'm just sliding for nothing. Tryna do me like Michael, they know I'm an idol. I hope your bitches reading your Bibles. I hope your soldiers